Jail. Hold. Left. Face.
Will all you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Present arms.
Present arms.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For all. Order, arms.
Detail. Right. Face. Forward. March.
Retire the colors.
Retire to focus.
Well, thank you very much to the American Post Legion, Post 668. That was a very nice way to start out this meeting on Veterans Day. I also want to thank the Saving Hallowed Ground Group and Marty Costello for the beautiful display out in the lobby. I hope you all get a chance to take a look at it. It's put together by the students of St. Catherine's with Saving Hallowed Ground, and it's a really touching and moving display of about some of our veterans. Well, welcome to the November 11th, 2013 meeting of the Board of Commissioners, and happy Veterans Day. Before we begin our schedule tonight, I want to just point out and clarify something about tonight's agenda. I'm sure that when you all saw it, at first glance, you thought we're off our rockers for having all of these very big items on the agenda tonight. And I want to explain that the two items that we have on the agenda, the Villanova University CICD adoption of an ordinance, or excuse me, introduction of an ordinance, and the must ordinance are really sort of procedural introductions. And what has happened is our Planning Commission is in the middle of analyzing both of these ordinances, and our County Planning Department is also analyzing these. As it turns out, the versions of what they are analyzing have been changed and morphed, and we never introduced either of the versions that they're analyzing. So tonight it's a little bit of a housekeeping issue to introduce the proper and most recent version of both of those ordinances so that those boards and the county planning department are looking at the right thing, and we all know what they're looking at, and that we're all looking at the same thing, and that it's properly introduced. So we do not anticipate a long, protracted debate among the commissioners. Of course, it's a public meeting, and it's on the agenda, so if you're here to comment on that, public comment will be welcome, but they are not on the agenda for an extended discussion and analysis by the board tonight. Okay, so with that, I will go ahead and invite public participation to begin the meeting. I would like to remind everyone that there is public participation in the beginning of the meeting, there is public participation at the end of every issue that we discuss and vote on, and or before we vote, and then there is public participation at the end of the meeting. The public participation at the beginning of the meeting is really a courtesy to those residents who can't stay through the meeting to comment when the issue they're talking about is being discussed by the Board of Commissioners. This is really more efficient and more effective to comment when we're discussing the issue. So with that, come on up for public participation if you'd like. Come on up.
Good evening, and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Tom Costello, C-O-S-T-E-L-L-O Jr., and I'd like to make a comment about the Villanova plan. First, I feel that Villanova's plan is great for the neighborhoods, the township, and the region. And tonight I'm glad to see that the university has incorporated many of the requested changes into its plan since it first started. Two quick points. One, the stormwater runoff, and two, the 1,200 students. Stormwater. And a recent article in the Mainline Suburban Life had a story on its front page about the stormwater runoff in the township. Well, University Parking Lot certainly has a lot of runoff. But under the proposed plan, with its ecology-friendly landscaping, the new design of the buildings, and the new parking surface, the stormwater is actually reduced by about 45%, and that's a real good thing. the students. The neighborhoods where the students presently live will benefit from 1,200 students not driving, parking, and doing other things that students do in the neighborhoods. I'm positive that living next to a household of Villanova students may not be a pleasant experience for some residents. As an example, I went to Villanova, as did my son and daughter. When we lived off campus, well, with the exception of my daughter, I don't think we made ideal neighbors. So the new dorms will drastically reduce traffic and virtually eliminate all those numerous complaints about student behavior and student housing in the neighborhoods around Villanova, and that too is a real good thing. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Any other public participation?
Hi, good evening. My name is Kate Long of Aldwin Lane, and I'm here tonight to speak as a representative of Friends to Preserve Radnor. I distributed a packet of information at each of your seats this evening before the meeting began. Friends to Preserve Radnor is for responsible and reasonable development of our township, and to that end, we believe we can do this in an open and collaborative manner. Our goal is to ensure the integrity of our community for current and future generations. Tonight, I present to you 3 memos and 1 addendum prepared by our team, comprised of our attorney, David Honorato, and our land planner, E. Van Riker. These memos are in response to the 2 versions of the CICD of September and October of this year. These memos have all been shared with staff and with the Planning Commission. The addendum is new this evening. Per our latest memo and addendum, in response to the latest version of the CICD before you tonight, too many deficiencies and gaps remain for us to proceed. The rewrite is not complete. We strongly urge you to send it back to the Planning Commission to allow them to get this amendment completed. To facilitate this rewrite, we urge the township to hire a land planner to provide the expertise necessary for a change of this magnitude. We must get this right before we go any further. Please send it back. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other public participation?
Hi, I'm Annika Walsh. I'm a junior at Radnor High School, and I just wanted to comment on the purchase of Ardrossan. I just want to let you know that I support it, and I think that it would be a great idea for us to have more woods and trails for people to walk through, because Radnor has enough housing already, and I think that it would be great to have more open space, especially for kids my age that need to get outside more, and we have very few places to go on trails, and some place so close for everyone to go and just be outside in nature, I think would be a great contribution to the township. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Very well done. Any other public participation?
Hi, my name is Carol Lohmeyer, and I live at 112 DeBarron Lane. I am opposed to Ordinance 2013-17, proposing one side of the street parking in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood has been here since the 1950s, and we've never had an issue on DeBarron Lane with the fire trucks not being able to navigate down our street. This ordinance presents a huge safety concern for us. As it is now, our street is used as a major cut-through road and experiences excessive speeding. Drivers fly down our street, and right now, our staggered parked cars act as a traffic calming device. This ordinance will no doubt increase traffic volume and invite faster speeds. Don't forget, we had the Villanova development, which could possibly add volume. This ordinance will absolutely compromise visibility on our street and in turn significantly increase the current risk of a child or resident being hit by a car. We've already had this happen on our street. By proposing this restriction to one side of the street, you are widening the traffic lane and again increasing speed, thus again jeopardizing the safety of our children and the residents. Our children and residents use the street for circulation because there are no sidewalks in our subdivision. It's the fact of the matter. Take this one step further and you are dealing with a quality of life issue here. Again, the ordinance will increase traffic volume and encourage speeding, which will trickle down to reduced social street activities, and our overall feeling of well-being will be threatened. This will disrupt the balance in our neighborhood. Who wants a no parking sign in their yard, which will need to be placed for enforcement purposes? Who wants cars parked in front of their home all the time? What if this was your house? How would you feel? This is a perfect solution also to decrease property value because curb appeal and attraction are lowered. This will lead to increased resident turnover and neighborhood instability. And it's a great way to reduce residents' incentive to maintain their properties. Would you want to keep your yard nice and manicured for other people to use as a landing pad when they exit their cars? We might as well put a welcome mat there. Lastly, has the township considered the impact of traffic circulation, overflow, and parking availability? Based on the township standard parking space design requirement under the township code, with each parking space, we are dedicated to receive a 22-foot by 8-foot space for a vehicle and allowing a distance of 3 to 4 feet from the driveway for parking, which should be required under a zoning code. So this ordinance, based on township codes, gives our street, DeBarron Lane, 9 open spots for 14 homes with a total of 29 cars. This ordinance does not have the capacity to support our parking load and overflow. In closing, we are not compromising the safety of our street by enforcing this ordinance. We are just doing the opposite, enforcing its safety, protecting our neighborhood environment, its cohesion, and ensuring our street continues to serve its residential function, and all of this should be supported by local ordinances. Here's the reality. A safety risk will remain regardless of which proposal wins, either a fire or a child getting hit by a car. Unfortunately, the nature of kids lends itself to the latter. People can accept their house burning down, but they can't accept their child being killed by a vehicle. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Hello, Patty.
Hi, Patty Barker. I live in Rosemont, and I'm the chair of the Garrett Hill Coalition. First of all, I want to say thank you to the staff for reinstating the link on Radnor Township's homepage for the Villanova zoning petition. I would also ask that the 3 Friends to Preserve Radnor memos be posted there as well. Staff has consulted with the lawyer and the planner hired by Friends to Preserve Radnor. I believe it makes sense to have all information being utilized by staff in this process available for public perusal. I want to comment on 2 of the agenda items this evening. One is Ardrossan. While I support the acquisition of open space in theory, I believe that at this juncture in our economy, it's not prudent to spend such a large sum of money primarily to preserve a view shed. Much mention has been made locally about Ardrossan and the view sheds and how this will affect Radnor. Delaware County Planning Commission specifically addresses the Villanova view shed and how it will affect the neighbors. The Villanova neighbors live much closer to the CICD proposed development than any resident that lives near Ardrossan. Secondly, I want to comment on Villanova's proposed CICD zoning amendment. CICD stands for Comprehensive Integrated College Development. I would avow that this proposed amendment is neither comprehensive nor integrated. It's incomplete. It has no special saldo. It has no special standards. The current conflicts between PI zoning and other districts are mitigated by setbacks and setbacks alone. It's flawed in so many ways, it's hard to imagine how it got to the stage of introduction. This document is nowhere near ready for reintroduction. The planned institutional section of the Radnor Township Zoning Code has been deficient for years. There have been attempts over at least the last 4 years that I'm aware of to rewrite this portion of the code. PI is the overarching ordinance to which the CICD amendment will be attached. It seems to me we are putting the cart before the horse, and that PI should be rewritten before we add anything else to our code. As I'm sure both the board and the staff are aware, the Delaware County Planning Department is ready, willing, and able to rewrite the PI ordinance. I'm wondering why we haven't availed ourselves of their services before now. I would respectfully request that the Board of Commissioners and staff reach out to the Delaware County Planning Department and ask for their help. What is entailed in this proposed CICD zoning amendment goes beyond the scope of what would be appropriate as a task for the Planning Commission to develop on its own. I I respectfully request that the Board of Commissioners hire a professional land planner to work with the board, the Planning Commission, the public, and Villanova in an open, transparent manner. Friends to Preserve Radnor, a community group comprised of Radnor citizens from all wards, hired a lawyer and a land planner at considerable expense to advise and help with the CICD process. Staff has utilized their expertise along with Simone Collins to craft the language you will see before you tonight. I would question why Simone Collins, a landscape architecture firm, is reviewing the memo generated by a professional land planner. Why hasn't Radnor Township hired a professional land planner? Our Planning Commission has proven to be careful in their deliberations, showing real concern for the potential and irreversible negative impact of what would be the most far-reaching zoning change ever to be considered in the history of Radnor. The Planning Commission has consistently found Villanova's proposals inadequate. I respectfully request that upon reintroduction of the CICD zoning amendment, the Board direct the Planning Commission to accept and incorporate the conditions set forth in the Delaware County Planning Commission's review of October 17th, to review and incorporate the conditions set forth in the Friends to Preserve Radnor memo dated November the 4th, and to continue their careful, thoughtful deliberation. It's time now to step back and take a comprehensive approach to invest in good government, instead of taking the easy route of allowing Villanova to generate its own self-interested plan at the expense of the residents. The Board of Commissioners should not be taking a Pollyanna approach to Villanova's proposed ordinance. It is ultimately your responsibility to ensure that the due diligence required is exercised and that unintended consequences are explored and rectified. It's your job to protect and defend the interests of the residents and not to hand Villanova carte blanche and hope for the best. Thank you, as always, for your service to the residents of Radnor Township.
Thank you, Patty. Is there any other public comment for those of you who have to leave the meeting?
Madam President, if I may, just want to respond to the last comment there, where, I think there's some comments there that, there's sleight of hand or these other types of things where we build these conspiracy theories at times. But I think the reality of what's come down is this has been, I believe, Villanova's introduced this for over 18 months now. This has been from the public, with a lot of different comments and suggestions and ideas that have gone into this. As well as when I started back in 2010, there was a collaboration of different committees here that the township has with some very good expertise that actually had proposed the PI zoning in front of the Board of Commissioners. But I believe there were a few residents that thought that some people were conflicted on there or some other issues, so that was tabled. There was then a vote to put individuals together from each ward to work on the PI zoning, which again, there were residents that complained that there were favoritism, so that was set aside. The township hence has actually hired a firm, a professional planning firm that is working on the PI zoning. So that is currently in place. The process that's been in front of the Board of Commissioners that the staff has worked on has worked openly to move this process along. So, we can throw a blanket over that there's sleight of hand, there's different things working, or Villanova should get special service. I think quite the opposite. I think Villanova has hit a tough ride here with us over this 18 months. I think their tougher days are still in front of them with land development to get their project done. But I know there's work still to be done, but I think I do take exception when there's something where this staff has put hundreds of hours in, a lot of time. They've taken a lot of time away from their families for the betterment of Radnor Township, not for their individual issues or their individual purposes. But I think they've done an excellent job, and I just feel necessary to be able to support the staff for the outstanding job that they've done to what's in the best interest of Radnor Township, not just some that, and I'll be quite honest with this, there are some folks that have even admitted they just hate Villanova University, so whatever they can do, they're going to go ahead and do that. However, there's been a lot of good feedback we've gotten from residents over 18 months.
We're going to go ahead and just take this up in further detail when we take Villanova up. Public comment?
Hi, I'm Dan Webster, 242 Ravenscliff Road. First of all, I'd like to thank Bob and Bill and the staff for preparing once again an absolutely exemplary budget presentation for the 2014 Radnor budget. Anybody who's never seen a budget should take a look at this because it's extremely clear It's very long, but it's very detailed. It's very well laid out, and I just want to, as somebody that looks at the finances very carefully, I just want to thank you both and your staff for that. I'm here to talk about Ardrossan. I live in Ravenscliffe, which is in Ward 3, and I disproportionately benefit from a large percentage of the open space that already exists in Radnor, and I appreciate it very much. I like open space. I certainly moved to the area I moved to because of the loveliness and the amount of open space. I don't think that the path that the township is currently on to pay $12 million for these 71 acres is appropriate given a number of factors, including the current financial situation of the township. I very much look forward to Carfax analysis, and I hope that you can tell us when that'll be coming out. I have a great deal of respect for Carfax, the people that are on it, and the analysis that they do, as I believe the Board of Commissioners does as well. And I look forward to that being added to the voluminous materials that were put on the web, I believe, on Friday last week. Thank you also for putting those materials on the web. I haven't had a chance to read all of it yet, but I have read some of it. I have a couple questions that I hope will be answered either tonight or as we go through this process. One of which is the proposed price is $11.6 million. That includes the Radnor Township portion of that ends up being about $9.7 million, I think. Because there's over almost $2 million worth of grants and donations or private fundraising to finance part of the purchase. There's also about $613,000 assumed to be donated or separately sourced for trail completion. There's an assumption that 1,500 trees will be donated for reforestation. And then there's an assumption that the care and maintenance of these properties will be taken care of by private citizens or otherwise through somebody used the term tenant farming. That all adds up to probably $2.5 million or about a 25% increase in the cost of the land that has been publicly put out there. And I just wonder what happens if that doesn't materialize. In terms of the process, it's very difficult for those of us that aren't land planner experts to know exactly what's going on here. My understanding is that this executive summary that was posted, which is extremely pro-Ardrossan purchase, mentions that there are 58 to 61 homes that could be built. It also makes an allusion to the fact that there could be hundreds of homes under some sort of different density. My understanding is that the 58 to 61 or 55 to 61 homes that have been addressed in this memo only represents a portion of what could ultimately be developed on this site. And I hope that you will address whether or not paying $12 million for the 71 acres buys Radnor residents the promise that there won't be additional development beyond these 60 houses or so. Because my understanding is that even purchasing that property, there won't be any sort of deed restriction or restriction on what the trust can do in terms of coming back and asking for a similar modification for the remainder of the parcel, and therefore have about 150 homes developed. And then finally, in an October 25th opinion piece in Patch, Commissioner Schaefer said it is ultimately the community's decision as to whether we want to preserve the open space. And I'd like to know what that means. Does that mean that you will, if it's the community's decision, will that mean that you will put this to a referendum as was proposed in the 1991 open space plan or recommended in that plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Is there any other public comment?
Hello, my name's Doug McCone. I understand they're introducing these two ordinances this evening. If the purpose of the introduction of this is so that we have a single copy or a single version of each of these ordinances to be evaluated, that makes perfect sense. That's fine. So we don't have multiple copies floating around someplace. We have a single format to do that. That's fine. If we're going to do that, then I would recommend that the Board of Commissioners also vote to table both of those things for any kind of consideration in their current form, at least until the first Board of Commissioners meeting in June of 2014. That will give time for the proper planning procedures, for Planning Commission and the other ordinance people to go through their normal processes and do the evaluation that's necessary. If the objective of introducing this as to act the Board of Commissioners to act on those things relatively quickly, then it's clearly, to me at least, the intent is here to circumvent the established procedures by both the Pennsylvania Municipal Planning Code and the Radnor Township codes. I think in the case of the Villanova project, I think it's a very good kind of thing. I think it's something that's good for the university. It ultimately will be good for the community if it is done correctly, okay? But I think that we're setting a very bad precedent. We should be very careful about allowing interested parties, whoever they might be, to simply rewrite ordinances that we don't like to get around the ordinances that we currently have. I think that by and large, we have good ordinances for both the zoning and for planning, right? It's subdivision and land development, and I think that we ought to be following those. I'm not going to speak specifically to either the one for the biomed project or the Villanova University. These proposals actually haven't come before us; they just keep coming with ordinances. I think that we need to be very careful about setting what I consider to be an unseemly kind of precedence that we're going to allow people to rewrite our ordinances to their benefit just because they don't like staying within the establishment. As I said, I understand the frustration of the people backing both the CIDC and the must ordinances, that they've taken so long, especially so long as it's taken but part of the reason for that is that although the Planning Commission has reviewed them and tabled them repeatedly, they have done so because the changes that were requested were not made. The instance issues and so forth that we were concerned with were not implemented. So I understand their frustration. I understand I am frustrated myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. Is there any other public comment?
Thank you. My name is Andrew Brayford, and I live in Rosemont, in a community that's immediately adjacent to Villanova's University. And I come here to speak in favor of Villanova's proposal. My family and I regularly take advantage of Villanova's facilities and their offerings, and it was great to hear that they were thinking of reinvesting their money back in our community and developing the site. I'm appreciative of this board's thoughtful consideration they've given to the proposal and the manner in which they've gone about it. And we were very happy to hear that there was consideration given to reducing the number of students living off campus and reducing the amount of traffic in our neighborhoods. And I'm appreciative to the way that the commission has gone about it. And I speak in favor of the proposal. I think it's a good idea that Villanova wants to reinvest their money back in our community, and I think it'll be good for our neighborhoods, and I speak for a resident that will be directly impacted by it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up. Any other public comment?
Philip Wilson, 661 Church Road, Wayne. Good evening. I look back here and I look at the room. I guess this is all for budget conversations? Not. What I wanted to do this evening is pretty quick. I didn't know whether to make a comment now or later because it really deals with the budget and also Authorize. But as I stated the last time I was here, I'm really wanting to know, the value that we're going to get at Authorize. But I also know that we have a wonderful budgeting tool now, and I wanted to compliment, as Mr. Webster did, to the township staff for the budget that we're looking at today is miles away from what we looked at 4 years ago. And I'm not an accountant, I'm not a financial director, but I can read that budget. It has lots of information in it, and it also has what we put in and requested back in the CBFAC recommendations back in 2010 to have programmatic budgeting. That means putting costs to specific activities so that when you go back and try to figure out how to change things and what costs are impacted, then you can actually see the very specific activities that can be changed and what their costs will, what the effective cost will be. And that's now capable, even though they're using spreadsheets still, which is, 1950. But anyway, we're getting there. And I'm really impressed with what I saw there. I can read it. I think Dan Webster said, it's big. So I went through it with a fine-tooth comb as much as I can. One of the things that I wanted to do, and what I'd like us to be able to do as the public, is see the value of Ardrajan and actually anything else we consider in this township. And Ardrajan's a big purchase. So if you would indulge me, I have put together essentially a tool, and I'd like to share it with you and the staff. And this is why I don't know if I give it to you now or later, but I have some copies of it. It's simply to explain what it is. It's a sensitivity analysis. It's a tool to be able to look at what we have in our budget and look at it in a simplistic way, and then to vary some of the assumptions that are made in the budget. And we have a lot. You know, we have MMO, we have OPEB, we have the revenues coming in. You know, are we going to get the privileged business taxes that we're planning? All those assumptions are called out in the budget. So as I was looking through the budget, I was trying to put it all together and come out with, okay, what's the impact? So I took it upon myself to create a tool, because I hate asking people to do other things for me. So I took a stab at it. I'd like to offer it to you, put it under consideration. And really the most important part of it is I see it as a tool or something like it. I don't pretend to think that this is it, but it would be a tool that in the conversations going forward, not only about budget, but also about Ardrajan and any other big purchase or impact to our costs and tax structure, we could use this because it puts together a chance to see everything in a simplistic way. And I know this is no way simplistic, but for the masses and the public to be able to understand this and to comment on it, I think they need to understand the big picture. Can I share it with you? And then I'll shut up and sit down.
Sure, we'll go ahead and take it, and perhaps when we're discussing Ardrajan, we can talk about it in more detail. Is there anybody else who would like to come up for public comment? Thank you.
Hi, I won't take up much of your time. My name is Grace Ziesing, and I live on Glen Lane in St. David's, and I am a lifelong resident of Radnor Township. I just want to express my support for the purchase of the property at Ardrajan. In my 50-plus years, I've seen way too many beautiful Radnor Township properties become developed, and I think we all need to really take the long view here, not just look at the bottom line. I think we need to think about our children and our grandchildren. This is really a legacy issue, and once this property is developed, it's never coming back again. This is really an opportunity that we should not let slip away. It seems to me that this has been studied very carefully by people who have a very strong interest in protecting open space, that this is a reasonable plan, and I think it's absolutely worth pursuing, particularly because there is an agreement in sight with the property owner. And I think if we push this out into the future, we may never have this opportunity again, and I think we need to seize it. So that's.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any other public comment? Let's get started with the meeting. Okay, I would like to announce that we had an executive session immediately preceding this Board of Commissioners. Did you have? I'm sorry, go ahead, come on up.
Sorry.
Hi, my name is Paul Sloat. I live at 158 Brooklear Road, and my comment is on ordinance number 2013-17, which I believe is on the agenda for tonight. I became aware of this about a week ago. I didn't even know it existed, nor did most of the neighbors that I had spoken with. And what we have starting to do is put together petitions, and all I know is that over a majority of the residents of Brooklear Road oppose this ordinance. So,
May I interrupt you for a moment?
Yeah.
I just want you to know that there's going to be a motion to table that particular ordinance tonight, and we will.
Let me clarify. I do have Chief Kincaid here, and Lieutenant Flanagan will be just providing some images of the issue. I do want to table the vote.
Okay.
I want to have a partial hearing just for anyone who would like to speak on the issue.
okay.
But I think it'll be very informative to see the images that the fire department has taken. And we also plan to schedule the Bryn Mawr Fire Department to come out and deploy their equipment as if they were fighting a live fire on the street, on the weekend, so everyone can see firsthand what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I understand, John, but.
Can we not? No, I'm
But
just
if
telling
you
you a matter
want
of fact.
to, if you want to broach that issue with the residents, you know, most of the residents were not
That's not
asked.
true. That's not
Well,
Let's go
I
ahead.
can
You want to
tell
finish
you
your
it is
comment,
true
and then-
based on our
Sir.
survey of the residents of my street, okay?
I understand that. This is a public process. This is where this happens. Okay, this is where we communicate what happens. The purpose of the hearing is, in fact, to hear from you and to communicate what we're going to do.
So, but John,
The
this is
emails
a
were sent
technical-
out.
It's a technical detail that should be resolved before it comes here.
No, it's-
I just don't see your concerns are valid. I think they need to be addressed.
No different than
not
any
here
other,
tonight.
no different than the other 30 items that we sat through this year and had public hearings on. The sidewalk, I can name 1,000 things that we've
Okay,
done.
we are
so.
still in public comment, so let's let this gentleman finish his comments.
Okay.
And when we
So-
get to this item, we can continue that
Okay,
discussion.
I'm just-
Paul, I would appreciate, though, if you're at least, I did not add you to my email list.
I know.
Those emails were
I-
going to you, 2 months ago, you received an email from me concerning this issue. I tabled this 6 weeks since that first email. This email has gone out 3 times to over 350 families in the Old Oaks and Conestoga Village neighborhoods. Now, whether everyone saw that or not, I can't make up for that. But I did attempt, and I did come out door to door, so.
Yeah, I understand, John.
Just try to-
Okay.
I'm not the bad guy here. I'm just the
I
guy trying to
understand.
communicate what we're trying to do.
But I
Well, I
can,
understand
but
that.
John,
But we
John,
don't poke
okay, I
at me
won't
for
joke.
something I didn't do.
Just let me make you aware of the residents' viewpoint. The residents' viewpoint is that the majority of us were unaware of this ordinance until just recently. The majority of the residents are in opposition, at least on my block, I can attest to that. So what we need to do is have some communication about how to solve this in some way that, takes into account the residents' viewpoint.
Thank you, and
That's
thank
it.
you for coming
Thank you.
tonight.
Hi, Linda Lewis, DeBarron Lane. Just really quickly, one thing. I kept asking the question, why are we looking at 2 full neighborhoods? Why can't we look at a street-by-street basis? And the answer I keep getting is, it's safety, it's life, it's death, it's this, it's that. If that's the case, then this ordinance should be a township-wide ordinance, not just our street. I mean, if 24-foot wide is not safe, that's the width of our street, then you need to look at every street.
Can you get a little closer to the mic so people can?
Sorry, what did you not hear?
Keep going.
Okay, 24-foot wide is our street, and if that is not safe, then I don't feel like our neighborhood should be the only neighborhood having this ordinance. It needs to be township-wide then. Why are you just looking at our little neighborhood, and, why not the whole neighborhood? I've looked at other streets in our neighborhood that are less width, that have no parking restrictions whatsoever, 18-foot on Harrison, 22 on Brookside, Hilaire's 20-foot, no parking restrictions. So I don't understand why our neighborhood is being, put in the spotlight on this.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comment from some people who can't stay for the rest of the meeting?
I cannot stay. Martin Heldring, I'd like to speak for a moment on our Drossen and start by saying I appreciate the comments of 2 people who spoke earlier in support of the purchase. I moved back to this area after growing up here, and one of the reasons I did was because of that drive through that spot, so I very much appreciate it. But and I don't yet have an opinion about whether it's the right or wrong decision, despite what you may think, but I have been shocked by the process, frankly. In the last meeting, we sat up here and we had a long debate about whether elections were a good forum for whether or not this was a good idea. At no point, I went back and listened to tape, did any one of you say that all this material was going to be posted the day after the election? I was told I was stupid, but I was offended by that, frankly. It obviously could have been posted before the election, and the people who were voting that day could have used it as information to decide who they were going to vote for. I was also shocked when I look at all the information that's posted, and there's quite a bit, frankly, that there's no context for what we own today and whether or not we own the appropriate amount of open space for a township of our size. There are standards. And normally when you're making a purchase, you use metrics to compare what you're doing versus what others do. There are federal standards for this. It's just, there's no context whatsoever. Amazing to me. Nor an inventory of what we today own. I do agree with the others that this is a fantastic, Bill, you do a terrific job. The only comment I'd say, but maybe it was intentional, I've never seen financial statements with black as the background color. But maybe, just maybe, he's trying to tell us something. Nowhere in here is the word Ardrossan mentioned. So, if you look at the information that's posted specifically relating to Ardrossan, there's a few things relating to the bond, but no P&L to say what the impact on the township's financials are. No mention of what's the number, 200, 250, 260? You guys tell me, of the total of unfunded and funded liabilities of this township. Never appears. What do we see instead? It was in a movie. Well, frankly, the mansion was in the movie and only a few rooms, not the land you're buying. A 2006 referendum? I went back and looked at those questions. Come on, the facts weren't out. It's 2006. I want you, there was a high school student up here a few minutes ago, and she's probably right now having conversations with her parents about college, right? Imagine her walking into her dining room and saying, Mom and Dad, I want to go to Georgetown. It costs $60,000 a year. We've been talking about it for 10 years. In fact, it's in the newspapers and the movies all the time. We all agreed to it in 2006, that that's where I should go, right? And no one's going to ask, well, dear, does Penn State cost half? Does Temple cost less? What's the context? What's appropriate? What's a good investment here? How much is the debt going to cost to send you to Georgetown versus somewhere else? If she, I don't know if she's still here, but if she had that conversation, you could put it on Saturday Night Live if you didn't have that context. Now, I respectfully ask that you not waste our time. If you're going to vote for this, get on with it. And don't have us all sit through this meeting. That's why I'm leaving, because I don't want my time to be wasted. But make the process honest. Do it with integrity, and do it with full transparency. So far, it is not that way at all. And it is embarrassing for the taxpayers. It's embarrassing for you. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? All right, let's go ahead and move on and start the meeting. Oh, everybody has to leave early tonight.
I'm hosting a UK student for the high school, so I'm going home. Sarah Armstrong, very long-time Radnor resident. I think just a little, I'm going to give just a tiny little bit of context for those in the audience. I was a member of the CBFAC, Citizens Budget Finance Advisory Committee, in 2010. And we did an extensive look at township land. All of that information is available on the township website. The township owns just over 400 acres of township land. 206 of those, more than half, are in the 3rd Ward, where we're talking about buying more property. The 7th Ward and the 1st Ward have 15 acres. So I think as we start talking about buying open space and where we're buying open space and the fairness of who's paying for the open space, who has it and who doesn't, those numbers need to be looked at. And I'll reiterate what I said the other day, after I also mentioned we have close to $300 million of unfunded liabilities here in the township, and we have just over 7,000 residential parcels. You can do the math, but it comes to about $40,000 every morning we wake up that have already been spent on our homes. And to Mr. Heldring, there are national standards regarding open space. That was also done in the report. Radnor Township enjoys 1.4 to 2.4 times the national average, the national standards of open space, which is fabulous, but we have to put all of these expenses in the context of the money that we've already spent. I will again ask the board to do what is fair to all of the voters of Radnor Township, do what is in the 1991 Open Space Policy Program, which is to take this to a voter referendum. If the Radnor Township voters want this, they will support it. and it's the fair thing to do for all of us.
Just quickly, my name's Mark Knight. I do want to do the Ardrossan purchase, and my concerns are the environmental concerns. We really need to keep the watershed area around Darby Creek undeveloped, and stormwater management is a problem in the township. And we really need to keep all that land, I think, protected just for the watershed and for the environment. And I'm not really looking at a view shed here. I'm looking at an environmental concern. And Darby Creek needs to have as much of the watershed protected as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. All right, is there any other public comments? Okay, let's start the meeting. I'd like to announce that there was an executive session immediately preceding this Board of Commissioners meeting on November 11th, 2013, at which we discussed issues involving real estate, litigation, and personnel. We had scheduled an executive session for November 13th. We have canceled that. We will be rescheduling that executive session with a public session for goal setting in January of 2014. Next, we need to make an appointment of a member to our vacancy board. The vacancy board is something that is established under our Home Rule Charter, specifically Section 2.05 of our Home Rule Charter. It calls for, the vacancy board is what would appoint a commissioner if someone resigns. It calls for this board plus one elector. And when we passed the Home Rule Charter, we neglected to appoint that elector. And that's what we're going to do tonight. So I'm going to open the floor for nominations for the elector to serve on the Home Rule Charter's vacancy board.
I'd like to nominate John Fisher, Fischer.
I second the nomination, and the commissioners will decide who any vacancy. The commissioners will meet by themselves, decide a vacancy. But if they're split 3-3, that's when the vacancy board member steps forward and meets with them and helps them determine who's going to get the appointment until the next election.
Are there any other nominations? Is there any, excuse me, commissioner comment or staff comment about the nomination?
How long does the appointment last?
It's actually, this one will just be until the new year, and every year when we do reorg, it's reappointed.
So it's basically an annual thing?
Yes. Any staff comment? Any public comment? I'll go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Our elector on the vacancy board is John Fisher. Next.
I'd like to approve the minutes for the board meeting of September 9th, 2013.
Second.
Any commissioner comment?
Just that it's an acceptance, not an approval.
Any staff comment or public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Next, we have our consent agenda, which again is several items that are perfunctory in nature and don't ordinarily merit further discussion. However, we give my colleagues and the public a chance to remove an item if they feel it shouldn't be on the consent agenda, and I'd like to do that now. Is there any item that anyone would like to take off? All right, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's. Could I please request that the motion to authorize Public Works for the construction of a bridge and to award engineering A and B be placed on the regular agenda?
Item B?
Yes, A and B, or whichever one or the other.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda without A and B?
So moved.
Second? Anybody?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Did you say opposed? Two? Okay, it passes 4-3. All right.
All right, I'll move the approval of the resolution 2013-136, authorizing for Gannett Fleming Incorporated to provide design services and bidding documents for the replacement of the timber bridge at the Willows Park.
Second.
Jim, did you have something you wanted to comment?
Yes, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I thought this might be a good point to ask you to somehow centralize and integrate your considerations about the Willows Park. I know it's unfortunate I think it's gained a lot of unfortunate atmosphere from the fact that that culvert also is in need of repair. However, with all respect, there are 3 or 4 issues now in front of the board that bring into question the board's kind of overwhelming taking on of the public-private partnership aspect and the open space aspect of an agenda that are in need of a developing of trust on the part of the public. And for this much money to be going into the Willows at any given time, because the budget apparently allocates quite a bit, isn't mandatory. I don't think that a sudden windfall is warranted to be spent on repair of a suddenly broken bridge. I know the Willows project is interesting and has been thoroughly vetted by the board, but the policy of the board hasn't been vetted. And we're very disappointed as a people by what's happening in Villanova, possibly with Ardrossan. I must remind you the Memorial Park issue has not been completed and remains in litigation. These are policies that arose in the last 4 years. Why should we suddenly approve reopen one of 2 driveways to the Willows when we're uncertain about everything you're doing? Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, I'll call the vote.
Maybe just if I may, just on that issue, Jim, the bridge is actually collapsed over at the Willows. So it needs to be replaced. So,
Okay,
thanks.
I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Can I have a motion for B?
I'll motion to authorize for the Public Works Department to receive bids for the construction of the bridge at the Willows Park.
Second.
Is there any commissioner comment or staff comment? Public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Now we move on to our committee reports. We begin with Finance and Audit with Commissioner Kevin Higgins.
First item on the agenda is the disbursement review and approval of items 2013-10D and 2013-10E for a grand total of $669,286.36, and these have been approved and reviewed by the various departments and are within our budget limits, so I make a motion to approve.
Second?
Any commissioner comment? Any staff comment?
Yeah, I have one comment. I need to recuse myself on the line item involving office basics.
Any other commissioner comment or staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Next item on the agenda is public hearing number 1 on the proposed 2014 recommended comprehensive budget. So Bill or Bob, I don't know who's going to walk us through this.
Sure. I'll just kick this off by saying, again, the administration is recommending a 0% tax increase for the residents as part of this budget. A big portion to draw attention to is the how well our business taxes are doing, which again goes back to economic development and how important economic development is here in the township as a generator for revenues to be able to maintain the services here in Radnor Township. So that's one that I think we got to always continue to keep our eye on, and the importance and the value of maintaining our business area, our business structure, because that will continue now and into the future if we have a healthy business district and businesses in Radnor Township that will again continue to keep taxes very low. And Bill, I'll let you pick up from there.
Thank you, sir. Just to touch on the comment with the economic development is just reiterating, I think it was brought up a couple times earlier this evening with some of the comments under public comment with regard to the budget, is that in the last couple of years, we've been fortunate enough to change our capital funding plan away from using 20 to 30-year bond proceeds to purchase short-term capital assets. We've now shifted that over to more of a pay-as-you-go plan. We've been able to introduce a funding plan for our OPEB issues, as well as absorb those increases on the MMO side. And those have happened in the last 2 years, while at the same time, no adjustment in the real estate taxes. And to Mr. Zienkowski's point, that is due entirely to the increase on the business privilege tax side. Procedurally, I just want to note that the budget itself was published on October 14th here at a Board of Commissioner meeting. according to the, pursuant to the charter, the preliminary recommended budget was adopted by the board on the 28th, and so tonight is the public hearing number 1. I did go out and look on the website. The budget has received 253 views, which there's two ways to look at that. I think our population's a little bit higher than that, but I appreciate the 253. And I'm also assuming those are all unique views and not a couple hundred of my own going and checking things out. So I guess at this point, we'll open it up for any public comment.
Okay, this is our first public hearing, so if there's anybody from the public who would like to comment or ask questions, this is your first chance in the process.
So, I mean, I'll kick it off. Bob, a question was made earlier about the Ardrossan prospective purchase not being in the budget. So what would you do in the event that the board decides to proceed with that purchase?
We would have to go back and reevaluate where the actual costs will lie, what the board decides, and then what method is how this is all going to be paid for. So we'd have to go back and do that. When the budget was being put together with myself and the various department heads, Ardrossan was not an item that was being considered at this time since there was no agreement.
So is it likely that the tax increase that would fund likely that a tax increase would be needed to fund the purchases and even the earnest money, for example, for next year?
You know, we would have to definitely take a look at that and see what those dollar amounts are. However, you do have voted millage that's out there of whether or not the board decides to enact that. That will be a tax increase, which would be the voted millage, which I believe goes back to the 2006 issue. Or if there's a hybrid version of that where there's a mixture of if it's general fund revenues or not, that all has to be determined too. And that we'll need to get that from the board of how that's going to look. If we do look at where there is a hybrid version and it actually, instead of coming from other funds, if it comes from the general fund, well, there's, depending what those costs are, there's going to have to be reductions somewhere else that sits within the budget. So that could change.
Okay, so fair enough to say unresolved for now, and it would be resolved over the next month and a half.
I believe that would be accurate.
Thank you.
So Bob, or John Rice, the proposed agreement, I think, calls for essentially a deposit in the closing, and the bulk of the money to be in 2015, correct?
Right, closing wouldn't occur till first quarter of 2015. So the contingencies would have to be met between now and then.
So in essence, there would not necessarily be a budget impact in 2014 that we
Unlikely.
need to enact now.
Correct.
So, okay.
Is there any other public comment, or?
Hi, Jim Schneller. Somewhat in the same mode as what St. David's, same mode as what I just mentioned as far as policies. I wanted to ask a question that someone never asked in the past 2 months. Does the township still, as has been a long-term plan to have some kind of connector? At one time, it was called a longitudinal park between the environmental park and the Kreuzberg Center, or Hartford Park. In other words, along the old Hares Lane.
Jim, that's not really relevant to the budget discussion at this
I'm
point.
only
It's not in
raising
the
it-
capital budget.
I'm
It is
only
not.
raising it because there's such a stress on the Willows, yet there are 4 or 5 other major projects, not expensive, that could be looked at. And I'm wondering, can you give me an answer? Does the township plan that
Jim-
longitudinal park?
Jim, the answer is no.
Can I ask why?
There was some litigation that resolved the various rights in that, and that's been settled. You're aware of that? So the answer is no.
And I have with me a letter that was written by the township solicitor in 2000 when they were wrapping up the entire tripartite agreement that states there is a 20-foot right-of-way along Old Hares Lane that the township intended to build a trail, that it was imminent, and this apparently has gathered dust. So I think I'd ask you to take a look into it.
Jim, you sent me that. You also called me, and I'm looking into that. But I think the answer is still going to be no. That's not a park, even if that exists. There was an effort to try to open that up. All the property owners did not sign off on that. But you're going to get an answer from me with a little bit more detail.
Thank you, because it really was intended, and it seemed to have all the approvals.
Any other comments on the budget?
Dan Webster, 242 Ravenscliff Road. I was hoping that, unless it's part of a scheduled future hearing, if Bob and/or Bill could give us an update on what the proposed solution is to the unfunded liabilities, which last year we were told were $236 million by CARFAC. And I understand that there's been some one-time surpluses this past year that are helping us to fund that. But back when we were having that discussion over the past 2 years, there was talk about having to have massive tax increases in order to fund these, and I'm kind of surprised. I'm happy that we have a 0% tax increase. We don't exactly have a 0% tax increase because the stormwater is increasing our taxes by 3.5%, or at least mine, and the trash fee, which I understand was tolled this year, was about a 1.1% increase for me. I think it's about a 2% increase overall for the average Radnor taxpayer. So there have been some increases in fees, but could the staff possibly give us a little bit of an update on where we stand in terms of this plan to fund the unfunded liabilities?
Sure. It's included within the budget, actually in the budget summary towards the front, there's a brief discussion. The two primary ones are regarding the township's pension, and then the OPEB, or the other post-employment benefits, which consists of the retiree health care. With regard to pension, those are being addressed. There's a state-mandated minimum municipal obligation, which is an actuarial calculation on what is needed on an annual basis to fund the current year's portion of what should be set aside for that current year, and then on top of that, an amortized portion of what is considered unfunded. Our December 31, 2012 financial statements had, for the combined pension, was somewhere around $22 million in unfunded. How that works is on an actuarial basis. That unfunded piece is amortized over a 20-year period, and we're making installments over that period. And every 2 years, we get that updated to reflect changes in how the assumptions are doing versus reality, to see if there are any more unfunded pieces that need to be added to that amortization, or if you have actuarial gains, which actually help to reduce what that amortization payment is. So there is a state law that dictates to the township how that can be funded over time. Additional monies or excess fund balances or one-time revenues that go in help to shorten or speed up that amortization. It helps take a large chunk out of that at one point, at one lump sum, but then moving forward is subject to the same assumptions and actuarial variations that may exist, whether or not the assets grow at the assumed rate, whether or not the benefits the assumed benefits are meeting up with the actual benefits. So over time, those are evaluated every 2 years, and then a new amortization table is published. And that's in our actuarial reports that we get and are published every 2 years. So that's the pension piece. And backing up to answer the question directly is, in a perfect world, over time, if you are funding your annual minimum municipal obligation and you're managing the assets and the liabilities to meet the actuarial assumptions, in 15 to 20 years, we'll be at a point where our pension funds are back to fully funded. But that's in a perfect world. There's a long list of variables that could affect that either way. On the OPEB front, we worked with CARFAC at the conclusion of their report a year ago. We worked with them subsequently to develop several funding options at the request of the Board of Commissioners. And I think in late spring, we were in front of the board with various options on ways to attack that. Ultimately, what ended up in the budget document is a plan where we would continue on a pay-as-you-go basis and then incrementally add $200,000 per year over a 10-year period, which will ramp up our funding by $2 million over and above what the annual obligation is. So that $2 million over time in addition to the seed money that has been allocated by the board based on previous excesses, that will grow in a dedicated OPEB fund. It'll be invested in a similar fashion as the pension. It'll be in a dedicated fund. And as those assets grow, it will directly offset the unfunded piece. And based on the models that we worked on and developed with our actuarial firm, that was sometime around 2050. Again, if reality meets those assumptions exactly, that's when that will reach fully funded status. So, going back to the discussions we've had over the last 2 years, they're long-term issues. We're starting now. We've put, I forget the number off the top of my head, but it's several millions of dollars aside to start addressing these now, and those are helping significantly. And the power of compounding interest over time will really help on the OPEB front, because as long as we're doing pay-as-you-go, that money is just sitting there earning interest.
Thank you, Bill.
Bill, I think you might want to clarify one thing. The $200,000 of incremental funding is not $200,000 in for 2014, and then another $200,000 in 15, and another $206,000 in 2016. It's compounds. It's $200,000 in 2014, $400,000 in 2015, $600,000 in 2017, and on up for, I think you said, 20 years.
Well, for 10 years
10
still,
10 years.
it's a total of $2 million.
$2 million, okay.
Thank you, Bill.
And that's $2 million additional
Bob or Bill,
above our budget.
how are you going to communicate or update us on how, if the purchase of Ardrossan was voted on this year and approved, are you going to put a supplemental document together? Are you going to put a memo together saying this is the impact on the 20? How do we understand that impact?
If the board would like us to, we could begin that process now. Starting to put that together.
I think you have to.
We can do that.
It's sort of a part of the phase 2 of our open space policy. They do an economic analysis.
If you're going to lock in a $500,000 plus for funding in 2014, I think you can't skirt around the issue. We need to see what it looks like.
Okay, is there any other questions, comments?
Philip Wilson, Wayne. I just wanted to, sorry, I took off too fast in terms of looking at the budget and also looking at Ardrossan earlier, because it's very appropriate to the conversation you're asking now and what you're contemplating in terms of how's Ardrossan going to affect our budget. What I put in front of you is, again, I'm going to say it's a sensitivity analysis. These aren't the numbers that has to be filled in by staff, so I'm asking them to do work, or you have to ask them to do more work. But what it's looking at is adding Ardrossan to the existing budget as was approved 2 weeks ago, using that budget as the base case, then adding in Ardrossan, and simply adding the expenses, not simply, it's hard, but adding the expenses to the revenues from the base case, plus Ardrossan and the cost, the $600,000 a year, to see what the impact is to the total costs, and then to the millage rates, and then to the actual taxpayers' budget, or to what it costs to us individually. And then from there, to consider looking at other prospects within the budget, the other risks that are already identified in the budget, such as the MMO, the pension fund, how much is that going to increase? Because there are assumptions in our budget with that, and there's assumptions with the OPEB. So what I'm asking is to have these things going on simultaneously, the budget approval and the Ardrossan review, because you can't do the two separately. And the budget today doesn't have Ardrossan in it. That, we've made that clear all day. I think for the residents, including me, when I go through the budget as it is today, yes, it's comprehensive. It has all the risks assigned to it in there. The narrative is very good, very honest, but you have to work to put it together, to get it summarized, to understand for the layman such as myself what the impact is to my particular tax bill. So that's the beauty of something like this. Now, again, it's simplistic, it's my version, but those in finance know what a sensitivity analysis is. You know how to adjust the risks. There are risks already identified in the budget. So this is just a matter of using some kind of tool to make it available and comprehensive and understandable by the layman, such as myself, the taxpayer, so that we can see the impact. And then when we have our discussion about Authorize and the budgeting process or the payment process for it, we can understand how it impacts the budget. And one of the things that people, those 234 people that have looked at the budget, will see that hasn't been in there in the past is a forecast, a 5-year forecast of where we're going to go in this township. That's a beautiful planning tool. Up to this point, we've essentially been budgeting to the plan. Now we can plan the budget with that forecasting tool. So I'm asking that we actually utilize that for the first time, and that we actually put our plan or our ideas into the budget and see how it reacts and see what it does to each one of us. I hope I'm making myself clear, but we're taking this document, this budget document, and making it a tool rather than a static or a nice thing to put up on the shelf. This is where we're going to take it and actually see how it impacts each one of us before we do anything. Thank you.
I would just like to say something in defense of our very thorough and fantastic finance department. Authorize is not in the 5-year forecast because it hasn't been decided. There are a lot of things that are not in the 5-year forecast that haven't been decided. We have some very big development coming in front of us over the next couple of years. That's not in the budget. We've been talking about selling a piece, considering selling pieces of open space. That's not in the budget. We have a potential pilot program. That's not in the budget. These are all things that haven't happened. We're talking about. So in defense, they can't include every possibility and put it in the budget. And when and if this does move forward, believe you me, there will be a very thorough analysis of how it will affect us when we decide if we decide to do it, how we would pay for it. All right, are there any other comments about the budget? Okay, we will go ahead and, I don't believe we have to vote on anything. We'll just go ahead and close this hearing.
Just, Bill, if you want to just state for the public again, if you have them handy, the meeting dates?
I don't think he heard you.
For the budget adoption?
There's something on the 18th, there's a set of hearings and things.
Yeah, the next public hearing will be on Monday, November 18th, followed then by on November 25th, the introduction of the final ordinances, which will be the 2014, will include the 2014 tax rate, the sanitary sewer rate, as well as the 2000, these are resolutions, but they'll also be available for public review prior to their adoption in December. But the 2014 fee schedule, salary and wage schedule, and that's, so those are all the things that will be included. So the 18th is the next public hearing.
Which is next Monday, which is not a usual meeting date.
Yeah, it's a special meeting just for that. Yes, sir.
Okay, we will now move on to public safety with Commissioner Bill Spingler. Would you like to introduce the first ordinance?
John, you want to table this?
Well, it's already been introduced. What I'd like to do with this time is just invite Chief Dan Kincaid from Bryn Mawr Fire Department and Lieutenant Chris Flanagan to come up. We have some photos we just want to display for the public so they'll get a chance to see for the first time the issues that the fire department is facing. And then we'll just talk briefly about the process that we went through in the Staff Traffic Committee and hearing from the fire department, the police department, EMS, Public Works, and so on.
Okay, well, while you're setting up, I'd like to clarify that we are hoping to table this. We're planning to table this tonight.
We are not voting on this tonight.
My sense is this is a mistake. This is a very
Yeah.
technical matter, and this
Now-
should be addressed by staff.
But no, it was addressed by staff. The Staff Traffic Committee voted, and we accepted those minutes already. This was tabled for 8 weeks so far. What we need to do is communicate. What I'm hearing from my residents is they weren't aware. This is the best way to get the awareness. If I do it in a subcommittee meeting downstairs in the police department, no one's going to know what happened. It won't be televised. It'll be a big secret. I don't want to have secrets. We delayed this over the summer so that the residents wouldn't be surprised to find out at the end of the summer that their parking was removed. So it's very important we go through the public process. I expect 5 to 10 minutes from each, and then if there's any further public comment, I welcome that. But I don't want to be accused of not being public and being forthright with this, because I really don't want to do what the neighbors don't want, but we do have to listen to at least the public safety concern. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate that we are going to be moving to table this tonight, so thank you for coming and for giving your presentation, and we're ready for you.
Commissioners, I'm going to introduce Dan Kincaid, and we'll bring up the pictures. And Chief Kincaid had brought up a concern to the staff traffic.
Our problem started to about 2010. We purchased a new ladder truck. Our old ladder truck had scissor jacks on it. Our new ladder truck has H jacks, which the H jacks go out for stability of the aerial ladder truck. When the ladder, if you see that picture up there, if we were to try to deploy our jacks right there, we could not do it. We need 16 feet to deploy the jacks of the truck. And that's where our trouble comes in that neighborhood. So we had a problem. We have to try to reach a roof for some reason. We can't reach it because we can't get our jacks out to get the problem resolved.
The old truck didn't have jacks, right?
They had jacks, Commissioner, but they were scissor jacks. The scissor jacks used to go down alongside the cars, and they could go under a car. The new H jacks cannot.
Why would you buy a truck that can't service your neighborhood?
The reason why is we bought the best truck for our neighborhood because of the travel height of the roadways. We gave up 2 bridges, the Aldwin Lane Bridge and the Eighth Avenue Bridge at Villanova. We refused to give up the 11-3 bridge at Roberts Road to go down to St. Edmunds Home. Trying to get a truck made these days is almost impossible.
So Kevin, the point here is that the trucks have changed somewhat, but forget the outrigger. If you just look at the distances between the fire truck and even the ambulance and the cars, imagine this vehicle trying to travel at a response speed to an incident. In this particular picture, you can see it's a curve here. We have cars parked on both sides. If any one of those cars is parked more than the legal distance from the curb, that truck will not make it through there safely. Someone asked me, has there been any incidents? This past summer, it was just brought to my attention via email last night. When Bryn Mawr Fire Department was out in the engine, not the ladder, the engine is much smaller than the ladder. The engine had to actually back up 3 times to get through a section of the street. And unfortunately, on the 3rd attempt, they clipped a mirror and damaged a mirror on a vehicle. Again, this truck was not traveling at response speed. This was literally going 1 or 2 miles per hour. So while we do want to do the best we can for parking, we have to be recognizing these issues of access.
But it's a question of who's servicing whom. Is the fire company servicing the residents, or the residents serving the fire company? And I lived there in that area for, I think, 8 or 9 years. And people park because the driveways aren't big enough. As somebody said earlier, they want to mitigate the speed. It just perplexes me why this issue is even being discussed.
We never had a problem until we got this new ladder truck. And we would have purchased a ladder truck that we could have with scissor jacks, but we would never had the travel height to maintain the bridges we need in Radnor Township.
Yeah, so it would be choosing between response to a neighborhood versus an institution that's underneath a bridge.
That is correct.
And that's not a choice.
And there has been conversations about lowering the bridges, but scooping them out and stuff like that, but hasn't happened. And the other problem we have is snow and ice. Trying to get under those bridges, we can't make them.
I would imagine, it was also brought to during the staff traffic meeting, imagine this scene with snow, with a 15-inch snowfall, and the piles of snow and vehicles, and it's nearly impossible to traverse this neighborhood with that condition. And I want to stress that this is not a done deal, but I want everyone to recognize the gravity of the choice that I have to vote on at some point. If this was an easy decision, if I could just vote no, that would be great. But if one person dies in a fire or one person doesn't get advanced life support within a minute, remember, when someone's dying of a heart attack, 1 minute is the difference between life and death. If one person dies after I vote against this, I'll feel personally responsible for that. I understand. I live on a street. I live on Buckingham Drive. Buckingham Drive has had parking on one side of the street since I've lived in that home. It is a challenge. We have to shuffle our cars in and out. We have 3 vehicles. Our driveway holds 3. I had a 4th vehicle we had to get rid of because it was too many. And our neighbors are competing for the same spaces. But we do work it out, and we do have an amicable arrangement on the street. Now, there are some areas in Conestoga Village that may present specific hardship for parking. And I think I'm hearing from a few of you tonight, but I had a few other emails, and there are some very specific areas where restricting parking on one side may be too much of a hardship, and we may have to look at other solutions to the issue. So I don't have the answer for that, but there certainly appears to be in some of these photos a large number of cars. Now, I did go out on several weekends and a few work days and took pictures, which I haven't put those pictures on the website yet. I will post those. What I did notice is, and actually on DeBarron, is that the neighbors are self-selecting on the weekends to park on one side of the road. You'll notice here there are far more cars on the right than on the left, and I saw that to be consistent. Yeah, no, I understand. I'm not going to argue the details. What I'm saying is that the residents appear to be self-selecting because it seems more obvious to stay on one side of the road. And I don't know exactly why that happens, but you'll notice on most of the streets that on a weekend or after work, you'll see a lot more cars on one side of the roadway.
Okay, I want to say thank you for bringing this to...
One more thing, please.
Sure.
Commissioner, this morning I received a phone call in the firehouse from a Mrs. Quinn on DeBarron Lane. And I spoke to her about 20 minutes. I gave her my cell number. I told her I'd bring the truck out and show the neighbors the problem we're having. And I'd gladly come out there on a Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, Sunday, so forth and so on, so the neighborhood can see the problem we're having. And she didn't understand that the ladder couldn't come out of the bed the way it sits. She didn't realize there's jacks that have to be deployed so the ladder can go into service. But I'll gladly come out with a truck and a couple of guys, and we can show the neighborhoods our problem.
I think that would be helpful to visualize, and I think it would also be helpful to visualize what a full response would look like. And I know that would be asking a lot of the fire department, but we know that when there's a fire call, it's not one truck that responds. Can you explain the typical response?
Our typical response for a house fire in any place in our district is a ladder and then 2 engines behind it, the engine and the squad.
And that's Station 23, but
That's
Station
correct.
15 would also respond.
15 would come down. We have a kind of an agreement that we come in from our direction, they come in from theirs. Okay, so if they're coming down off of South Eighton Avenue, they would come into the village that way. We would come in off of Lowry's Lane or any of the streets like that.
And we would expect as many as 6 trucks on a
Yeah, you could have 6. You have the police department, you have an ambulance, and so forth and so on, too.
Right, so we're stacking these vehicles with parking on both sides. We end up with emergency vehicles not being able to move out when they need to, or not make room for an ambulance call.
Well, the other headache you have is our engine would be backing into that ladder truck to lay a line out, okay? And that's very difficult to back down 200, 300, 400 feet on a street, okay, which has to happen if we have to do it.
Would it be possible to have a drill night done in the neighborhood?
I would rather do it on a
lines?
Saturday or Sunday when the light's out so everybody
Okay.
could see it. We
Okay.
drill typically on Monday nights,
Right.
but right now it would be very dark out there. People wouldn't be able to see it.
Okay.
And that creates a hardship for us too in the middle of the night, but it would be much easier for the public to see it during the day.
Okay, well, we'll take you up on that, and we'll pick a day, and
Not a problem.
I'll make
It's our
sure we get
pleasure.
that out to the neighborhood to come out and see that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is definitely a work in progress, and thank you for coming out tonight and giving this presentation. It sounds like you're going to have to do a little bit more education
your
as well.
time.
So I'll move to postpone ordinance 2013-17.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, do we have any other commissioner comment or staff comment? Any public comment? Yes, come on up since you're here tonight. It may be more useful to you to participate in the conversation as it goes along,
Well,
because that will be, but for
Okay.
sure, come
I just
up
want
since
one
you're
short
here.
comment, and we've heard that the fire department doesn't think that we appreciate them, but we do. We appreciate everything they do for us, and we want to help them, and we just want to do it the right way as a
Great.
community. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
Hi, I'm a homeowner at 170 Berkeley Road. I appreciate the complexities of sympathize with the fire department, the complexities of getting through the neighborhood. I guess I was a little put off, John, by your comment about response time, needing to get there to help someone within a minute if you don't vote properly here. And I think that was bad. You know, if you vote yes, and all the cars are on one side of the street, and my kids are playing in the front, and a car comes driving by, because it's a lot easier for them to go through now, and then my son gets hit, who do I call? Should I call you? I need to know. My family moved into this neighborhood 10 years ago because, well, actually, it was just my wife and I. We said, this is a great spot to start a family. I remember my neighbor saying to me when I met him, I hope you have kids, because if you don't, they run in the water here. It's a cornerstone of the neighborhood. Some neighborhoods are 55 plus. We've got kids in the neighborhood. Okay? It's an important character. I feel that this ordinance is not the right answer. I don't know what the right answer is, but moving all the cars to one side, it jeopardizes the character of the neighborhood, and it jeopardizes my family.
Are you saying it would be less safe if the parking is all on one side as opposed to two, with regard to children darting in and out? I'm not following that.
I think so, yeah. I think the cars will be going faster through the neighborhood. It's bad enough, even the way it is right now.
Yeah,
You've got people putting stuff out in the front saying, slow down.
I think that's a widely accepted principle for right or for better or for worse. I believe that's a widely accepted principle in traffic planning.
Well, you also got the visibility issue of the motorist.
If you
have cars on both sides,
I understand that.
children can be hiding in between cars. And
Sure.
Twice the number of children can be at
Sure.
risk.
Okay, that's fine. I've tried backing out of my car when my neighbors have family over for a couple of weeks and they're stacked up. And it's hard for me to back up out of my car because they're all
Commissioner
parked on
Fisher
one
is
side.
trying to help both
I
and
understand
solve
that.
both sides of the problem. And
I understand that.
you really came on strong against him. And
Why?
he's
'Cause
just trying to do what's right for the community.
Okay, I understand that, okay? But I think there's a bigger picture here, right? I sympathize with the complexities involved for the fire department. I would not want to be driving through there with a big truck like that. I'm just saying, I think on a daily basis, my kids and other families are jeopardized more so than if they're all the cars, or, you understand?
Thank you for coming
Thanks.
and giving your comment.
Hi, my name is Jason Mallory. I'm a resident of Conestoga Village. I would like to thank the fire department for coming tonight to present and for the time and efforts that they've taken to present this information. I think the residents of Conestoga Village also have public safety at interest first and foremost, and we certainly understand the difficulty in making this decision. As a scientist, I would like to add that, I probably spend a considerable amount of time trying to assess and evaluate theoretical risk, so I certainly empathize in the difficult decision that you're being asked to make, trying to assess what I would consider a potential risk in the absence of actual data to show that this is a real incident or that this incident has occurred within the last 5 years. I've asked for that information to be able to determine whether or not, how many accidents or I guess delays to response time for additional injuries, property damage, et cetera, that's occurred because of this. I think I can't speak for the others in the audience from the neighborhood, but I think I would say that all of us would gladly give up our car mirrors or scratches on our door in order to save a single life. But certainly, as I said, assessing risk in the absence of evidence is very difficult. But what we can show you is a number of statistical studies which do show that removing parking or adding parking restrictions to eliminate or increase traffic flow leads to accidents. And so I think that when making this decision, you have to consider public safety from all perspectives, not just response time for fire, and I think a number of people have mentioned that.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment.
Hello. Tom Hilberts, 114 DeBarron Lane. Carol Lohmeyer spoke earlier very well about the situation on our street. And there are just a couple things I'd like to point out that weren't brought up. And one is that DeBarron Lane is wider than other streets, namely the street where all the pictures were taken, which is Barclayton, which is probably at least 6 to 8 feet narrower than DeBarron. And the other thing I would mention about DeBarron that you have to understand that's a factor is it's commonly used as a cut-through street to get from Ethan Avenue over to Lancaster in order to avoid the Villanova intersection at 30 and Ethan. So we do get a lot of traffic in the morning there where people are rushing, or even in the afternoon where people are rushing to cut through that area. And so speed is definitely a concern to residents of that street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to table this ordinance, and I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is tabled 7-0. Next, we will move on to Personnel and Administration with Commissioner John Fisher.
First up, I have Resolution 2013-134. This is the authorization for expending not to exceed $24,000 for holiday enhancements in the Wayne Business Overlay District from parking revenues. I think I want to have Bob Zienkowski speak to this, because this is something from his department.
We also have the WBA
We do,
here
okay.
to present what's being.
Okay. Diane's going to come up. Diane, we'll have Diane go first.
Diane Giroli, President of the Wayne Business Association. Thank you. And just so that you know what the request is for, specifically, it's for decorations for the downtown district for the holiday season, initially for the holiday season. And we have banners and wreaths going up on all the light poles. We've expanded the district to go down from the car wash all the way over to Bryn Mawr Trust on the east end of town, so we're expanding that. And then also for additional banners throughout the year, we have different banners that we have up now that are the theme of the Shop, Dine, Stay, and Indulge in Wayne, which are these banners here, which some may see, which are just in the Four Corners right now in the immediate downtown district, but we're expanding that as well. And then also for the patriotic season, we've had to order all these. All of our banners now are falling apart. And what prompted all this is especially the holiday banners, and we're entering into the busiest season for our merchants, and we want to make sure we keep them happy because we know the rest of the main line is going to be decorated as well. So we need to have these up and ordered, which I did order them. So we're looking for the release of those funds, approximately $24,000 to cover these.
Okay, great. And I just want to clarify. Oh, why don't you go ahead and clarify?
Sure.
it?
I know the cost is $16,000 for the Wayne business area. Listening to the various commissioners over the years I've been here in regards to the parking revenue, there are residents from other areas of the township that do park and frequent the businesses, that the difference between the 16 and the 24, those would be banners that would go up in all parts of the community. So this way it wouldn't just be in Wayne. Of course, Wayne would not be on there. We'd actually make it Radnor Township. So they would be up there, and if each commissioner wanted to do a certain area like Garrett Hill or that, we could actually put those there. So it would be left up, that additional 8,000 would be left up to the commissioners. But I think it's something that, because residents do frequent the businesses in Wayne, that this is an opportunity to, again, expand these types of opportunities to all areas of the township.
Diana, do you have I'm a little confused by your comment, Bob. Would it say when in Wayne and be in Wayne, and would say something else someplace else?
What we would
you
do is
say?
I would work with the commissioners. The 16,000 that Diane has would all be with Wayne,
So
within the theme of downtown Wayne. The
Okay.
additional 8,000, I would work with the various commissioners, if you would want something specifically to an area, we could change that title because Diane has not had those printed up yet. We could go back and work with you in those particular areas, either Radnor Township or their specific area, if it was Garrett Hill or, Little Chicago, or any areas like that we would want to come up to. Any of those areas we could come up with. So I think this is a good opportunity to blanket the township in this area.
And these are the banners that we've ordered for Wayne for the holiday season and also for the festival seasons for 4th of July and Labor Day and things like that, so that these can be purchased from Riley's. I have the catalog for the commissioners to look at, or Bob to go over with anybody who's got questions, so we can have them, the township looking the same throughout.
Thank you, Diane. I think they look great. I think the Wayne Business District is going to look spectacular this Christmas.
It is.
I would point out that when you do your Christmas shopping in Wayne, you are lightening your own tax burden, because some of that money eventually comes back in business privilege taxes, or mercantile taxes. So thank you so much for this, and I'm going to go ahead and ask if there's any other comment.
Yes. I'd like to unravel an issue here. The money that we're talking about originally came from employees of Wayne business retailers. Came to the township for the purpose of offsetting the township's costs in running a parking lot at the AT&T building. Not only do we have $24,000 here to work with, but there's a much larger sum that is held by an organization called the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust. And the purpose of, and the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust was given the proceeds from the employee permit parking. That amount now is over $180,000, maybe as much as $199,000. So we have $199,000 sitting in this 501c3 corporation called the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust. And when I first came to this board in the first quarter of 2012, I attempted to move forward a project that Commissioner Mahoney had started 4-6 years before, which was to build a crosswalk in the center of Wayne on North Wayne Avenue to connect the Kids and Cribs area on the west side of the avenue to the Prudential Fox Roach area on the east side. And the Wayne Business Association has fought that, such that I'm now being told by members of the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust that they're not going to participate and fund the crosswalk until the Wayne Business Association gets behind the crosswalk. So I would ask you and your fellow board members to let us know tonight, or maybe tomorrow, where do you stand on the building of the North Wayne Avenue crosswalk?
Jim, I appreciate your frustration on that issue. It has been a long time that has been in the running, and it's been frustrating. However, these two issues are wholly and separately different and separate and apart. This money that we're talking about was money that we, in 2010, I believe, if this is money, just the permit money from the parking, we had passed a resolution to take those revenues, to have them stop going to that RECT and have them come directly to the township. When we passed that resolution, we added specific language into it that said, we are going to take these revenues back under the purview of the township. However, they would be expended or earmarked for improvements to the Wayne business. So I totally appreciate your frustration with that other pot of money that's there and the issues that have been involved with the crosswalk. However, what we have in front of us tonight is completely and wholly separate from that, and I would really recommend that we don't tie them together.
I'm not sure that approval of Christmas and other decorations is more important than safety of the people that visit our Wayne Business District. And second of all, I should point out that were it not for the persons on the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust telling us that they would not, because the WBA would not support the crosswalk, that the approval of the crosswalk is not on tonight's agenda. It's been pulled off the agenda expressly because people on RECT told one of our staff members, that Wayne Business is still fighting this crosswalk. So I'd like to just have you take that issue back, please, to your board, and let me know personally and let our board know when you're going to get behind the crosswalk.
All right, well, we can address that at a future meeting.
So I just want to ask this. Do we plan to request the funds from RECT of $24,000, or is this coming out of our parking fee collection?
This comes out of our parking fee collection.
Okay. Why are we not asking RECT for this money? Because that money, the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust goal and mission was to enhance the business community throughout the township, not just, again, that fund and that nonprofit was created back when the Route 476 corridor was being built, and the concept was to improve the gateway and improve the business climate, the look and the view shed of the business climate. So I would ask that, I'll support this, but I think I would support it knowing that we're going to ask RECT for the funds, knowing that, if we do not get the funds, we have the funds set aside. But I would really like to see some of that money be spent and not held by the trust any longer. So I don't know if I have any support from the board on that.
Yes, I mean, I would support that because essentially the crosswalk should be built, in my opinion, should be built with RECT funds. And essentially if we can get $24,000 from the RECT, then we have $24,000 that now goes to the crosswalk. So if it facilitates using the RECT funds to fund the crosswalk, then I would be supportive of it.
Madam President, if I may suggest, is we will make the request, if the board like that, to the RECT, but don't take it out on Diane because she's representing the WBA here. But I think it may be good to invite the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust Board to actually address this Board of Commissioners with this information. And if you'd like, we'd ask them to appear in front of the board at the next Board of
Didn't we
Commissioners
do that
meeting.
already, though? And they were supportive? I thought we did.
Well, we have a very strong ally in Steve Bages, who is a tremendous community citizen, but there are other members of the RECT that are balking at this point.
Well, let's address the issue that's in front of us tonight.
I'll
and
move
that is-
Resolution 2013-134, authorizing the expending not to exceed $24,000 for holiday enhancements in the Wayne Business Overlay District and other parking and other areas of the township. But I want to amend it to say, and that with that, we will request the funding from the RECT.
It's fine. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
All right, any other comment? Any staff comment or public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Nay.
Any opposed? And it passes 6-1.
Thank you. Elaine, should I talk about the banner across the bridge or no?
Yeah, why don't you bring up what the request is, and then we'll get an opinion of whether we can
Okay.
act on it tonight.
Jim could light up the screens again. The Wayne Business Association and the Radnor Hotel are putting together the holiday Christmas celebration with the Christmas tree lighting celebration on Friday, December 6th, and the Santa Parade on the Saturday, December 7th. We're repositioning the staging area for the Christmas tree lighting and putting it on top of the expanse over the bridge over South Wayne Avenue, because the people block off that street anyway. There are thousands of people that show up, and the police are there. And Vernon Odom's going to do our countdown for us again this year. And what we're looking for is a banner to hang on South Wayne Avenue across that the bridge, the SEPTA bridge. So I was told today by the police department that we need to request that of the commissioners first before we bring it to the attention of SEPTA.
Requesting the purchase of the funding for the banner, or
No.
the permission to hang it?
Permission to hang it.
And is that North Wayne Avenue at the train station?
Right.
Okay.
Oh,
And
did
you
I
want to
say
move that
South
over
Wayne?
so they
I'm
can
sorry,
see
North
it?
Wayne.
Can you move that? So-
Yes. sorry.
And Madam President, we're going to have to request SEPTA as well as PennDOT for approval, since it is over a road. We'll have to get their
Okay,
approval.
is this something that we need to give approval for, a banner?
No. I
No.
think this would be best to be approved by SEPTA. I mean, Kevin will have to approve as the banner, but your biggest hurdles are going to be getting through SEPTA as well as PennDOT.
Okay,
I was
so,
told today that I have to present it to the commissioners.
Yeah, I'll take responsibility for that one.
okay, so apparently, this
Okay.
this is done here, and SEPTA is the next.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you for coming in.
Thanks.
Madam President, if I may, while Diane's still here, she had made a request to us, as what the board has done the past 2 years on Saturdays during the Christmas holidays to offer free parking on those days. So I'd like to ask the board to consider, if you're prepared at this time, to make a motion to have free parking on Saturdays during the Christmas holiday. In turn, we know that there's some revenue loss, but I know the police department has been in touch with, I believe it was American Express, who is willing to help sponsor that, which, Bill, maybe if you can give some quick details.
Yeah, Madam President, on November 30th, American Express is going to sponsor parking in the Wayne business area. We worked out a deal with them where they will reimburse us for a certain amount of meters that they'll bag along Wayne Avenue and on Lancaster Avenue. So that would be on November 30th. And then, as the township manager requested, there are 4 Saturdays in December, the 7th, the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th, that in the past couple of years to generate goodwill, not only with the businesses, but the patrons to come into Radnor, that we respectfully ask that the board to consider free parking.
I'm a little uncomfortable making a motion passing this without this having been on the agenda, but, I mean, is that a problem?
What's that? Is it a problem, John?
Unless you bring it up under, you usually have old business or new business, you've brought up things not on the agenda at that location.
Can it just be next time?
Well, if it's November 30th,
Do you have time?
do we have another meeting before then? Yes, we do. We have one the 25th.
November 30th is the American Express, and then
Right.
December 7th would be the first one that we're asking for the free parking for the business area.
Okay,
Do you
well,
have time to get back
do you
to
mind, if
American
let's
Express
just put it
still,
on
Bill?
in
Do you have
the
a
next
deadline?
agenda.
You want to go on the 18th, next Monday's
Yeah,
meeting? We can
let's
put
put it on the
that
agenda for the 18th.
Sure.
Make it legit, and have a week to think about it.
Is that,
Okay.
Bill, do you have a deadline to get back to American Express?
They're fine. This starts the 7th.
American Express, they were kind of waiting for an answer, but, you know, they can wait if it's up to you, so.
No. Well, American Express, you can do that administratively, right? No?
Okay, let's move on.
You need to put it on an agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll put it on our next agenda. Next item, John
I get to
Fisher.
go now. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2013-XX. We don't have the number yet. Approving an agreement of sale and purchase between the Township of Radnor and ES3 LP, a Pennsylvania limited liability company by its general partner ES3 Ardrossan LLC for the purchase of 71 acres of open space. I apologize for that.
Second.
That read.
That was a motion and a second. This is an introduction of an ordinance, so we will follow the normal process. We'll have some commissioner comment, then if there's any staff comment tonight, we will, and then we'll invite public comment, which it looks like we'll have a lot of. And I wanted to take an opportunity and start the commissioner comment. I have about 10 minutes of comments, so I'm asking your indulgence. That's a little more than I usually comment on items, but this is an issue that's important to me. Before I get to the substance of what's being proposed, I'd like to just address process for one moment. We've had a lot of consternation and dismay about the fact that we did not negotiate the terms of this sale in public. And we've even had a resident call us unethical for doing that. And I wanted to take just a moment to explain why that is, because it's not obvious. It wasn't obvious to me in the beginning why we would have these negotiations in private, and not everybody's in the real estate business. So here is why the negotiations are held in private. When you're negotiating the terms and parameters of a real estate purchase, if you put the terms out there for your residents to hear and discuss, you are also putting the terms out there for every would-be developer to hear and discuss. And they can take what you're offering, especially if it's a low, fair offer, come right in and offer, match and or offer a multiple of what you are offering. And that drives the price right up. And this is not theory. It has happened in Radnor before, where we have had negotiations get out, a developer intervenes, and we end up paying far more than we had originally planned on paying. That's what happens. And that is why negotiations are private until you get a commitment from your seller on the price and parameters. Once you have that commitment, then you can go public and discuss the merits of the deal. And that's where we are right now, happily. So I'm going to briefly go over what the structure of this deal is for those of you who haven't had the time to go onto the website and see them, the details, and then I'm going to just give my position briefly. The proposed deal is that we purchase 71 acres of the Ardrossan estate for a purchase price of $11.6 million, and the purchase would occur in the year 2015. The purchase is made up of 3 different parcels. Parcel A is the Wheeler Tract. It's down by Sawmill Bridge. It's 27 acres. That would be $2.4 million, which works out to about $87,000 per acre. And our engineer has estimated that the developability of that particular parcel is 11 units, should it get developed, 11 houses. Parcel B is the heading north on Darby Paoli Road at the corner of Newtown and Darby Paoli. It is what is on your left. It is 16 acres for $3.4 million. That works out to be $100,000 per acre. The by right development potential there, according to our engineer, is about 5 houses, but if density modification was achieved through a variance, which is likely, it would be about 8 houses. Then the third parcel is parcel C, the rye field, which is to the right at that same corner, facing north. It is another 27 acres, and that is $5.6 million. That works out to be about $209,000 per acre, and the potential developability of that is about 16 units. In addition, there is about a 3-acre, it's a 100-foot buffer, which works out to about 3 acres on the eastern border of parcel C that we would not be purchasing, we would not be paying for, but the seller would put an easement on to prevent building, and that would be a buffer between the public use and the private use. What would the use be of these tracts? We would propose building perimeter trails around the entire property that would be purchased for walking and running, and except for on the length of Darby Paoli Road, it would be a little bit more of a substantive trail, which would be asphalt for biking and more usage. We would also propose continued agricultural use, as it has been used agriculturally for over 100 years. And we would propose a licensing agreement with the current farmers who would continue his cattle farming and feed crops. And then finally, we would propose reforestation of the Darby Creek, of the stream banks, and rehab of the creek area for environmental rehabilitation. How would we pay for this? We would take $10 million bond out pursuant to the authorization that we have for a $20 million bond for open space purchase from a referendum. And the balance, the 11.6, we would pay out of state, county, and private funding. The $10 million bond is paid off in payments over 30 years. The most of it would be paid out of our real estate transfer fund. Our real estate transfer fund has revenue that comes in every year from every time a property changes hand in Radnor. We have used that real estate transfer fund to pay off our prior open space bond, which was also $10 million, for 20 years. And we would use those funds to pay this one off for the next 30. Now there is a period where the prior $10 million bond is not paid off yet, and we would have to start payments on the current $10 million bond. And for that 10-year period, the revenue coming into that account is not enough to cover both. So for that period, there would be a millage increase. We have estimated to be 0.15 mils, which equals, for the mean assessed value in Radnor, that's $39 a year in a tax increase. And that is how we would propose paying for it. It is no secret that I am a very enthusiastic proponent of this purchase. This property has been a priority for preservation in this community for as long as we have been doing planning. This community has shown again and again, time and time again, referendum after referendum, election after election, that open space is a valuable asset that we consider a priority, that we as a community are willing to take action to preserve, and that we indeed as a community are willing to pay for. And the reason behind this is that we understand what we have in here in Radnor. We understand the appeal of having the beautiful landscapes that we have, and we don't want to see every last beautiful landscape developed into a very beautiful housing development. And I am very, very confident, 100% confident, that the majority of our community feels this way. However, I recognize that not everybody feels this way. In fact, we have some very smart and dedicated and wonderful residents who have valuable opinions, who we respect and admire, who completely disagree with the premise that open space is a valuable asset that we should be paying for, and who feel that we have enough open space and that we can't afford it. And that's an important opinion to take into consideration. However, it is the minority opinion. There are two issues that have come up that I would like to address. The first is that we should have another referendum. I do not agree with this. We have had a referendum on this precise issue. In fact, it was for a $20 million bond. We are now seeking to take out a $10 million bond, and we had a resounding 80% support of that. Now, I hear people say, well, that was a different time. We're in much worse financial shape right now. I wholly disagree. We are in a much stronger financial position today than we were in 2006. In 2006, we were deficit spending year after year. We had spent down our balance. We had pension issues. In fact, in 2007, shortly after we passed the referendum, we were downgraded by Moody's. So things were not so peachy in 2006 when we passed this referendum. In contrast, today we're in a very strong financial position. We have had surpluses in our budgets for the last 4 years. We we do have long-term liabilities, but they're not crippling and paralyzing. We can still afford to make investments, extraordinarily important investments in our community. And we've set up a plan to fund those. We have taken care of those, and we have a plan to fund those liabilities. They should not cripple us. Further, it's not just my opinion. We have been recently assessed by Moody's. We did a refinancing in the spring of 2013, and Moody's came in and they did an assessment of our financial position, and along with that comes a narrative. They maintained our very high bond rating, and they said we are very healthy financially, we have a manageable level of debt. In fact, they even opined in their narrative that we are a township that is looking to spend $20 million on a significant open space purchase in the near future, and that would not negatively affect us, and that we would still be financially healthy and have a manageable debt. And I trust Moody's, and I know that we have these long-term liabilities that make many people uncomfortable, but they are not crippling and not paralyzing. We still have the responsibility to invest in our community. I also want to debunk the theory that we have this groundswell of opposition at this point, that this is something new, and that we have this, that there are lots of people who don't agree in spending money on open space all of a sudden. There have always been people who don't agree on open space. When we did the 2006 referendum, there was a very vocal and a very vociferous minority who campaigned hard against that because we had enough open space and it cost too much money. Every open space purchase we've had that very vociferous opposition. We've had every referendum. And in fact, I'm just a small digression. Last Saturday, we rededicated Authorize Park. Authorize Park was purchased in the 60s and dedicated in 1967. Before I went to the ceremony, I did a little research just to get an idea of who this Rocco Authorize was and what the world was like when he was there. Interestingly enough, in 1967, 50 years ago almost, there was a bond referendum for open space. It was for $900,000 in that very year. And it divided the community. I mean, I did all this research in the Historical Society's documents. It divided the community, and there were people that came out strongly against it and argued because we had enough open space. This is 1967, and it cost too much money. And humorously, the group that advocated against open space back then in 1967 was called the RRR, which I found kind of humorous, given today's landscape. So the point I'm making is this is not new, this groundswell of opposition. We have always had a minority who opposes open space. And it's, you know what, it's a part of our community, and it's a healthy debate to have every time we decide to purchase open space. But I maintain, I have 100% confidence that the majority of people, the vast majority, see the benefit in preserving this asset. Finally, there's one last issue I would like to address, and that is the notion that has been put forth by some that we shouldn't be paying for this land because we could get it for free. I admit this is very attractive. This is very appealing, and if only it were true. But we don't live in a world where the government can tell a private property owner how he or she should develop his property. We have zoning laws, and they have to operate within their zoning laws. But we cannot specifically tell them how to develop their property. Now, I'm not an expert. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not a land use lawyer. So I would like to go ahead and defer to our solicitor, who I believe tonight is prepared to give just a very short explanation of the limitations of the notion that we could get all of this land for free.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. I've been asked the same question probably for 3 years. Why can't we change the zoning, and why can't we get open space that's being proposed to buy for free? And it's pretty simple. You have a seller in this instance, which involves a couple trusts, several beneficiaries, and you have to have a agreeable seller to do something like that, because the way the zoning code is set up and what is in front of a hearing officer on a conditional use plan is exactly what's permitted under our zoning code. The township's zoning code permits, for the type of development that's proposed, and requires 15% of a tract to be set aside as open space. And there's some very general parameters of what that 15% must comprise. There's no requirement that it be located any specific spot. There's no requirement that it be where we want it to be. It just has to be set aside. So we can't, unless we want to litigate an issue, dictate those types of specifics. These particular sellers have a plan. They've set aside 15% of open space as it's defined. We can't change the rules or the zoning ordinance in midstream. If the application that is going to go through the process, the conditional use process, and ultimately in front of the board, meets what's in the zoning code, and admittedly, it's a very generous development zoning code for landowners, and it's been on the books for a number of years, then it's got to be approved. And it'll ultimately then come in front of the Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners will look at it under the subdivision land development ordinance. But we're talking about a relatively low density plan when you factor in 311 acres. There is no free open space. I've seen a lot of facts circulated around that other townships do it. It's not that hard to do. I've even seen some case studies, some of which I'm familiar with. But you either pay for it or the developer gets several more homes than you would likely see there in order to get free open space. And it still goes back to your zoning code. Open space requirements and zoning ordinances, I've seen anywhere from, in Radnor, it's 15%. I've seen it as high as 50 or 60% in more rural communities. That probably wouldn't be appropriate in Radnor, but we have what we have on the books, it's 15%. There is no other way to get free open space in this community under these zoning regulations. I have a lot of experience with these types of plans. I represent 3 or 4 municipalities that have had millions and millions of dollars of voter-approved debt, and every real estate deal is going to be different, depending on, again, you got to consider who the sellers are, what their needs are, what their aims are, and then what is in the township zoning ordinance. And I'm willing to debate this outside the meeting with anybody that thinks otherwise. I've had the debate. I've been asked that question for the past 3 years on more than one occasion, and I would love to be able to tell you that there's free open space to be had in Radnor Township, but there just isn't.
Thank you, John. Do we have any other commissioner comment at this point?
Yeah, I find your comments kind of interesting because my opinion is this should go out for a referendum. We had commissioners walking around during the summer saying this is a done deal, they've got the money. We've got the report released the day after Election Day. I think people feel as if this process is tainted. And if you are adamant in your opinion that it's supported by the majority and it's a good thing, then the people ought to have the opportunity to speak. Whether they win or lose, at least they had their voice heard. And my opinion is with this kind of money, because you're talking about a significant amount of money for certain people, and you should never trivialize anybody's money. When I started working for $2.50 an hour. And today, $1,000 is a lot of money to a lot of people. And so I think it should go out for a referendum. To compare 2006 to today's economic times is naive.
Okay, so I'll start with, I don't anticipate supporting this. I believe that I did look at it from the perspective of open space, and I just don't believe we're getting enough value for the price that we're paying. So I think I used the same framework that you identified, Elaine, but came to a different conclusion. The process was largely acceptable with a handful of problems for me. One is there is a bias coming from the township. So while we have a township website that has a lot of information, much of that information is editorial in nature and not objective. So that's one problem. And I don't feel that the full community, I don't feel that the whole Board of Commissioners has been involved. And I'll even use, tonight you said we would propose, and there was a long list of things that we were going to do, but we haven't identified who the we is. So I think it's been a good process, but not as good as some think it was. Other issues, we are not in a better position than we were in 2006. We are just much more aware of how worse our condition is. So we were not in a good condition then. We were not aware of our condition. Now we have more awareness to it, but I don't believe that we are in a better position. Regarding Moody's writes their recommendation from the perspective of bondholders. They don't write that recommendation from the perspective of what will the impact of that be upon taxpayers. The bondholders will get paid. I think there's great confidence that if we borrow money, we will pay them. That's not the issue. The issue to us is what impact will that have on the services that we provide. We look at our last meeting, not this one, we saw a graphic with 160 employees 6 or 7 years ago, down to 120 this year. That's a wonderful graphic. The problematic part of it is that the cost is, for all intents and purposes, the same. This is a trend that governments are experiencing across the country. Headcount goes down, costs stay the same or go up. We are experiencing that, and we're taking on a new obligation against some very significant financial headwinds that are coming before us. I very much agree with Kevin that this should have and could have gone out to a referendum. I think the community is split. I think it might have won. I don't know. I don't think it would have the 80-20 split that it had 6 or 7 years ago, but it's such a large amount of money, and it's a one-time shot that this should have gone out to referendum. So all things considered, I don't anticipate supporting it tonight.
Well, especially given the fact that we're not closing till 2015. We could make it conditional.
Other commissioner comment?
Yes. Don and Kevin, I respect your opinion. You, as usual, make decent arguments. There's risk in everything. There's risk in, we get out of bed in the morning, we take our lives into our own hands when we walk across the street. You can't put your head in the sand, or as an old friend of mine used to say, put your shoes on backwards and walk gloriously into the past. We had a recession in the second Eisenhower administration. I'm probably the only one here that's old enough to remember that. Did that stop President Kennedy from starting the space program? World War II, we spent money like crazy. Right after the end of World War II, we rescued Europe with the Marshall Plan. I know those are weak analogies, but my point is we can't pass up an opportunity like this to, as Mrs. Ziesing said and Mark Knight said, to save this magnificent property, this view shed, particularly Parcel C, for future generations. Mrs. Ziesing, she didn't mention in her letter to me that, do we really want another subdivision with $2 million homes and 4-car garages? I don't think so. I think when you balance the beauty and the benefit of these 3 parcels against the cost attendant upon development, preservation comes out ahead. Financially, we do have problems, but, and I heard one woman tonight said we have a $300 million unfunded liability. We don't have that. Somewhere between 200 and 230, but it's not helpful to throw out numbers that you cannot back up. And more important, though, that $200 million is not due tomorrow. Most of the people in this audience have a mortgage backed up by a promissory note. You don't have to pay that off tomorrow. We have the ability to pay as we go. We have a very robust open space fund that will help with this acquisition. We will have to have a millage increase, as Elaine says, from 2015 to 2026. But our finances are much better today than they were in 2006, even much better than they were a year ago. And more important, I think, as Don says, we're focusing on our financial problems. Yes, we are, but we're doing something about them. We're putting money away. We've put, it's in our budget, but we've put away millions to cover both the other post-employment benefit obligations and our pension obligations. As far as the materials coming out on the website the day after the election, I really think that's a low blow. The timing of that release was not dictated by the township, by anybody on the Board of Commissioners, or even by our solicitor. It was dictated by the people on the other side. They were the ones that were putting together the final details on the draft agreement. And that's why we wanted to get it out, because if you recall at our last meeting, there was a firestorm of protest from people that said we were hiding something. We haven't been hiding anything. As Elaine accurately pointed out, we have to negotiate these things in private. So it came out the day after election largely because of force of circumstances. So I think I have covered, the issues. I know there's going to be a lot more said on this, and as Elaine says, we welcome your comments. Those of you that are opposed, you're all smart and you're all dedicated, and I respect your opinions. Thank you.
I think we're going in order, so. Well, I'm going to limit my comments. I have to admit, at this point, I haven't made up my mind. So I want to listen to all the public comment that comes in over the next couple meetings. And based on that comment, I hope to form an opinion and cast a vote. I do want to make a few comments, though, just general comments. I've been on the board now, this will be my 6th year as of December. And since I came on the board, we've taken a lot of bold steps to reduce liabilities. When we brought in our new administration, under Bob Zienkowski, all of our staff have worked very hard, and I say this all the time, to do more and more with less and less, but it's a fact, they have. We've reduced headcounts, we've reduced, we've softened the growth in expenses. I think Commissioner Curley had stated that, you know, you reduce headcount, but the costs continue to rise. That's a fact, they do. But we've done a lot of very important things to curb that expense rise. When I came in, I think we had about $65 million in debt. Today we have about $47 million. We've achieved that by paying down the debt and also restructuring the debt. Unfortunately, we know something now that we didn't know in 2006. I think the whole world knows something now that we didn't know in the beginning of 2006. Economics have changed. But in the township in particular, we've come to realize the true liabilities, the true cost of having services in the township. It's far greater than we ever imagined. You know, when we would make decisions a few years back to hire someone, we would think, in normal terms, what does it cost to hire someone? We know what we make personally. We know what the overhead costs might be in our personal lives. But we never imagined that the true cost, if you add in the post-employee benefits and the pension cost, it's so much more than you ever imagined. That said, you know, the incremental cost of this property is reasonable in my opinion. We were looking at the same property a few years back and the cost was almost double. So I was very pleased to see the cost come down significantly. I think we've reduced our debt load significantly. So again, I haven't made up my mind. I don't really know what I'm going to vote in a few weeks or months, whenever we actually vote on this. But I want to leave that up. I want to hear from the public. I want to hear what the public, because if we're not going to have a referendum, I want to hear what the public have to say. And maybe I'll be the one vote that you'll get for sure as a referendum. So that's the extent of my comments. Thanks for listening.
When I went on the Parks and Rec Board for the first time in 1985, there were a couple hot issues then. One was the trail, and you know how long that took. The other one, another big issue was Ardrossan. Even then, they were talking about Ardrossan. And we were talking about trying to make some walking trails in town, not just the P&W. I had the pleasure of meeting with Hope Montgomery Scott and talking to her about this. And as time moved on, a group was formed to support the preservation. It's in all the comprehensive plans. It's identified as a scenic byway. It was in the Parks and Rec plan that I helped author. When I look at the value, I just think the value is incredible. That byway is iconic for Radnor Township. And when you do some investigation, you find out that open space has true value to you as a homeowner. There was a study done about the trail that we'll probably hear about a little more as we go on that shows that the trail ended up significant value to homes within a certain distance of the trail. I fully support this. I believe a referendum is totally unnecessary. I look at what's happened in recent elections where the purchase was one of the issues that was discussed during the elections, and in all cases, the winners supported the purchase. And further, we had a phone-type poll that Bob commissioned right after he got here, and the question on that poll was, would you be willing to purchase open space? And I think you had, if it raised your taxes, $200? You know, a pretty high number, and it was still a majority. So I'm very comfortable, and I also, based on the experience in my ward, what I've heard from the people I represent, and what I saw at the polls when I was talking to those folks, my ward overwhelmingly supports purchasing this land. But I am looking forward to the conversation because now we have some facts out there instead of misinformation.
So I'm hoping to hear some better conversations using facts, and I'm willing to listen, but right now I'm leaning towards voting in favor.
Bill, do you have anything to say?
Well, I've been discussing this issue for 22 years. I won election in 1991, 1995, 1999, 2003, 2007, and 2011, all based on me voting for Ardrossan. The people in the 3rd Ward have been the most informed voters on this issue. I've gone door to door in each of those years, showing them maps, talking about appraisals. When people stand up at meetings and say, you're hiding this, you don't know this, I say, talk to somebody in the 3rd Ward. They know everything. I knocked on every door and talked to everyone. And the people who live in the 3rd Ward know that. And this is just very important to the people of Radnor Township, the future generations. For years, the discussion was, okay, we got to save those 2 parcels on the same side of the street to give us a nice 160, 70 acre park all along that creek to preserve that forever. And the big issue is going to be how much of that corner can we afford? And I think we got the right amount of that corner, what we can afford. And now we're going to create a 200 acre park forever. You can never have enough open space. You know, they're going to build on every inch of America one day. And so, you know, we're doing this for ourselves and for future generations. And I'm just happy to be in a position here to listen to all the comments and then to make a decision. But I think everybody knows what my decision is going to be. But we're going to have public hearings, so we'll discuss it, and then we'll take a vote. And I'll appreciate all the comments, but I think this is a tremendous opportunity for Radnor Township. And I think we should grab it and do it, and I'm looking forward to it.
Is there any staff comment at this time? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and invite public comment. And while the first person is getting up, I just have to share a slight anecdote along the lines of the elections. I just was reelected, and I had a very aggressive and enthusiastic campaign against me. And pretty much everything was thrown at me that exists, that I was raised tax some ungodly amount and all these other terrible things. But the only thing that I was attacked upon on Ardrossan was that I didn't buy the whole thing. So that's how my ward feels.
Ready? My name's Lisa Goldstein. I live at 670 Mayland Road, and I got up first because mine's easy. I want to say thank you for this proposal, for the wonderful materials on the website, which I found not only comprehensive, but laid out the history. I remember voting for that $20 million referendum, like almost everyone I know in Radnor. And I just want to thank those of you that have worked on this, sometimes, some of you for 20 years or more. I think sometimes we forget how incredibly fortunate we are to live in a place like Radnor Township. Very few people have this kind of privilege. And Ardrossan in the open space is one of the things that makes this township so special. So I support it. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Barbara Kaufman. I live on Lentoga Road. Mr. Curley, you are my... Okay. Mr. Curley, you are my commissioner. When I hear people talking about the cost and how much it will cost us today, I don't hear them talking about their children and their children's children and how they will benefit from it. I am a former teacher, and one of the things that we did with children who were troubled was we took them to parks and we took them on an outward bound kind of mission, and all these children who lived in the cities got an incalculable kind of improvement in their outlook by being in open spaces and being in wilderness. Mr. Curley, I don't know how you can put a price on that kind of improvement in people's outlook by hiking and by doing things in that vein. So please, am very much for Androgen and having that in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alex Pago. I live on Briarwood Road, and I'll just keep it short. It's kind of late, but I just want to say that in looking at the Androgen proposals and whatnot over the last year, I guess, or so, a friend of mine is kind of an historical buff who lives in New York City, and we talked about this concept, and he talked about, I was just up to see him 2 weeks ago, and he talked about the Central Park activity back when there was no Central Park. And we came to the conclusion that the negativity of why are we doing this, and why it's too expensive, and we need to put a couple of more buildings there, maybe throw a couple of roads here, and that sort of thing. It was the same kind of argument. But to wrap it up and put it in perspective, for $39, we're talking about a case of beer. For something that the legacy of Radnor Township can enjoy for the next 200, 300 years. It's something that we owe our children, their children. And I mean, this is Radnor Township. This is the main line. And for us not to do this when we have such a chance to, for pittance, like $10 million or whatever it is, I mean, this is nothing. This land is worth much more than that. So at any rate, let's all have a case of beer and sign the documents.
Good evening. My name is Bob Zelton. I live on Windsor Avenue in Wayne. And my background is a business professor at the University of Pennsylvania, so I tend to look at things from a business perspective. And I know you folks can't look at it solely as a business perspective. But it just occurs to me that, we keep talking about spending this amount of money. We're really not spending this amount of money. We're investing it. It's a big difference for me if I pay somebody to wash my windows or if I buy a share of stock. They're very different items. And from my perspective, what we're doing is we're investing. We're acquiring an asset. We're trading some borrowed money for an asset that's going to be on the books of the township. Now, we have a balance sheet in the township, apparently. But we do not have our open space on the balance sheet as an asset, and we certainly don't have it as its current value. And the current value of that open space that we currently have depends on the perspective of who's valuing it. If you're going to value it for development, it might have one value. If you're just valuing it for open space never to be developed, it would have a different value. But I submit to you that if you looked at the open space that we now have, it has been a darn good investment from a net worth standpoint. Just forget about the benefits to me as a resident, but just on a financial basis, if in fact we were valuing our current open space at its reasonable value, it would be much greater than what we outlaid to acquire it. And I submit that anybody who does any sensitivity analysis about the cost of maintaining this property, the sensitivity analysis ought to also include the appreciation of the asset that we acquired, not just the expenditure of funds to maintain it. And I submit that that would probably outweigh the increase. Just putting that aside, if this is developed, we're never going to be able to get the land back. If we do acquire it, and we made a mistake in acquiring it, it's an asset we have that we probably can get our money back out of. We don't have to worry about it. But if we let it be developed, it's gone. We're never going to get it. So I would say that obviously I support this very much, And the other thing I would say, that $39 or $50 or whatever it is that I'm going to have to pay additionally, I look forward to having Uncle Sam subsidize it because I itemize my deductions, and that's one of my allowable expenses. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. That's my neighbor. Hi, Leslie Morgan, 12 Farm Road. Can we get a light on this so that I can put some of my boards up, because I'm a big board person? And while we do that, I'm going to give Jim, here's the, for 3.5 hours. Okay. Again, my name's Leslie Morgan. My background is development, commercial real estate, and also 3 generations of conservancy easement of gentleman farms in Chester County. So I sort of come at this from a very odd approach. I like open space. I drive a Prius. I fought very hard, as Mr. Nagel knows, for our open space boundary between our single-family homes. And the first time, and Township allowed carriage homes in R4, and I fought very hard for our neighborhood to make sure that they weren't 15 feet away from us. And unfortunately, that required that we tear down a building that was on its last leg. So I'm sorry for the building, but my neighborhood is very happy with the result, even though we're having carriage homes in R4. That being said, that's my background. So I've studied this for a long time because I raised my hand after going through density modification for most of 2013 because of our development in R4. And I said, well, why not? I'll be a person in standing during the conditional use, and I'll learn some more. So during that time, I investigated almost all 17 density modification plans that are alive and well in Radnor Township. And so Mr. Rice says that you are not allowed, or Madam President, to allocate the open space, and that's been my big thing. I believe that on the corner of Darby, Paoli, and Newtown Road, as with 17 other emerald necklaces or whatever you want to call it, you are most certainly, as a township, because it says in our zoning code, in the best interests, and wherever you think it deserves to go, if it qualifies for common open space and it is in the best interest of the township, you can put it there. And what I'd like to know is, why aren't you doing that? Because your planning commission has suggested that in their conditions of the conditional use approval, Julia Hurl specifically said that she wanted the allocation of the common open space to be more in the township's hands. And so I'm going to go through my boards, and I may stutter and skip around, but I hope that I hope you all listen. Okay, so the first thing I did.
Sideways.
Okay, this way? This way? This way. Okay, so let me just do it this way. One of the things I was very interested in is the history. After you put the beautiful, by the way, thank you for all the, Elaine, documents. That really helped me follow the history of all of it. And so I started with the 2005, what I'm calling Summit Panel, where you had everybody from the world in preservation come in to help the family out, to come up with ideas that would help the township and the family on what would be a preservation plan of our Drossen Main Tract. I don't really spend a lot of time with the Wheeler and the Quarry Tract because they're not active applications in the conditional use hearing right now. So I was very interested to see what the experts of preservation, I think there was like 20 people who came, maybe some from even outside the country, to look at this issue. Many townships have this issue. Chestnut Hill had Erdenheim. We have Ardrossan. So they left, and here was the plan in 2005, just before the referendum vote. What their suggestion was, these would be the township's acquisitions. The Ardrossan estate would stay with the family. This was the heart. This was the little development for density. That's all. There wasn't development all over the place and framing the entire site. Also, the rye field was not included at that time. Upon this suggestion, a lot of people got ginned up, if you will, maybe beard up. And, you know, people were very excited about a referendum vote in Radnor Township for open space. I stupidly, because I was working too much, thought it was a ward-sharing open space program. And I thought our ward deserves some, Jim. But so in the first glance, this was what the preservation experts from all over the world said would be a good plan. Again, it was Skunk Hollow and the quarry, not the rye, and this was the only area to have dense development. And everybody had a to-do list. The township had a to-do list. The family had a to-do list. The family's to-do list was to make an inventory of their historical asset buildings and put them into an elite level of federal protection. I might be saying those words wrong. To look at community farm aspects and limited development of site. Skip to 2011 from your presentation on the website, and this was Ms. Hurls when she walked the site with Natural Lands Trust in 2011. Here was what the development looked like that Natural Lands Trust liked. Notice the addition of the rye track, okay? Oh, by the way, in 2005, we were supposed to raise money for the family to preserve the tract as you see here. And that was between $10 and $15 million, I believe. I think we accomplished that. So we did our side. I don't know if the family's done their side. Here in 2011, the Natural Lands Trust and Julia Hurl come up with this plan. It wasn't filed, but this was the result of their walk that you put on the website under, can you guys help me out? It's, Elaine, the page, Randall Arendt, is that his name? Randall Arendt? Randall Arendt and Julia Hurl. So this was what the development plan was to look like then. Skip to the filing date of July 28th or August 31st, 2013. Hello? Okay. Anyways, and this is what it looks like, okay? So we have a lot more denser. So when we go back to 2005, where the experts from all over the world said this is where you should be and the township should help you, and this is where we are today. Or in my world as a commercial real estate developer, and it wouldn't matter if I was residential or commercial, this is what I call a scare plan or a threaten plan. You frame the entire piece of ground, okay? You threatened it here to pull on the heartstrings of the township. You have all these residences over here, and you put the density there, which was always planned, I will say, and then all over the rest of the tract. There's nothing really sacred. The white that we're seeing is the famous I-lots, as we've all come to know through the conditional use hearings. The I-lots, and I know the lawyer is here, I will get this right, they are not restricted, they are fully developable. Through this condition, it will be a 154 home condition. What they will have to do is go through another application process, but without adding one more acre of open space, maintaining the 15% that is allocated here in these raindrop spots where nobody can see them. You will be able to do 154 homes. I might be off by a few because of the topography, but the density modification condition, if granted, will be on the entire 311. They are not deed restricted. John, am I correct about that through the conditional use hearing? Can I just ask? That these are not deed restricted, right? Okay, not deed restricted. So my contention as looking at this problem, I don't know much about the Wheeler tracks. I don't know much about the quarry tracks, but I do know about the density modification and 17 housing developments that have come through these halls. And 17 makes a history, and it certainly makes a record. And I would argue that you can absolutely, and through the code, it speaks to in the township's best interest, allocate your 21 to 31 acres that you want right there, and you'll still have plenty left over. You'll have 46.65, because during the density modification process, it also says you need to preserve trees, you need to do certain other things. Not every tract is acceptable. In fact, if this was any more treeless,
it might not even be applicable for a density modification because it really was for tracts that had trees. And so when you look at Ravenscliff, or you look at Round Hill, or you look at my favorite, which is Brook Farm, okay, in Ward 3, you look at these things and you drive by and go, why do we like them more than other by right plans? Because they shoved the houses away. They did the emerald necklace time and time again. There's 17 of them. I have a spreadsheet. I'm going to put it up in a second. And so I wanted to look a little closer at Brook Farm because Brook Farm, before it became Brook Farm Housing Development, was the Dewberry Farm or Brook Farm, Dewberry Estate, owned by a guy named Dewberry. Okay. So Mr. Dewberry, he had this beautiful piece of ground. And he did sell it for development, I guess. And the underlying was the exact same zoning as Ardrossan, which was the 2-to-1. So 2 acres to 1 unit versus Round Hill, which is 1-to-1, or Inverary, which is 1-to-1, or Ravenscliff, which is 1-to-1. So it's much more dense, okay? This one is the only one in your ward, Mr. Spangler, that is 2-to-1 like Ardrossan. So in the Ardrossan 2-to-1, we are getting, I want to do a side-by-side for a second. We're getting open space that looks like this. So here are your roads, you guys, or what I call commuter sheds in zoning, okay? Because there's not any houses that this is really impacted in this Darby Paoli. You're really impacting, the only houses are on the estate, so you can't self-impact yourself. On the other side, there are no houses, so you're not giving any, residential impact on terms of view. I call this a commuter shed, and your commuter shed that you would like to retain is not being retained because it's being put here on a 10-acre lot, okay? Or it's being put here where you already have some protection. So my contention is that you would already have, by zoning, at least 4.65 acres here. Okay, you would already have on 27 acres a by right retention of 4.65 common open space acres that has to be put there, but you're paying for them in your 27 acres. So it's sort of a double count. If you put these here, you'd probably get up to close to half the lot.
Leslie, excuse me.
Okay,
There
what do
are
you
many
want me
other
to do?
people that want to talk.
Okay, I'm gonna go-
How long do you think you need?
Another
to-
3 minutes. I'm wrapping up. I'm almost finished.
Okay, so you're going into a lot of tangential stuff here that.
Well, two
But
things
go
I
ahead,
wanna-
take your 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm so sorry. There is a lot of stuff on this, Jim, and since there's a lot of rumors that you can't develop after 70 or 87 homes, I think it's very important that we get this out, that if the condition is approved, that barring a few more applications, nothing will hold back. There will be 154 home, it's basically a 154 home application. I wanted to clear that up. The other thing I wanted to clear up is that in Brook Farm, they had to deed. There was common open space, but there was deeded land of a park and a trail for free. Okay? Now, I don't know how they negotiated that with the seller. I doubt the seller wanted to give it away either. I'm sure none of these 17 sellers wanted to give it away. But the condition of going from 2 acres to 0.75 acres is a huge windfall for the developer. It is an enormous windfall, and usually there are things traded for that condition and benefit because that helps the seller. Just to wrap up, because we'll have other nights of that, I wanted to point out a few things during our conditional use process. I've gone to some of the CARFAC meetings. They've requested a arm's length appraisal different from the one that we carried over from the Natural Lands Trust. We just carried that
Subsequent to
appraisal
your
from-
meeting, we met with CARFAC and explained what the appraisal was, so they have dropped that.
Okay, they definitely wanted that before, and it wasn't my meeting. It
That's
was a
when they
public
did
meeting.
not understand how the appraisal was done.
Okay, that's fine. The other thing was, here is the Julia Hurl, maybe she'll drop that too. She recommended the applicant work with the township to relocate some of the 15% open space to better protect the woodlands and view shed. That's from your planning commission as a condition. And in your seller's agreement, they are asking you to sunset the appraisal on and not get any other appraisal and it be accepted from March 2013, but your application hadn't even been filed. So when an appraiser goes and looks at things and what could determine factors of value, one of them would be the design of the housing development that's going to be next to it, or that there
What
was...
paragraph is that in the agreement?
It's right here, 5.43, Jim.
That we cannot do another appraisal?
No, it says, an independent MAI appraisal complying in all aspects with the standards for real estate appraisals established pursuant to the Financial Institutions Reform, Recovery, and Enforcement Act of 1980, and showing an as-is value of the property as not less than the purchase price. This contingency has been satisfied by the March 2013 appraisal obtained by the buyer.
Well, that's true.
I mean, right, so they're
What's your
saying...
point?
My point is that you have to accept a March 13th value when the appraisal that was put forth, the application wasn't filed until the summer of the design of the housing development, okay? So that is a huge impact. An appraisal would want to know what's going next to your land.
Appraisal always looks at the zoning and what could happen. I mean, that's a difference without a distinction.
It actually isn't. If you, I actually think that he did not call out the fact that there is commercial on one side, road, and mulch manufacturing and township dumping, I guess, was on here even when we walked in.
He's got to consider the neighborhood, the zoning, the land, and the comps, which he did.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. So here is just an example in the rye field. It says there is no open space allocated in your rye field. It was put somewhere else. So just trying to help you guys on value there. Thank you.
Hello, Hank. Welcome back.
Well, it's 10 o'clock on a Monday evening. You're about one-third of the way through your agenda. It's nice to see that things haven't changed since I left. I am Hank Mahoney. I live at 200 East Beach Street Lane in North Wayne, First Ward. I am here representing the Radnor Conservancy this evening. I want to thank the Board of Commissioners, staff, Mr. Scott and Mr. Snyder for bringing this agreement of sale forward. I want you to know that the Radnor Conservancy, its Board of Directors, and its members wholeheartedly support the efforts to preserve these 71 acres at Ardrossan. This has been, for some of you, a very long and winding road for me as well. This is one of the last remaining open space parcels of any significance in the township. The people who spoke before me had their fingers on the pulse when they said this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's an opportunity you cannot pass up, and I agree with that 100%. I've been fortunate enough to see the negotiating process leading up to this agreement of sale from two perspectives. One from your side when I sat as the commissioner for so many years, and now as an advocate on behalf of the Conservancy. You have to remember that when we started the Open Space Committee about 10, 12 years ago, one of the very first things we did was to assess the priorities in the township. And Ardrossan, as some of you indicated, was number one. It has been through the comprehensive plans. It has been through the Open Space Committee. The 2006 referendum, where 80% of the voters authorized the Board of Commissioners to float bonds totaling $20 million for the purchase and improvement of open space, was a very clear signal in my mind when I sat on the board that Ardrossan should be purchased. Anybody who was involved in those discussions, who was listening at all, if they thought that Ardrossan was not the target of that referendum, they're kidding themselves or they're being disingenuous. I took a look at the township website, and I was impressed with the amount of documentation that you put up there. You've got the white paper, which tells you the reasons for purchasing Ardrossan, tells you what the township intends to do with the trails, the agriculture, the reforestation. It tells you the funding options that are available. And I think it's terrific that you've put out so much information. I want to go over a couple of things that are there so that people know what to look for. Is this thing working? Can you blow that up? This is what you would find on the township website, which tells you about the Ardrossan Open Space Project. The very first thing is the white paper, which is the executive summary and description of potential acquisition, which gives you the whys, what you're going to do with it, and the funding options. On the second page, it gives you a wealth of information in terms of documents with regard to key supporting documents and the background information. I went through the white paper in great detail and was very impressed with how thorough it was. Anybody who needs information about the whys and the hows, go to that particular document. Here's the agreement of sale, which is on the website as well. This is a complete copy of it. There is nothing which is whited out. It has all the exhibits in it. If you want to take a look at the guts of the agreement itself, go to the website. I looked at it myself, and I thought it was a very well-negotiated document. It gives the township the option to do some environmental studies, phase 1 or phase 2, and I hope that when you sign the agreement of sale, that you will take immediate steps to have that done, because the last thing you want to have happen is to purchase property where you've got an environmental concern. I don't think that's there, and I think that the test will confirm that. There is on the website as well a sketch plan which shows the potential for the trails, the macadam trail, as you mentioned, Elaine, as well as the grass trails. It's important to remember that this particular acquisition, in my estimation, fits within the open space guidelines, which this board passed, I believe, in January of this year. When you go through the open space guidelines and policy, this particular property, in terms of its acquisition, fits on all fours with so much of the information or so much of the requirements in that policy. It's amazing. So in addition to that, you've got the appraisal report from 2013 to take a look at. In terms of the funding, I was impressed with the fact that the township has already retained a consultant in municipal bonds at Benning and Scattergood, and I hope that when you get to your special meetings, I think that's the next item on your agenda, that you'll bring a representative from Benning and Scattergood out here to talk with us so that the public has a complete understanding of how this is going to be done. The thing I was also impressed with was the fact that the open space transfer tax fund is healthy enough to support this in most of the years that the bond is going to be outstanding. As you indicated, Elaine, there are, I believe, 12 years where you're going to have a 0.15 mil per taxpayer or per homeowner pay, and that equates to, I think the number was for the mean property, $39 a year. It's an expensive case of beer, but it's equivalent to that case of beer. There was a suggestion made by one of the earlier speakers that this matter be put up to a referendum. As I indicated before, you had to be on another planet in 2006 if you didn't know that this referendum was targeting Ardrossan. It certainly was. I was part of the discussion, and I supported it 100%. The voters in this particular township, I assure you, did not vote 80% in favor of that referendum and then elect you and then re-elect you simply to come back to the voters in 2013 and answer the question, do you want us to purchase Ardrossan? The voters already said that. You were elected. You have the authority to do this. I don't always agree with Martin Heldring, but I do agree with him when he said, don't waste our time. Don't put this thing up to a referendum. It's already been done. That is simply a ploy to delay the purchase of this property with the hope that something will fall through. You shouldn't allow that to happen. Again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This community supports you in it, and the Conservancy does as well. Thank you.
Hank, how much money is the Conservancy going to raise? Because when I got on the board, I'm over here. When I got on the board,
Hi, Kevin.
when I got on the board, I was told the Conservancy was going to put up $1 million. How much is the Conservancy putting up now?
Well, I'm not prepared to discuss that this evening, Kevin. This is the beginning of a long process. I'll be happy to have that discussion with you at another meeting. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Price, and I live at 536 Atterbury Road. And I think everyone knows I'm a conservationist. I support open space. Saying that you don't like open space is like, hating babies and puppies. I think everyone's on board with that. I think what people are very concerned with here is really what's it worth. And when I looked online, you have appraisals, and they're from 2006, I think 2009, and 2011. I mean, you couldn't buy a house right now unless you had an appraisal that's within the last 6 months. So I think that information really needs to be updated. And I'm still back on, boy, can't we get this for free? Wouldn't that be great? And I go back to the density modification zoning, and John, if you want to talk to me afterward or now, it says in here that this whole density modification is not designed to be a windfall for a developer. You can come in, you're supposed to have 2-acre zoning, you know what? You're going to get 3/4 of an acre zoning and you're going to like it. That's not how this is written. The objective is here that you, as the township, decide what's in your best interest. And it's as fluffy as saying it's what you aesthetically like. I mean, this is really fluffy language in your favor, very, very subjective. And it also says that you have the right to encourage an attractive arrangement of dwellings. This is in section 20-90. If this conditional use application came before you, there's no doubt in my mind that you can take that common space area that he has dedicated. If you've seen the plan, it's junk. It's stuff that's in wetlands and horrible steep slopes that no one could build on, and you could move it into this section and you could get it for free. And I think Leslie's entire point was, look at every other development, Ravenscliff, Inverary, Round Hill, Brook Farm. That's how it goes. All the houses go in the middle, and the rest of the exterior remains open, because that's how density modification works, and that's what you do when someone comes to you with an application. So I guess that's where my initial knee-jerk reaction is we shouldn't be paying for this. You should be handling this rather than a guy from Bucks County who literally doesn't know the zoning and what the zoning right around that area is. So I would ask you to handle that matter and to really, at this point, I don't know how I direct John Rice to, or who is handling this conditional use hearing, to say, we'd like to see that common open space move to the rye field. Julia Hurl and at the Planning Commission said that they were looking at reallocating common open space. Why can't that be a suggestion that comes from the township? And again, I don't know who John is answering to at this point, because I think you're basically recused. I don't know why you're not hearing the conditional use application. Like, who's directing John Rice at this
I
point?
represent the Board of Commissioners.
Okay. So can the Board of Commissioners, I thought that they were not handling this because they were buying the...
Well, you're an attorney. They're not sitting as a hearing board, but they are a party, and I'm representing the Board of Commissioners as the party in front of the hearing officer.
Okay,
So
so
there's
they're
a
on both...
difference between being a hearing officer and being a party. So I'm there on behalf of the township and the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, so if I say to the Board of Commissioners, as I am now, I'm going to ask them to direct you to ask for the common open space.
You've just done that, and I'm
Okay.
sure I will get some discussion, as I have already, from all the boards of commissioners about this. But
Okay,
I think your reading of the zoning ordinance, though, as you said, it's very general, the requirements in there.
right.
And if you've ever litigated any zoning cases in this state, you will find out that those type of general criteria are not anything that you can hang your hat on, Colleen. But that's my opinion. That's not your opinion.
It might be worth $11
That's my
million
opinion.
to try that one out. That's what my question is.
Well, Mr. Snyder is here. Maybe he can address your legal opinion.
That's fine. I'm reading your ordinance to you, and if you're going to tell me it means absolutely nothing and that you don't have the right on any objective interest to say what's in the best interest of the township and that any developer can come in.
Didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said it's general criteria.
It's really good criteria, and it's
this-
worth a shot.
And the zoning ordinance says 15%. Doesn't even say it has to all be in one spot. It says 15%.
And what's, again, I'm not going to fight with you. Read the zoning, the density modification ordinance, and maybe we should put that section up so people can read it, because you do have rights underneath this ordinance. And one other clarification I've been trying to make for a very long time, and I think Leslie hit it again. I think the objection that the neighbors have is there's this big, huge section in this conditional use application that is wide open. I've heard I believe the executive summary is talking about he could have built 154 houses or lots, and they're going to do 64. The Radnor Conservancy is saying they're going to be 64. I think Jim said this is the final Ardrossan development. I know you told Phil Graham in an email, Mr. Nagel, that you could have gotten 154, you're only getting 64. That's absolutely not true. This plan is going through for 164 lots, and it should never be considered for any less than that. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed, and I think I understand his whole idea. If he wants to do a conservation easement, he can do whatever he wants. I proposed an easy way that he can get a conservation easement and agree to have 64 lots. I'd be happy to go over that with you at any time. I brought it up at the last meeting. Or you have a deed restricted. If you truly are selling that this is a 64 lot development, then make it happen. And if you can't do it in the conditional use application, then do it in your agreement of sale. Thank you.
Madam President, if I may, I just want to just make a comment about John Rice, the township solicitor. I've worked with a number of law directors, granted, not here in Pennsylvania. But the reality of it is I wouldn't want to have anybody else but John Rice working on this issue here. It's unfortunate, pretty pathetic that we have to take cheap shots at people because where they are, the quality of people, who they are, because we agree or we disagree with someone's position on it, when basically you deal with facts. And I think with John Rice, we've dealt with facts. And to me, I think that's the type of solicitor you want to work with when you deal with facts and not make up things to benefit a certain way, because I'm sure as anybody will know, we can hire an attorney, no offense to attorneys, but we can hire any attorney to fight any argument you want. It's unfortunate is you want the right advice, the right person that's telling you what the law is. And I just want to say, John Rice, I'm proud to serve next to him. I think the board's done a nice job when they appointed John Rice, the township solicitor here.
Thank you, Bob.
Good evening. I'm Maya Van Rossum. I'm the Delaware Riverkeeper. My organization is the Delaware Riverkeeper Network, and I'm also a resident of Radnor Township. And I'm speaking here as a resident, and again, also in my role as the Delaware Riverkeeper, because my organization has done lots and lots of work over many, many years to protect and restore the Darby Creek, which is quite a beleaguered creek. And so what happens at Ardrossan really matters for all the years of work that many residents and communities in Radnor Township and beyond have put in on behalf of the Darby Creek. Somebody earlier said that protecting Ardrossan was about protecting a view shed. It's not at all about protecting a view shed. It's about protecting much, much more, and I'll be talking about that. I do want to go on the record to say that I don't believe that we need another referendum. We've had the referendum, and in terms of the opportunity for the public to participate, you're providing that opportunity. You're providing an additional opportunity for people to be heard tonight and at upcoming meetings. And so I think between the previous referendum and all that public process, I think you've got it well covered, and I thank you for that. I do have to say that I don't think that the open space on the development project, which is separate and apart from this, it's not being placed in an area that's junk. It's being placed in a very important area, important for protecting ecological resources and communities. And I just couldn't pass up the opportunity to say that. But I do think that the proposal that's on the table of the 3 parcels is a very, very wise investment for Radnor Township and for Radnor Township residents, and that the benefits that Radnor Township and the residents are going to get are direct, are immediate, and are meaningful. These are not indirect benefits that are sort of airy-fairy out there and that we're not going to recognize what they are. Residents are going to feel very directly the economic values, the ecological values, and the quality of life values that are going to come from this very wise investment. Through the purchase of these 3 parcels, there was going to be an increase in the market value of homes as much as a mile away. In fact, research looking at open space preservation in 5 southeastern counties, including Delaware County, showed that including during the time frame, it was like a 5-year period that included the recent economic downturn, that there was $16.3 billion in increased market value directly associated with the proximity of those lands to open space. Market value of homes increases when they're in proximity to open space. When you have the increased market values and you have the increase of those homes, you have increased property taxes every year that comes to the township. When those properties are sold, you have increased transfer taxes that benefit the township and benefit the school district. We will save residents money because of the, we don't have an increased volume of stormwater runoff that the township otherwise has to invest in infrastructure to address. We're going to help reduce flooding, flood peaks, and flood damages, which reduces harm to homes, harm to residents, but it also reduces the investment that the township has to make in providing services for a response for flood-damaged homes, emergency services, the fire trucks that have to come in, the police officers that have to come in, the warnings that have to go out, the helping people rebuild, even if they're rebuilding in the wrong places because they've been devastated by flood damages. We are going to provide free recreation, quality recreation to all the residents of Radnor that want to avail themselves of it. So everybody is going to get a benefit out of the preservation of Ardrossan to the extent that they want to avail themselves of that benefit. And it is very, very true that when the Radnor Trail was being discussed, there was very strong opposition to making an investment in the Radnor Trail. And yet today, I think there are very few residents you will find in Radnor Township that will say one negative thing about the investment that the township made in preserving the Radnor Trail for the benefit of all, except perhaps the fact that you spray glyphosate there. But that's another topic. So, the commissioners here, you haven't just negotiated the purchase of property. You really have negotiated for a very wise investment on behalf of the residents and an incredible recreational opportunity. And this is from my perspective, being in Radnor Township for a long time, but the only real destination open space we have in Radnor Township is the Willows. If you purchase these additional parcels and create the recreational spaces and the natural spaces that you're talking about, you're going to create a greatly enhanced destination opportunity for people from around the region to come to Radnor Township to enjoy this open space and bring with them the dollars that they are going to spend. Just like other communities which have more substantial open space parcels like this get to enjoy. Now Radnor Township's going to get to enjoy that as well. The Darby Creek has been identified by the Department of Environmental Protection as being an impaired waterway. Below Route 3, Darby Creek is impaired. And what that means is come the year 2015, there's going to be new regulatory protections for the Darby Creek, something called a total maximum daily load, that's going to require everybody who makes a contribution of pollution to the Darby Creek to take some action to help clean it up. Just because the impaired portion of Darby Creek doesn't sit in Radnor Township directly does not mean that Radnor Township's going to be spared the legal obligations that will come with that total maximum daily load, which is required under the Clean Water Act. The purchase of Ardrossan and the way you plan to handle it, including the restoration portions of the project, will help you meet that legal obligation down the road. So it's a good investment in helping you meet your legal obligations. I think it's very clear that the owners of Ardrossan are looking to make money off it, whatever it is people feel about that. They're going to make money off it by either developing it or they're going to make money off it by selling it as preserved open space to Radnor Township. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity today, we will have more development on those sites. It's not something that we can take from them under the law. We can't force them to give us this property. We have to, in good faith, negotiate with them for the purchase of it. And if Radnor Township's negotiation with Ardrossan is not successful, we will have development there, including in the floodplain portions of the property, because development in the floodplain is not prohibited under the law. The law just tells you how you have to do it. If you do have development at Ardrossan, you're going to have increased stormwater runoff, you're going to have increased flooding, you're going to have increased flood damages, you're going to have increased pollution. That means you're going to have increased costs, out-of-pocket, real out-of-pocket costs to the township, as well as the emotional, the psychological damage costs and everything from the folks who are going to suffer from that pollution and from that flooding. And the flooding that happens along Darby Creek and the pollution that happens along Darby Creek, well, the pollution is happening, the impaired parts anywhere are happening a little bit further downstream, but the flooding is happening in Radnor Township and beyond, and people are really, really suffering. And Radnor Township makes a significant contribution to the level of pollution and the level of runoff that are being dumped on our downstream communities and putting them in very serious, significant risk of danger. And there has been loss of life, and there certainly has been property damage downstream from Darby Creek. And we have an obligation to do what we can to make that situation better and to not make it worse. Purchase of Ardrossan, handling it the way you propose, does both. It makes it better, and it doesn't make it worse. For the student who spoke earlier, the lovely young lady who I claim credit for. Can't, somebody's going to fess up for me. So she is my daughter. Gotta fess up. But she wanted to come. She gave up. She had another activity to go to, and she said, Mom, I want to come because I think that this is important. Protecting Ardrossan for her and all of her classmates and all of the future generations in Radnor Township really is an irreplaceable, priceless gift we have to their future earth. And as somebody said, if we don't take this opportunity now, we are destroying those lands, those natural lands, and taking them from all of them and all the benefits they give to their future earth forever. We won't get it back once those lands are developed. So this is our opportunity to honor and give back to the generations that are going to care for us in the future, right? I mean, this is something that we really owe our children. We owe everybody's children. We owe future generations, and it's our one shot to get it. And if you care about money, if you don't care about the environment, and you don't care about future generations, I'm good with that. If you care about money, protecting, preserving, restoring open space is going to make you lots of money. In fact, the net investment in open space, time and time again, whether you're talking about taxes, you're talking about saved costs, you're talking about market values, you're talking about the amount of revenues that the township takes in versus the amount of revenues they have to give out for open space as compared to development. Open space is the investment for which you win on, where what you take in is more than what you give out. So because there are going to be more hearings, I'm going to leave it at that. But I do have for you my comment, and I also have for you a fact sheet, which is not yet complete. There's more to be done, but really talks about all of the benefits and values that one gets out of the protection of natural lands. And I have a few extras that I'll put on the back table for any of the residents who are here who might be interested in that additional information. And thank you for what you're doing. I really, really appreciate this. I think you're making the right decision, and you should be honored for it.
Thank you, Maya.
I'll be short. I'm Nuala Carpenter. I'm from the First Ward, and I want to say I support the purchase for Ardrossan. We've lived in Radnor for over 40 years and have seen Radnor slowly acquire open space and have treasured all of it. So I think it's very important. It seems an enormous, valuable asset. I fully agree that we'll get all our money back for buying it. Also, as a resident of the First Ward, I don't feel shortchanged that we don't have open space. There isn't open space to buy in the First Ward. I live in the First Ward, so I can walk to Wayne, I can walk to the train, but it doesn't mean that I don't go to the other wards and enjoy Skunk Hollow and the Willows and all the open space. And as a grandmother, I think I'm looking to the future and would love this open space to stay for the children of our township. My children have enjoyed all the open space, and my grandchildren, and I would love us to purchase this.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Rich Booker, Belrose Lane. And, you know, Maya, she's great, isn't she? And also Leslie, really, really good. And this lady back here. And I think that I should be the unofficial, self-appointed Gulf Creek keeper, because that's what I'd like to be, a keeper too, okay? But, well, I'm gonna make some points here, and I think it's incumbent upon us to really bring this back to what we're talking about here, and what the language that we use is. As I think it's very important, because I think we're really twisting around to justify a lot of different things. I think that it's much simpler than this. First of all, process. The negotiations were done in private. There's just no question. That's what was done. It was done in private without the public being there. The process should have been to get a separate approval for a specific parcel, not just general preservation of open space. Once that separate referendum was done, then you could have gone and negotiated any deal with the specific approval that would have been general in nature. So I think that the process, what everyone has said that has complained about the process is accurate. Now, let's get back to the language. The language that we're talking about here is we're going to buy Ardrossan, right? That's what people keep thinking. We're going to buy Ardrossan. We're not buying Ardrossan. People continue to say this. Ardrossan is going to be developed. I'm sorry to let that be a spoiler alert. Spoiler alert here. Ardrossan is going to be developed. And the point is, what is going to be developed, and what is the township going to do in connection with that development? But Ardrossan is not going to be purchased. And I think that there's a giant misunderstanding, Mr. Spengler, with all due respect, and Mr. Nagel. You think that you were reelected based on spending $20 million for 70 or 60 acres. No, you told people you were going to buy Ardrossan for up to $20 million. And people said, well, that sounds like a pretty good deal, right? So
Actually, that's not what I said, Rich.
Let me finish. That, I think, is my sense of the people's perception, okay? That's my sense of it. And I've talked to a lot of people, right? I've talked to a lot of people in a lot of different wards, especially my ward, okay, the second ward, and it's about language. It's about how we use this language and what it is you're saying. And I don't think anybody has a problem with an honest process here. So let me just say, I love open space. I am an open space kind of person, well, pretty much, and I'm a future Gulf Creek keeper, okay? If it was up to me, it would be fine with me not to have any more development in Radnor. We have enough. If it was up to me, that's what, but it's not up to me, unfortunately. And Ardrossan is not going to remain undeveloped. I mean, that's obvious. So what we have to consider is, what are we going to do about it? Okay? Now, Elaine trusts Moody's. She said, well, this is not going to hurt our credit rating, and Moody's said so. Well, I would just remind everyone that Moody's was cited as a substantial factor in the financial collapse of 2008, based on their repeated AAA factory ratings, is what they were deemed to be. I have no problem with Moody's. I've worked with Moody's. I like Moody's. Moody's does a good job of doing an analysis on credit worthiness, especially in the context of debt issuance. But it's a rating service, and they don't know everything. And as we know, they sometimes will get it terribly wrong. Okay? Right? So let's not put our faith in Moody's. We put our trust in God. We put our trust in country. We don't put our faith in Moody's. Now, as has been pointed out, 15% open space would come with the density modification. No one is talking about negotiating free open space under the existing zoning ordinances. That's not what it's about, John. I mean, and this is what this woman here said. We're not saying something should be free because we asked for it. What we're saying is people want the Board of Commissioners to negotiate on their behalf using points of leverage that exist in all negotiations. And for the consideration of a density modification, it's not unreasonable, and there's plenty of room in the ordinance to negotiate a substantial amount, and even more than the 15% that's required. Whether it's 1 or 2 or 10 square feet more, or an acre, or 28, that's up to the board, okay? But if we're gonna get 15% anyway, why, and that would be 50 acres, why would we pay $12 million for 70 acres? That's what the people are asking. Okay, so we're not saying negotiate, try to get free open space. It's negotiate the good deal. And people are saying that you didn't do a good job of that. And people are saying, why in the heck would you do all this and then immediately, as soon as the election's over, okay, oh, here's everything, right? Now it's time. Now we're gonna let everybody know, instead of putting that out there initially. Now, the other thing that we said recently was we have this serious stormwater problem. We need stormwater infrastructure work. We need it so bad that every one of you in Radnor Township, every one of you has to pay more money. And we're not going to call it a tax because we don't want to call it a tax. We might call it a penalty or a fee or whatever it is. We do not have the money to put $2 million in the stormwater infrastructure. That's what you told us. You need to pay more, people. And people came up, including, and Elaine stepped away here, but Elaine and others said, we're looking forward to imposing this new tax/fee on you people because we need it. We need it. We don't have the money otherwise. Well, that's kind of stark contrast to what we're doing right now. I'm just pointing these things out, folks. I'm not decided either, okay, what we do with Ardrossan. But it seems to me that if we don't have $2 million for needed infrastructure, it's a pretty far cry to say, oh, sure, we can come up with $12 million for a view shed, steep slopes, wetlands, riparian buffer, or, you know, whatever you want to call it. You know, there's, some people say that it's really developable land, some people say it's not. I don't know what the status of it is, but I know that with open space, we could have got some amount without doing anything. And I know that you told me you didn't have any money for stormwater. So if we don't have and you told me you'd need to tax me. So I kind of really confused on why we have money for other things, which seem to me to be less important, but that's just me. Now, once again, I want to get back to the language. Ardrossan will be developed. We are not going to purchase Ardrossan. In 2006, when there was an 80% vote on this, it was framed, and I just disagree with anybody who says otherwise, that we were going to pay $20 million for Ardrossan. If you're going to pay 10, 20, 30, 40,000 an acre, I think you're going to have a lot of takers. There's a price point in Radnor Township where people say, 40,000 an acre, it's worth tax money. $1 million an acre, it's not. Okay, so it's not. There's not people that are you know, people don't just love money, right? Where does that come from? If you love money and you hate open space and hate puppies, you know, then you'll vote again. That's not right. There's a point. We have to figure out what we're doing. Elaine, okay, I'm closing.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up because we have a lot more people to go.
I'm wrapping up a little bit extra. Like, would request a little extra consideration here. Okay? Now, one of the things that you said, and thank you for coming back, Elaine, one of the things you wrote was, the decision will ultimately be up to the public, right? You wrote that. Now, is that a true statement, Elaine? Is that true? Really?
Absolutely true.
It's going to be up to the public. So how is it going to be up to the public? Are you going to do a referendum?
Here you are giving us your opinion right now, and you are the public right now.
I would submit that that's not a true statement, Elaine, and you know it's not a true statement. This board is going to vote on it, and it's completely within this board's right to do that. It's completely your decision whether this deal goes through or not. But what you shouldn't do, and what is wrong, is to knowingly make and write down a misstatement. And that's what I think you did, because it's not going to be up to the public unless you put this out to a referendum. And if I am wrong about this, then put it for a referendum, because you believe that the referendum's going to win, so just do it. Now, what I will say is, people have said that, oh, well, the government is going to we're going to make money off of this, right? We're going to make money by buying this open space. It's not the purview. It's not the government's job to buy land to make money. We don't need the government. The government can always squeeze out private enterprise if it wants to do that. That's not what the role for government should be. Government needs to be limited. It needs to be curtailed in what it reaches to do. And that's what people want, is to make sure that there's a check. We don't want government to take over private enterprise. And this is what is a start on this slippery slope. What I'll say in conclusion is that there's broad concern amongst the electorate. And the broad concern may result in any and all eventualities with respect to ways to stop this from going forward. I've just heard from a lot of different people about their grave concerns. So what I would again ask is that we really do go back to the first part, Elaine, make your statement true that you wrote, and let's give it a true voice to the public in a public vote, up or down, on an even, fair question. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other public comment?
As a member of this next generation to whom everyone keeps referring, I would just like to pose a question about what seemed... What?
Name.
Oh, Catherine Donchez. I would like to pose a question just about one of the primary concerns that seems to be pretty prevalent in the room. If the open space is gotten or obtained through density modification, can it still be used for the recreational use of the public, for the trails and the parks and everything else that seems to be one of the primary reasons for its acquisition in the first place? Because if this does not remain a function of the space, it doesn't seem like a prevalent alternative to the present plan.
Thank you, Catherine. Come on up.
Only take 30 seconds of your time, and note, Kevin, I'm not answering your question this time. I forgot to mention, I handed up 2 papers, and I just wanted to point those out, because I'd be in trouble with my president, Mr. Toomey, if I didn't mention the fact that the first item was his letter, which was sent out to the members and the friends of the Conservancy, setting forth the Conservancy's position. So I'd ask you to take a look at that. The second document is a report from eConsult Solutions, which was involved in the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission study, which talks about the economic benefits of open space. This particular document, which was commissioned by the Radnor Conservancy, specifically with regard to the open space to be acquired at Ardrossan, discusses how open space can limit expenditures by not allowing overdevelopment of a property. Any kind of overdevelopment, or any development for that matter, is going to demand municipal services, both school districts and the townships. so that open space relieves some of that particular pressure. There's a general impact on the value of real estate with regard to proximity to open space, and it also provides other economic benefits, which Maya von Rossum mentioned, which includes ecological services provided just by the mere fact that you have open space. It's going to help the situation of the Darby Creek downriver. I'm sorry for taking up any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello,
Mr.
my name
Snyder?
is John Snyder. I represent the seller in this transaction, ES3LP, who is very happy to be a partner of the township in trying to preserve significant open space in Radnor Township. The only reason I'm speaking tonight is that there are a couple of things that have been said that are just dead wrong. And
We're gonna allow him
Mr.
to
Booker,
comment, okay?
calm down. He doesn't, anybody can speak
Please
in
proceed, Mr.
Pennsylvania
Snyder.
Thank you.
under the Sunshine
Thank
Act.
you. There's been the perception that this was put together and then exposed right after the election in a way to get past the election. I can tell you that that is dead wrong. This is a negotiation that has gone along for months and months and months. Our target at reaching an agreement of sale was September 15th. The reason that it didn't get reached until November 5th had nothing to do with any facts other than trying to negotiate a deal that both sides would live with. And the second part of that is the idea that this township is paying more than it should for this property. The township, there are parts of this property that the township is not even paying what we're having to pay to acquire it to sell it to the township. The seller in this transaction has become a partner of the township in trying to preserve open space at a cost to us as sellers. There is substantial money left on the table, in the seven figures, substantially in the seven figures, in what this property is worth. There is substantial disagreement on the nature of the appraisal. We think your appraisal is horrendously low, but we also know that it's your appraisal and you can't buy above it. And so we have had to come down to meet you at your price. And we've done that, and I think the public should understand that this is not a situation of a seller windfall or a delayed agreement for a political purpose. Neither of those are true. And that's all I wanted to say to try and clarify the record.
Thank you very much. Is there any other comment tonight?
Good evening. It's getting kind of late, but I guess it is still evening, not morning yet. It's getting there. I have to first say that I'm going to talk about my stepdaughter, who hopefully won't be attending Georgetown. But if she were to attend Georgetown and wish to do so, and I had the financial means to get her to
You have to
Georgetown.
announce your name for the.
My name's
Sorry.
David Wood, 716 South Roberts Road. We're being tricky because we have three different last names, Van Rossum, Wood, and Walsh. So it's a little complicated, but anyhow, so if I were to have the ability to pay to have her go to Georgetown, I would certainly send her to Georgetown. And I think while Penn State offers a great education, having the opportunity and having her want to go to Georgetown, that's where I would send her to go. And I think you have the ability to buy a Drossen, and I would hate to see you have that opportunity to go. Like if I had her get into Georgetown, for me not to have the for me to tell her you can go, you could go there, but I'm not going to let you, even though I can afford to have you go there, would be ridiculous on my part. As far as the referendum concept, people have bandied that around that we should send this to referendum. Where are we going to stop the referendums? Are we going to stop it at the $25,000 you'd agreed to spend tonight? Should that go to referendum? At what point do we stop it? Because I don't necessarily agree with that. Should that go to my vote? Should I have the ability to vote that down? And those $25,000 things add up quickly. And I think that if you start with something like, obviously 25,000 is a little bit different than 10 million, but that's besides the point. There is some broad concern that the board will be looked on favorably or disfavorably as we go into the future on this plan and what you do here to buy it or not buy it as you decide. I think that as you look at that, the voters are going to consider as a referendum on you when you come up for re-election on whether they should elect you or not in the future. And that's how we'll judge you. You're elected by us to represent us, and that's how a representative democracy works. You can't work it on referendum for everything. And as we go forward, in the future, you may be looked at, and they may vote you off the board because people don't like the fact that you bought this piece of property. But our children and grandchildren will look back at you and think you did a great thing. So even if you're not reelected, based on purchasing this land, it's a great thing that you're doing. And don't worry about the fact that you're not getting reelected. I think that most of you will because I think they agree. But if you weren't, I think you're right there. As far as a lot of people will attack this on an economic from an economic standpoint, and they'll say, you know, this isn't gonna make us money. This is gonna increase our taxes. And I think it's a foolish plan going forward. I say this all the time at school board meetings. When you look at the two things you want to spend money on in a township, in a district, are open space and the schools. They're the things that make your community special. If you don't do those two things, you're not spending money where it appropriately needs to be spent. And you can say that schools cost a lot of money and they cost your budget compared to the school district's budget is much lower. And when you look at the schools, there's a reason why you spend the money on the schools. And the benefit to taxpayers and the community is outstanding. And that's why we're doing what we do. When you did the Radnor Trail, if you look at properties 1/4 mile away from that trail, they've gone up $70,000 in value because that trail's there. A lot of people, when it was built, said they're going to go down in value because they have a trail going right through the backyard. People now desire those properties and they want to have them. You're going to get market increased value based on the fact that you're going to build or you're going to buy this open space. You're going to have market value increase, which is going to increase your tax base. If they build on it, you're going to have problems where you're going to have to pay for those people. There's a $1.2 million, roughly $1.2 million payback out of $1 million invested on residential properties. You're only getting on open space and open space purchase, you're at about $275,000. So $275,000 in, you're getting $1 million of value out. If you build residential and build the whole thing out with residential, you're going to end up spending about $1.2 million on $1 million put in. So I think that's a problem there. Open space, for me, and I think the rest of the community who isn't going to vote you out, is a smart decision today, and it's going to be a smart decision in the future, and I think you'd be foolish not to consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will take one more comment tonight, and I want to remind everyone that we're having hearings coming up, and we'll set the hearing dates shortly, so that if you didn't get a chance to speak, come on up, Robin. You'll be our last word. If you didn't get a chance to speak tonight and you wanted to, please come to one of our next hearings. Hello.
Thank you. I'm Robin Mann from Beechwood Drive in Rosemont. I'll be very quick. I was at a watershed conference this weekend where a representative from DEP put up two watershed maps from the region. One was the Chester Ridley Crum watershed, and one was the Darby Creek watershed. I serve on the Darby Creek Darby Creek Valley Association's board and have been a member for a long time. And one of the things that's very troubling to us is how there isn't a stream in the Darby Creek that actually isn't impaired by all of the development that's occurred. But it's fascinating that just below Camp Run, where the confluence with the Darby Creek is the highest indication of healthy stream life in the whole watershed. That's 31 municipalities. So right below Camp Run, that has to do with what Ardrossan represents in terms of contributing to water quality. This is a composite. It has to do with the bugs in the stream. But I think it's very emblematic of what that land contributes overall to our environment. And I took a walk yesterday morning early in Sawmill Park, looking over at the hill across the way, the rye field, and thought about the fact that we here are incredibly fortunate because the people who've come before us have had the foresight to protect a lot of open space. The time is now for Radnor to make this decision. We have two choices. Acquire this special property that would contribute so much to the future, or let it go. And I urge you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Okay. thank everybody for the great comments tonight. I believe we have a motion to introduce that was put forth by John Fisher and seconded by Bill Spingler. And I'm going to go ahead and call the vote for the introduction of this ordinance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So it was 5-2 with Commissioners Curley and Kevin Higgins opposing. All right, next.
Well, we have several potential hearing dates for the Ardrossan hearings. We have November 18th, 6 p.m. immediately following the budget meeting, and November 26th, December 9th, and December 18th. At this point, I'll motion to set all 4 of these dates
Right.
as stated.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Is there any commissioner comment about these dates? Any staff comment or public comment? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. John Nagel? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? I'm going to call that 6-0 since Commissioner Nagel is not here. All right, next we will move on to community development with Commissioner Curley.
I'll move the introduction of ordinance 2013-21, amending chapter 280 of Radnor. I move the introduction of ordinance 2013-21, amending chapter 280 of Radnor Township zoning code by establishing regulations for a new comprehensive integrated college development use within the PI, Planned Institution District.
Second?
Oh, yes, Elaine is recused from handling this. I think where we are on this is that this matter was before our Planning Commission at its November meeting, and the discussion there resulted in a vote that the ordinance that they were considering had not been formally and officially sent to them by this Board of Commissioners. So the concern was that they should not be acting officially on something that officially and formally had not gotten into their hands. So I think what we're doing tonight, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody else, is we're now going to introduce the ordinance that is in our materials, and for the purpose of allowing it now to go back through the process with the Planning Commission.
So Jim, I understand it differently. Perhaps I'm wrong.
Okay.
But I understood it that this represents largely comments that Kevin Kuchansky put into this ordinance that reflected things that we said at the last meeting and perhaps things that were said at the Planning Commission, and that the Planning Commission did not vote on it. So I don't know, is that accurate, inaccurate?
Yes, Commissioner, that is accurate. At your September 23rd meeting, you had introduced this with the direction to staff to, in essence, secure it up a little bit more, clean it up, make it more restrictive. So we took that directive from the commissioners, who I think majority had felt that it was substantially where it needed to be. They just wanted to kind of clean things up a little bit.
So this represents that concept with your revisions that reflect the things that you heard us tell you we wanted in this document.
Absolutely. And we also took the opportunity to take some of the input that we had heard from the neighbors and their planner, and we incorporated those as appropriate into the ordinance as well.
Very good. Thank you.
So Kevin, what's the process and timing from here forward?
Well, it would be reintroduced tonight. Planning Commission has had this at several of their meetings. They did not act on it. So we're hoping at a future meeting in December that they do make a formal recommendation where it would be back in front of you for a vote for adoption.
In December?
Preferably, yes.
Okay. And then one of the open questions, which I believe you're going to walk us through in a minute, is what does it mean for institutions other than, or colleges other than Villanova?
Correct. We do have an analysis of what the impacts are on the other institutions, and I can go over that. It's more of a visual display than it is a numbers. Ultimately, this ordinance does not impact how much can be built on a property. The overall requirements of the underlying district, the impervious coverage and building coverage remain consistent for the entire campus. It's just in one particular area that would be designated as a CICD would be restricted, in most cases greater than what is currently permitted under the code.
So is that your explanation, or do you have like a visual or?
I do have visuals for that. If you want, I can go over the
Yeah, I'd
visuals
like
first
that,
or
please.
go through the changes to the ordinance.
You can do whatever order you prefer.
Well, if Jim can pull up the ordinance, I'll just kind of go over a quick timeline as to where this has been at, just to refresh everybody's memory. The ordinance was initially submitted as a petition May 24th, 2012. This board rejected that and told the applicant to go back and kind of work with staff to reduce some of the densities that they were initially proposing. That was resubmitted November 28th. At that point, the board did authorize us to send it to the Planning Commission on December 3rd. These are the 8 meetings that this has been in front of Planning Commission, including one site visit that we held in September to go out where Villanova had kind of marked the corners of the building within the parking lot to get a sense of where the buildings would be spatially on the site. And then as most recently as this past Monday, where they were in front of the Planning Commission again. And the version that was in front of Planning Commission is the same version that is in front of you, which is in essence reacting to the comments from when you had introduced it at your September meeting.
So this has been before the Planning Commission 8 times,
Correct.
and they're still not finished with it.
Correct.
Go ahead, Kevin.
All right.
Can I make a comment on that? Just because it's topical. This has been to the Planning Commission 8 times. And in the 8 times that it's been there, I will argue that there were not substantive changes made or recommended by our Planning Commission. And I'll use an example. When Garrett Hill went through rezoning, we didn't rely on the Planning Commission to do all the work. We hired a planner. We had staff, plus a planner, plus the Planning Commission, and in the end, we ended up with lots of great code, very detailed code. What I'm going to recommend tonight, we'll go through this, but what I'll recommend tonight is that to bolster staff's excellent work that they've been doing on this. This is an amazing drain on their resources. They have so many other things they're working on right now. Right now, we have 3 major developments in the township, and yet we haven't hired any additional staff to address that. But when plans come in, we will hire additional engineers to review those plans. We will spend lots more money on the plan review, lots more money on vetting out those plans. But on the code side, we haven't spent any money. We've relied on Kevin to do all this work himself with some help of other staff, but to me, it's too much. Kevin's done an amazing job with this. But moving forward, this board had an obligation, I think, earlier in the year to say, look, we should have hired a planner to help Kevin, help the department, help the staff get this done. And now we feel pressure to get this done now. Right? We're saying we're going to get it done by the end of the year. I watched the Planning Commission meeting. I don't have any faith that they had the resources in place to vet this code from A to Z in 1 or 2 meetings. I don't know how that could happen. I've watched all the meetings through the year, and in 1 or 2 meetings, they basically got to the point where they felt like they didn't know what to do next, and they didn't have resources, outside resources. So they tabled. And in many cases, they didn't recommend any changes. Yet, we've heard from the public, and I'm speaking out now because I'm one of the commissioners that represents a segment of the population that's directly impacted by this. Commissioner Schaefer is recused, so she doesn't have that luxury. Commissioner Spengler is impacted. I have a lot of residents coming to me and pressuring me, hey, why are we not treating this like we treated Garrett Hill? Why are we not treating this like any other major rezoning project? So, Kevin, I want to emphasize, you are doing a great job. But for us to meet our deadlines, for us to get this done by end of year, and for the Plan Commission to give us advice by the end of the year, I don't know how it's going to happen. I have a lot of faith in them, but they have a lot of work to do in just 1 or 2 meetings. And I want to put it out there now so everyone knows where I'm going to be when we're voting on this stuff. But I really have a strong sense that if we bring in more resources, just like we did when Villanova came to us with a plan, a sketch plan, or I don't want to call it a sketch plan because that's a legal term, but they came to us with a concept plan, and the first thing this township did was we hired a cadre of engineers. We knew that we couldn't do it internally because it was too big and too immense and too complex. So we really need to treat the zoning code with the same effort and hire additional resource quickly, or if we have it, to put it in place. If we already have an outside resource, put it in place. But it became very obvious to me at the last meeting that by having the Friends to Protect Radnor group use their funds to do it, they got some results that we weren't getting through our normal processes. And I'm not making a comment on our abilities. This is not normal. We normally don't have 3 major development plans in front of us in a given year. These plans, if you add up the value of these plans, it's approaching $1 billion. It's approaching $1 billion. $300 million for Villanova, maybe $200 to $300 million for the biomed site, and maybe I left one off. Ardrossan, the elephant in the room. That's worth maybe $200 to $300 million. This is $1 billion of development, and we're doing the same thing we've always done. And I know I'm going to regret this at the end of the day if I don't speak up and say this, but we need more resources to review the code, fully vet the code, because the code remains. The construction happens once, but the code remains. And whatever this code that we codify, whatever we create, it remains. And yes, we can change it later, but we grandfather so many applicants with this code. And I'm really concerned that after all these meetings, here we are feeling pressure in 2 to 3 weeks to get it done. And I feel too much pressure. I'm just being honest. I feel way too much pressure. It will be 11:45, midnight, 1:30 again, and we're not even finished 2 major items on the agenda. That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure on the board. It's a lot of pressure on staff, and it makes the public stressed. They get stressed. They want to know, why are we working till 1:30 in the morning to vote on something as important as this? And I don't want to have a vote tonight at 12:30. That's too late. I have too many constituents that are going to be harmed if we don't do the right thing. Too many. It's in my backyard. I have residents that their backyard is Villanova. I mean, there aren't many commissioners sitting here that can say that. This is real. It's real for me, and I'm reaching out for help here. I'm reaching out to staff, to the board, to say, you know what, we do need a little more resource on this. We need to do something.
Well, Kevin, do you feel overwhelmed by this?
No, I think the ordinance is in a form and a shape that is appropriate. We looked at the issues that were raised by the planner. A lot of the changes that we made were not at the recommendation of the neighbor's planner. Those were comments that we were going to incorporate all along. I think the direction was clear from the September meeting that substantively the board was comfortable with where the ordinance was. They just wanted us to tighten it up. And I think the revisions that we put forward have done that. And what we come down to is a philosophical difference with what we recommend, with what the county recommends, with what the neighbors want. And we can find a half a dozen planners that can give you a half a dozen answers as to what is appropriate. And what we're looking at in the code is not all dissimilar to what we already have in our existing code for similar types of uses and structures.
And so this, we're waiting to hear from, well, this needs to go back to planning. It needs to go to the county planning department, and we need to get it back here sometime for action.
The county actually recommended on the previous version before these changes that they recommended adoption with the township looking at the setback issues. That was probably their biggest concern. And again, I think that that's a philosophical difference. I can point to various sections of the code, the existing code that permits similar types of uses with smaller setbacks and similar types of building heights that is already within our code. So it's what one planner's opinion is just that it's an opinion, and people can come at it from different approaches, and a planner will give you the opinion that they're getting paid to give you the opinion on.
Okay, I won't get into the substance of that. We'll wait until we get through this, but I wanted to make sure that you know where I was going to go with this, because I'm still not convinced. There are recommendations by the Delaware County Planning Commission to make the setback 65 feet to an arterial, 60 feet to an arterial road. Those recommendations have been repeated over and over and over again. The advantage of the Delaware County Planning Commission is they actually have a full-time planner on staff just to address those issues. So not only do they have a sitting planning commission, but they have a full-time resource to look at the code. We have the option to send this code to the planning commission to recommend new language. We do have that option. That is a planning, a Delaware County planning service that we have access to. We pay a lot of taxes to the Delaware County administration to do things for us, and that's one of the services they provide. We have never done that. And I'll be honest, I didn't realize that was even an option up until a few days ago. I didn't know that was an option. So I think, at least for me, maybe I'm the lone commissioner who has a direct impact, but I will stress that the zoning code that we pass here not only does it have a direct impact on my residents, who very much do care about that setback is not philosophical to them. That's their yard. That's their backyard. That's their front yard. That's what they see every day when they drive out of their house. That's different than philosophical. Philosophical and policy is different. So for me, if the Delaware County Planning Commission and the Radnor Township Planning Commission thinks the setback should be 65 feet, we're putting them in place to give us that advice, to give us that independent advice. We can hire planners, and they may give us the same advice, but the point is they've already given us the advice, but that advice is not getting into the document and has not gotten into the document. And to me, that's what's wrong. You know,
John,
when
can
the
I
advice
ask you,
is given-
I'm a little confused by your comment, because I thought, maybe I misheard you, it is late, but I thought you said this wasn't sent to the Delaware County Planning Department.
They have seen drafts of this every time we send it to planning. So the 8 times that it went to the Radnor Township Planning Commission, it had also gone to the Delaware County Planning Commission.
Have seen it.
In different form. But the point is, the one thing that hasn't changed, that they've opined on every time, was that setback.
But I
And
thought you said they hadn't seen it.
They've
Okay.
seen all these
All right, maybe I
documents.
just misunderstood
Yeah,
you.
it was a process issue too. So we voted as a board to send this to the Planning Commission. And in the time that it left our hands, it was modified and changed by staff. I appreciate it. The changes are good. But the problem was, it needed to come back to us first, then we vote as a body to send it to the Planning Commission.
All right.
It doesn't get sent to the Planning Commission without our vote,
It's right now in that posture.
right? And that's the purpose
I don't
of
think
tonight.
there's been a motion. Somebody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I made a motion, and it was seconded by
Second?
Bill.
Okay. Are
So
there any?
I'm going to comment on
Okay.
the things that
Go
John
ahead.
indicated. Let's not get carried away in the semantics of what someone means when they say it's a philosophical difference. It is a philosophical difference. It has practical implications, and those practical implications affect people differently. But I do not agree that the Delaware County Planning Commission recommendation is a sound recommendation for the setback. That the whole point of this, I think it's very prudent to get these buildings away from the neighborhoods and back on the street. This is a major street. This is designed to be on a street like this. And so to me, pushing the building up toward the street is productive to what I'm hearing. Neighbors want insulation from Villanova. And I see the Planning Commission, the Delaware County Planning Commission's recommendation as counterproductive to that. So that's the first thing on the substance. I disagree with the Delaware County Planning Commission, which is why I don't see myself supporting that particular element of their recommendation. And then So what we just have to do then is, we're not, the planning commission, our planning commission, I believe, is at a philosophical difference of opinion with at least 4 of us. And so I don't see that hiring a planner is going to bridge that gap. I think we have to ultimately make the decision whether, and as I watched it and read the, the discourse, I think the setback is the major issue that separates us from the planning commission, from our planning commission. And we just have to make a decision about what we want to do with that particular setback. So if I thought bringing another planner into it at this stage was productive, then I would be very supportive of that. But essentially, I see it the way Kevin described it, as ripe for action one way or another, and it's up to us to just take that action.
Are there any other commissioner comments?
I'd like Kevin to go through the rest of what he was going to go through.
I can proceed if you're ready. As soon as Jim gets it up on the screen. Again, these were reacting to the comments that we heard at the last board meeting on the 23rd to really kind of limit as to where this use can go. What you'll see on here is our red-lined changes, which was provided to you in your packet. The red are additions, the blue strike-through are what has been deleted. One of the concerns is how this use could escape from the college campus into areas that an institution or university may own that's outside the PI district. We further clarified that language, that it's got to be upon existing college and university campuses. Further on, we also, and we repeat that throughout this entire amendment, we also limited it, the CICD, just to lands that are currently zoned PI. The importance of all of this is that once this ordinance is adopted, there's reference that the campus that exists at the time that the ordinance is adopted is what the universities would be entitled to put the CICD use on. Those that are currently being utilized for institution and college purposes, as well as those that are currently zoned PI. So that there are 2 restrictive clauses that have been added into that to really limit where this can go. And that's, in essence, the summary for the first page here. And you can see at the bottom of the, or the top of the second page, that the insert date of adoption, that is when it's going to be locked in with a date certain in the code, so that there's no confusion as to when it was adopted. The actual adoption date will be incorporated into the language of the code.
Meaning that the campus today is, for lack of a better way, just sort of frozen.
Correct, at the date of adoption. So let's say if it was adopted at the first meeting of December or the second meeting of December, that date would get inserted in, and the campus as it existed at that time that was being utilized for college and university purposes and was zoned PI will be all that an applicant is entitled to, regardless of what they do in the future and what lands that they do acquire or try to rezone. That will not be applicable to.
Kevin, Commissioner Higgins, do you really want to keep going through this? It's going to
I
come,
want to, yeah.
it's going to come back to us for real debate on
My
substance.
fundamental question has not yet been addressed, and he knows what my fundamental question is. It's up to Kevin how he chooses to present it.
Why don't we get to it? How many pages is
I mean,
this
I heard the answer
ordinance?
to the fundamental question is that this is limited to a handful of existing universities, probably 3.
Correct.
And 2 roads in Radnor. And if those 2 roads in Radnor satisfy the conditions,
what are those
then
2?
they can build on they can use that provision. So it's kind of the overlap of 2 restrictive criteria.
Yes, and actually we get to the next where we talk about that the CICD will only be permitted by conditional use approval. Furthermore, that it is restricted to institutions with a campus area of 75 acres or larger. That is what the minimum campus area has to be.
So what institutions fall into that category?
That would be Villanova, Cabrini, and Eastern.
And what are the 2 roads?
We have multiple roads that apply to that, but there are different setbacks depending on the classification of the road and if an institution owns on either side. And that'll become more evident in the visual analysis that I'll quickly go through. So the 75 acres was a threshold that we looked at as a minimum that would be appropriate for this use. Number 3, no portion of the CICD shall be located on lands outside of the planned institution. That was another thing to further tighten where this could go. We also looked at, again, that only one is allowed. The limit for the size is 10 to 15 acres. It was previously 10 to 25, so we reduced the area of the CICD. The applicant will be required to identify the CICD in their entire campus as part of the conditional use process, and that as it exists at the date of adoption. I'm just going to highlight the major changes in here. 8, when there was a change in use or an expansion within that 10 to 15 acres, would trigger a new conditional use. So if the applicant says they're going to come in with dorms now and decides that they're going to change those dorms to another use that is permitted in the CICD, that triggers a new conditional use. So nothing's going to happen within the CICD that is outside of board approval. Changes on this page are just further clarification, cleaning up some of the language in through here. There was concern that was expressed about restaurants. We changed that to cafes, bistros, eateries, typically what you would find on an institutional, but instead of having it as a commercial operation, that they are owned and operated by the institution. We further limited the amount of retail. We had a 10,000 square foot limit with no cap. It was based off of a percentage. We provided a cap of 25,000 for the entire subordinate retail uses, including any storage area. The other change that we made, and this is where I can get into the visuals, were on the setbacks. We have the setbacks for arterial roads, which would be Lancaster Avenue when they're owned on both sides of the applicant, so this would be applicable to the Villanova.
Kevin, may I ask a question about that?
Sure.
That particular setback is the one that is drawing the most controversy, correct?
Correct.
And so, and it's a front setback, correct? It's a
Correct.
setback. So by using the Delaware County Planning Commission recommendation, now I recognize that the building doesn't have to stay the same size, but if we were to use that, we would essentially push the building back away from the arterial.
Correct. The larger of the front yard setback, the further into the site you're going
Yes.
to push the buildings.
So if you wanted to get a building away from the back, where we're more likely to find interface, a logical thing to do is to push that forward to the street, correct?
Correct.
And that's your logic for supporting the 35-foot setback and not the 60-foot setback?
Correct, and it's also consistent with other provisions in the
Yes.
code, particularly the R6, where they recommend 30-foot setbacks. And it's a point of note that the R6 is along Lancaster Avenue, right around the St. David Shimoni Road intersection. So just to give you a visual, that's where we permit smaller setbacks along Lancaster Avenue for similar types of multifamily uses. You could argue that the dorms are, in essence, like in a multifamily apartment complex.
So I would accept that argument, except the applicant isn't asking to push back off the rear property line in order to get to the road. They're asking to expand on all setbacks. Remember, when this came to us initially, I think we had a 0 front yard
Yes, but
setback.
the only recommendation from the Delaware Valley, from the County Planning Commission that I believe is, the only recommendation I saw that was distinctly different than what was in here was for that 60-foot front yard setback. Am I accurate on that, Kevin? That was specifically identified. They wanted that 35-foot front yard setback to be a 60-foot front yard setback.
Correct. They also had commented on the setbacks off of not just the arterial, but off of the minor collectors as well. So their comments primarily focused on the specific application and not the ordinance as a whole. Make several comments within the review as it references to the sketch plan that Villanova had provided early on. So they're not really commenting on the impact that this would have on the other campuses. They're primarily focusing in on the Villanova proposal as it exists.
So John, as I see it, what we should be doing with our code is giving the developer the opportunity to put the building where it's best. And smaller front yard setbacks on major roads like this make great sense toward that objective.
Well, except for the scale, you know, when you talk about scale and character, you know, we don't have any buildings that were 5 feet from the roadway on my side of the township. I don't think we have any buildings anywhere in the township that are 5 feet from the roadway. So, you know.
Are there any 5-foot setbacks in this? I don't believe there are. Are
Well,
there?
there were.
There's 5-foot setback from the rail line for
But
parking, but not for
there's no 5-foot
buildings.
setbacks from a road,
No.
correct?
Right. So, you know, again, I have to imagine now, we have a very nice trail system in this township, and that trail system is built on an old rail bed. So can you imagine we pass this code, 25 years later, 20 years later, 15 years later, SEPTA decides we're getting rid of this rail line, and you know what, you guys can have a trail there. We could potentially have building envelopes within 5 feet of the rail bed. I mean, or, you know, maybe there'd be some buffer there, but still 5 feet. I think.
The 5-foot setback is for parking. The building setbacks are actually
Yeah.
50 feet.
And there's a 20-foot setback for building structures. Again, they're proposing, in this case, if we talk about Villanova, because we shouldn't be doing that when we're looking at this code, but if we talk about Villanova, a 20-foot rear yard setback, I'm sorry, it's 30 feet. You know, you're talking about a large structure that's up against housing. We're talking about, the setbacks are about protecting and buffering the residential uses that are directly adjacent to some other use. So if these setbacks aren't adequate, it will have a direct impact on the residents. There's just no other way around it. If you ever get a chance, we were talking about Conestoga Village, if you ever get a chance in the winter, drive through Conestoga Village. And what you will see, plain as day, is in the rear yards of these very nice residential homes, 38-foot tall buildings that are very large, very structured, very institutional-like, just growing out of the backyards of these houses. And that's because the setbacks were not large enough. If the setbacks were large enough, you wouldn't see those structures. You would have had enough room for large trees to be grown and to create a buffer. But here we go again. We're about to do it again. And I just want to make sure that the code that we enact doesn't keep doing the same thing we've done in the past. So I really ask that we really take into consideration the view shed. We talk about the view shed for Ardrossan. What about the view shed for my neighbors? What about the people, they have to drive 5 miles to see open space? But if they look out their back window, they're going to see a 38-foot tall parking structure. I mean, is this really what we're talking about in Radnor? I can go on and on, but please understand where I'm coming from. My residents, the people that I represent, are directly impacted by this. I don't know if anyone else can claim that, but mine are. I would imagine some of you could claim that. But it's really going to impact my neighbors, my residents.
Is this debate merely about Lancaster Avenue setback? It's 60 feet versus 35? Is that what this debate is about?
That's what it seems.
So, John, where are you talking about? Residents' backyards? What?
Well, no, there's issues not only, every setback has an issue, but I started with that one because the Plan Commission had recommended that one. I have other recommendations. You know, just as anyone is welcome to an opinion, I'm welcome to an opinion, but my opinion is based on what the residents are telling me. It's not just what John wants, it's what all the residents are telling me.
But why would they oppose a 35-foot setback on Lancaster Avenue?
Well, again, it's about zoning code, and let's talk about planning. Planning is not zoning code. Planning is understanding how the development patterns affect the view shed, affect the way your neighborhood looks. I mean, there's no way to articulate what I mean. But when you see good, you know it's good, but when you see bad, you know it's bad, right? So you know some towns you go into, and the buildings are up against the road, and the large buildings are right next to the residential housing. You know it isn't right, but when you see, you know it isn't right. But when you see something nice, it's a place you want to go back to. Now, the question is this going to, and when we're done with this, is this a place that people are going to want to go to and enjoy driving by and enjoy being near, or is it a place that they're going to be saying, wow, that is so congested down there, I don't even want to drive near it?
I guess the reason I am supportive of it is because it's going to do all the things that you want done. You know, like, I think you are going to drive there and you are going to see this as a beautiful physical site, and it is going to get the building toward the street, and it's going to make a marginal improvement in getting people out of the neighborhoods, out of that interface that is problematic. It's not going to solve problems, but I think it's going to take a step in that direction. So I'm listening to everything you're saying. I'm just coming to a different conclusion.
All right, are we finished going through the ordinance?
No.
We're not?
I-
How many pages are there? Can you shrink the font? Can you shrink the font so we can get to it? Please?
Just to touch on the setbacks, because there was a lot of concern expressed as to what setbacks are applicable under this ordinance. So I looked at all of the different campuses and campus areas and the parcels, and what setbacks would be applicable. The blue, in essence, represents the property lines, so whether it's the right-of-way line or a common property line with a residential property. And the yellow lines represents the different setbacks. The lines with the hatches on them would be the setbacks that would be applicable under the CICD. The solid yellow line and the line with the dash in it represents the default setbacks for the underlying PI district. So where a CICD would butt up against a residential use, as is this case here, depending on the use and depending on the classification under the current regulations, it could either be 125-foot setback or a 200-foot setback. This would be as close as something could currently be developed to those residential property lines under the current regulations. That is not changing. What this code looks at is reduced setbacks from roads. Roads where the applicant owns on both sides are further reduced in the case of Villanova, and reduced setbacks along the rail line. So we looked at it for all the various lots and how that would come out. Again, you would have along the rail line and this portion of South Ithan where it's across from Aldwin Triangle would be the reduced setbacks, where it would then come into common property lines with adjacent residential. The default PI regulations then come into play with 125 or 200-foot setbacks. Similar with Aldwin Triangle, you have the reduced setback along the rail line. When you get along Aldwin Lane, you do have the 125 or 200-foot setbacks for that portion.
That's one of the most beautiful slides I've ever seen. It's so illustrative. Thank you.
Let's look at other areas of Villanova, because we were concerned Sproul Road is an arterial, and obviously Villanova doesn't own on the other side of that, so we wanted to make sure that instead of the reduced setbacks, that the larger setbacks, because it is across the street from residential, these are the setbacks that are in the current code, 125 or 200 feet, depending on the use and category of what would be proposed in there.
That's not changing.
That is not changing, no. So where you see the dashed is where you would have the reduced setback along a rail line or along a road where the applicant owns on both sides of it. In this case where you have the different campuses on either side of Sproul, you would get the reduced setbacks. As you can see from the aerials, there are buildings that are falling within those setbacks as it exists now. We looked at Villanova Conference Center. The only reduced setback that the CICD would, that Villanova could, if they were to propose it over here and not over where they're currently proposing it, would be along the rail line right-of-way. All other property boundaries fall back to the PI zoning setback. Again, there's no increase in building coverage, no increase in impervious coverage. Everything falls back from a campus standpoint back to the default of the PI. What could be done is Villanova or Eastern or Cabrini could overdevelop one portion of their site at 100% impervious or building coverage as long as they meet it for the entire campus. In the CICD, it's reduced to 30 or 45% if they're going to preserve land, and then existing impervious coverage is also reduced. And then we looked at Eastern and Cabrini. With Cabrini, again, the only setback, and this is under the CICD, because the applicant doesn't own on both sides, it goes to a 200-foot setback by the code under CICD, 75-foot setback under existing PI zoning adjacent to Valley Forge, and then you're back at the 125 and 200-foot setbacks under the existing code.
Can you explain to me what you mean by it goes to 200? Does that mean it's a greater setback, a smaller setback?
Yes, given the natural resources that we have in that area and the different type of neighborhood and climate that is in that area, the context of that neighborhood is completely different than what we have along Lancaster Avenue, even though the roads are similar in category. They're major collectors, but they have a different context, a different feel. So we wanted to treat those differently. Obviously, Eagle Road and King of Prussia Road have a lot more natural resources, a lot more environmentally sensitive lands on there. We felt that it was important to protect those. So we looked at a 200-foot setback, which is the maximum setback that we have under our existing code. So that would pull that back into the largest setback that our PI currently has right now. So anywhere within these lines is where an applicant could develop the CICD. It would be no worse than what they could currently do, in some case more restrictive than what they could currently do under current zoning.
Just to orient me for a second, the double blue.
This is Eagle Road.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
And we have King of Prussia over on this end. When we come down to Eastern, again, you have the 200-foot setback that would be along King of Prussia and along Eagle, and then it would default back to where we're adjacent to the residential, back to the default settings of 125 or 200 feet, depending on the category of use that is built into the code.
So if I'm processing this correctly, the setback is either further back or it's equivalent to what's permitted today?
It's either equal to or more restrictive than what our current code has.
Okay, thank you.
In some cases, with the CICD, it's more restrictive. Obviously, you can see with Eastern, they had buildings well within that setback, but we also increased the riparian buffer from 35 feet to 50 feet. And that's across the board for any of the campuses. And then there's one last...
With regard to Eastern University's acquisition from Valley Forge Military of the South Campus, did you...
You're just going into that now, Jim.
Okay.
Yes. So this is the last parcel. It's part of Eastern. It was purchased by Eastern from Valley Forge. I understand that there are covenants and restrictions that prevent and limit the amount of development that can happen on there for a given time period. But if some point in the future, these would be the setbacks that would be applicable. The 200-foot setback off of Eagle, and then Radnor Street Road, you have the 125 and 200 foot, as well as along the other property boundaries. So again, it's as restrictive, if not more restrictive, than what the current code would permit. So in terms of visual and what could happen on those campuses, these would be the areas that could be developed as a CICD. Again, it always falls back to any one area of a 10 to 15 acre can be developed at a certain building coverage, but the applicant still needs to meet the entire building coverage or the entire previous coverage for the campus as a whole under the existing PI. So it doesn't give them any more density. In some cases, there are setback adjustments and building height are really the two things that the CICD allows for. Current building height requirements are 38 feet. We're going up to 50 feet by this code. There's one difference in that the existing code, you can measure your building height from an 8-foot fill. The CICD requires you to measure it at existing grade. So what would appear to be a 12-foot height difference from the 38 to 50, in reality, from if it was built out, you could only really net 4 feet of difference of really achievable height under the CICD versus what could be currently permitted now.
And Kevin, the netting out of space it was at 1:1 and now it's at 1:2, meaning that if you take 1 square foot of CICD has to correspond to 2 square feet of space outside.
Correct.
So that's a 2-to-1 advantage. But then also, isn't that advantage compounded in that essentially that 1-to-1 that you're taking out, we're only allowing you to go up to four stories, but on that 2 that is outside, you could go up to 3 stories. So we're actually getting an advantage in excess of because we're taking out we're not only taking out the ground area, but we're taking out the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. So meaning there's on top of the 2-to-1 advantage, there's that 2-to-1 advantage would be 2-to-1 if we allowed you to double the size of the building, but we're only allowing a 1/3 increase for all intents and purposes, a 1-story increase.
Correct. You would net out what would be currently permitted in the first 3 floors. So for every square footage, you're realizing that additional area in the preserved land.
Very good, thank you.
We did look at really kind of providing some standards for the preserved lands. Commissioner, this is what you were going into. That it has to have a minimum area of 10,000 square feet. So we put some minimum standards in here. It's got to be within 500 feet of the CICD. That has remained. It cannot be divided by streets, parcels, railroad rights of way. So we're looking at one contiguous area. So it's not going to be remnants of land left over. It's going to be a meaningful chunk of preserved land. And then we also looked at that it can't be, narrow or regular pieces. It's going to have a minimum dimension in every direction it goes is a minimum of 200 feet. So we're looking at a substantial area of preserved land as part of this. If they're going to realize the increase in the building coverage from 30 to 45%, that is going to come at a cost of significant preserved lands that are coming back to, not to the township, but that will be taken out of the development stream for the university. And I want to highlight a few more areas. We did add some requirements that they mitigate the sound, put some sound attenuation devices on their mechanical equipment. This was something that I think is a belts and suspenders approach. I think our existing noise ordinance would cover this, but we wanted to recognize it. We're also looking at a separate noise ordinance outside of the zoning that will have a lot more teeth to it as we are working on that from previous approvals from the board. That will be applicable to all uses, so that'll come in and give specific standards and thresholds to all uses throughout the township. We added a provision in there for site lighting to minimize the light spillage. The residents planner had recommended 1 foot candle at the property line. We're going at a 1/2 foot. I think that is more reasonable, as well as dark sky compliant lighting, so it won't get a lot of sky glow at night from these developments. Limited that, and knowing the supported uses can have drive-through. We looked at financial and restaurant uses on here that they cannot have drive-through or drive-in services. And then probably the biggest addition, and this is something that we also added to the must ordinance, is a development impact study. This addresses and requires significant documentation from the applicant as to what impacts will be done or would be anticipated as part of any development. I know that there was some concerns raised by the residents that this is not addressed. Viewshed analysis, I would disagree. There's a section in here under the landscaping, F, conceptual landscape plan showing locations of trees and shrubs and other landscape improvements as necessary to mitigate the adverse visual impacts which the proposed actions will have on the property, adjoining properties in township. So I think that this does address a lot of the concerns. This was something that, going through the density modifications, both for the Ardrossan conditional use as well as for the 115 Stratford, I was surprised that we didn't have standards to address development impact studies as we were going through that in the code. And this was something that at the first opportunity I wanted to get this into the code to address all conditional uses. So whatever ordinance manages to get approval first, that we're going to get these standards in there so that any conditional use coming in front of the board, that any applicant is held to these standards. And I think this will go a long way in identifying what impacts a use will have coming in during the conditional use, and allow the board to appropriately analyze those and, if necessary, impose conditions upon the applicant to mitigate those so that they are not adverse impacts to the surrounding areas, including traffic and to the neighbors. So that was probably the biggest change that we had to this ordinance, is adding that back in there. But it's, again, kind of belts and suspenders because it's also word for word in the must ordinance as well.
Can I just ask one? I need an interpretation just on the building lengths. So this is I. What letter?
Do you have a page?
Page 8. Top of 8. So this is section I of.
Yes. Yes, I apologize. I did gloss over this. One of the things that that Villanova had in their initial petition is with the building length. Currently, our code really doesn't provide any minimum standards. It just says it has to offset at a 90-degree angle, but for no specific standards or dimensions. We put in ratios. It's a minimum of 6 foot, and for every 6 foot in depth, you have to go 24 feet in length. That will provide good shadow lines to really break up the facade of the building. What we also had done is the applicant had in, Villanova had in, that arches can break up that, and we felt that a variation in the facade from the ground to the roof line was important, because an archway itself may break up the ground plane, but if an arch is 12 feet and the building's at 50 feet, that really doesn't do a good job of mitigating and looking at the articulations in the building above that. So we really tried to strengthen that. We also reduced the length of the building structures down from 300 for parking structures from 350 feet to 180.
It so I had to draw this conceptually, and I conceptually have a building that's 180 feet long, and then it tucks in 45 feet, and it runs another 180 feet. On a 15-acre CICD district, do we have a sense of what the maximum length of that building could be if we did, because there's a requirement that it tucks in 4 to 1, I think it was. So we're looking at a building maximum length of 180, but if you have the architectural offset, so if you had a building that kind of zigzags 180 feet, 45 feet, 180 feet, first, am I interpreting that the correct way? And secondly, if that is permitted, what is the maximum length if you were to add up all these sections? I know you have put in a limit, and I appreciate the limit that you put in of total building coverage, but of a 15-acre site, do we have a sense of how long that building could be? Because I'm concerned, the original concern before these changes is that with architectural offsets, in essence, the building could have been any length. It could have been 500 feet, 750 feet. Before, with the arches, it could have been the palestra. You know, any building of any size, as long as you have archways, hey, let's build a palestra right in that neighborhood. This clearly is a major improvement, so thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for doing this. But I want to make sure that the language is, in fact, going to protect us as we intended to, and that we haven't missed some little trick. And it's not that I think that this applicant is trying to trick us. It's that the code really does, in my opinion, needs to be bulletproof. So do we have a calculation at all yet? I might be able to do it during the rest of the hearing, but do you have we done this?
We did look at it, and that's why we put in the minimum or maximum coverage for any one building at the 10%. That was one of the concerns that was raised at the last meeting from the neighbors. was that these buildings can, in essence, take up the entire area because there was no individual building. We just had the total building coverage requirement. So any one building could have been at the 30% coverage. We've reduced that down to 10%. So if they would fall within the 10% and the offset requirements that are actually more restrictive than what our current code is, then I guess you could really start looking at it in an unlimited configuration of buildings to get in there, but ultimately it'd be capped at the 10%, no one building before would have to be separated by the minimum building spacing. So
All right,
that was we took out, there was a provision in there that looked at the total width along the street frontage. To me, that was a little bit confusing. That just cleaned that up a lot more.
Okay, thank you. I'll do a quick
All right.
calculation as everyone's talking.
We're going to go directly now to the public, and I have to warn you, you're not going to be able to talk for real long periods of time. It's very late. We still have so I may just arbitrarily and capriciously stop you. First of all, Maya, should we be deferring to the applicant at this point first? Anybody feel?
I don't know, do we need to? I mean, I think Kevin described the plan very well.
Let them get called.
So I don't see a need to unless somebody else feels otherwise.
Okay, you're on.
So Maya Van Rossum, the Delaware Riverkeeper. I have written comment. I submitted it to you by email, but I'll give it to you tonight. Where I think that we have concerns that need to be addressed, and I just want to highlight for you, they are in my comment, is in terms of the stormwater requirements for the project. We really think that the applicant should be doing better when it comes to stormwater management, that the applicants really are not being forced to deal with the issue of volume of runoff. They're just required to meet the minimal township standard, which is frankly very light when it comes to dealing with stormwater runoff. In the case of Villanova University, we have an institution that holds themselves out as the ideal when it comes to stormwater management practices and how to do it the right way. They also get boatloads of money from EPA. So what we would suggest is in this proposed ordinance, how about we have those who want to avail themselves of this standard use what is now currently the best practices articulated by the Environmental Protection Agency when it comes to how to deal with stormwater runoff volume, including impervious cover. And I cite in my comment the document. So I just want to highlight that for you. But essentially, when you're looking at Villanova, they're looking at using primarily detention basins. That doesn't get to the issue of volume. Volume is your problem when it comes to stormwater runoff and flooding. I also think that it's surprising that when we talk about buffers, we're talking about giving roads 200 feet of buffer and streams only 50 feet of buffer. So I'm going to once again red flag that for you, that we need to address that buffer issue. And I also continue to have concerns about the level of imperviousness that's required. And I would like to ask that there be some explanation for myself and perhaps for the commissioners with regards to the preserved land issue. The preserved land issue makes it sound like if the applicant wants to, let's use Villanova, right? They can do 10% less than what's already at the site. If you already have 90% impervious at the site, they can have imperviousness of 80%. The preserved land says that if they want to go over 30% when it comes to building area, that there's going to be a 2-to-1 preserved parcel somewhere else on site, is what it sounds like. But the preserved land is talking about building area. My concern is about impervious area. So is the intent here that if you have 80% imperviousness, that is 50% over 30%, do you then have that, for that 50%, have to do a 2-to-1 preserved ratio? I think that I find it confusing, the language confusing, and I think it would be very helpful if staff would clarify that, the building area, the impervious area, and the preserved area, and how all of that works together. And with that, then I think that I will just submit my comment for you. Oh, and the only other really big concern is this issue about having the impact statement. Talking with attorneys who also do municipal law, that because the impact statements aren't attached to specific conditions, that it is a very interesting exercise that's going to provide very interesting information, but unless you're tying all of those impacts to conditions in this ordinance, it's not going to give you the right to say no if you don't like the outcome of that impact statement. So I think that language needs to be revisited, and I have recommendations in my comment.
I can address the preserved land. That's only for an increase in building coverage. It does not address the impervious issue. It's not associated with impervious. And I agree that stormwater management is an issue. We would see a reduction in the impervious coverage on this site, or no worse on any of the other campuses than what is currently permitted in the entire tract. Stormwater management is an important issue. We will make this site better, but it's an issue for conditional use and land development. It's not something that we need to get into from a zoning standpoint. I think it's got its place, and this ordinance is not it.
The buildable lot and the impervious surface, that needs to be fixed, because I think that the building coverage and the impervious coverage are two entirely different things. And if you're only doing the preserved parcel for the building coverage, you're missing a whole boatload of impervious surface. And if you're not going to deal with the stormwater issue, you're dealing with a whole boatload of increased volume you just allowed to come off of that site. And I think that does a disservice to the township.
Well, we certainly don't want boatloads when we have stormwater problems, that's for sure. Yeah. I see Mr. Philip R. ready to attack. Are you going to come forward?
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Philip R., Meredith Avenue, and I'd like to say just a few words about the CICD ordinance reintroduction tonight. I understand that it seems to be more of a reintroduction to the ordinance sent to the Planning Commission just a short time ago, based on some changes made to the draft. I also understand that you'll most likely pass this on tonight to the Planning Commission, and I'm grateful to the staff for their work and the many changes that they've made to the ordinance so far. They seem to have cleaned it up quite a bit since the last time you've seen it. Well, when you do pass it on to the Planning Commission, I want to ask that you do three things. First, that you recognize the extra work done by council and a planner retained by a citizen group, Friends to Preserve Radnor. And that you understand that the changes set before you tonight were in large part a result of the citizens' response to issues and deficiencies in the ordinance. Now, this is important because everyone understands that Villanova has a right to develop their land, and they have a right and a natural desire to house more of their students. Least of all, it's understood by residents and the Friends to Preserve Radnor. If anyone thinks otherwise, that's false. No one intends to stop this development, but to have a rightful voice in how much zoning requirements are given away in what would be the biggest zoning exception in Radnor history. Now, to presume that this ordinance, drafted by the university and not the township, would give equal consideration to township and resident concerns as their own is equally false, and rightly so. It was terribly one-sided. It needed work, probably still needs more. Also, the initial public response to this ordinance was a reaction to the original draft, which proposed abandoning nearly all current lawful township zoning requirements. That is, 0-foot setbacks, maximum impervious, nearly double the height allowances, and higher density. And although these have been modified slightly, they are not at reasonable accommodation for the township's suburban scale. In short, the ordinance still needs work. Second thing I'd like you to do is that you publicly advocate and support the Planning Commission and staff's continued need to examine and perfect this ordinance. The Planning Commission has begun thorough and review of this draft. They and we, the people, need to hear you say that you are not asking for a rushed and incomplete job. And thirdly, that we ask that you acknowledge that important issues of development cannot be left undecided at this stage and left for determination under later land development or conditional use stages. Issues of traffic, density, pedestrian flow, and safety cannot be afterthoughts once permission has been granted to develop, but rather they must be considered at the beginning and the groundwork laid with correct zoning. For this reason, it's very appropriate for the Planning Commission to spend time now in thoughtful review in concept and detail for this ordinance. So I ask that as you resend this back to the Planning Commission, that you publicly affirm these points to ensure a well-considered and reasonable final draft. Thank you for your consideration and for your service.
Thank you, Mr. R. Are there any other people that want to come forward? If not, I will move ahead. Oh,
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's, but I regularly travel past, through, and around the campus. And I feel I have a duty to continue to input because of the fact that things like viewscapes and glut and congestion affect all of us. I'm completely dissatisfied with this current amendment because I think that the original amendment, as just noted, was at 0 levels, and these are assumed to have us with showings of multiple PC meetings to roll over. And I hope that you will be firm, and I hope the PC will be firm. And I'd like to definitely comment on the fact that a lot of the reason for PC lack of movement was because they're dissatisfied with the ordinance, and I thank them for their firmness. I don't think that placing the burden, I think it's true that the burden has been on staff. And at the same time, I think that when you have a reduced number of people in staff working on it because of so many duties spread out, or unable to be spread out as the case may be, that we're not getting the vetting, and we're not getting the time factor also. There seems to have been a pressing need, which I object to. As far as a couple of particulars, I have to remind you that the entire length of Lancaster Avenue will be subject to this setback. There's no doubt development will be asked to go all the way down to near Sproul, where there's currently a security building. And likewise, along the trolley line, I believe the people on Aldwyn Lane deserve your sincere look at setbacks from the trolley line. Maybe there's a way to do it different up where the old parking lot is, but those people have backyards right on the trolley line. And to have a 5-foot setback would be disgraceful.
Just for parking, it's not for buildings.
The setback, however, is still objectionable at 20 or 35. At last I examined it. I haven't seen this one.
Okay, thank you.
Finally, the trees and shrubs to mitigate the vision of people with current backyards that might stand to suffer, I think, is insufficient. And I have to ask whether this criteria of of having ownership on both sides of the road is anything but a special interest legislation. I don't think that Villanova has any right to come in here and reset our zoning code. And they have no hardship, and they're showing no justification. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schneller. I think, Mr. Cornelia, do you want to say something?
And it's more of a procedural item.
Counsel for Villanova.
Yes. As you're well aware, this has been out there now for almost going on 2 years, I think this coming January. And we still have to go through the conditional use process. We still have to go through the land development process, both preliminary and final. And this is just the first step, of course, is the introduction of this ordinance and hopefully some adoption of the ordinance. And I guess my question is as to, setting a date for adoption or at least a contingent date for adoption so we can move this thing forward.
Well, I sympathize with the applicant. It's been 2 years. On the other hand, Commissioner Fisher has pointed out problems, and some of the members of the audience have properly pointed out things. My feeling is that we ought to try to get this back on our agenda for passage or denial at our first meeting in December. Kevin, is that?
I think that would allow us from advertising December 2nd.
Okay, I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked at this request. The Planning Commission needs to go through the code line by line because none of us have, okay?
That's not accurate, John.
Well, have you read every line and
Yes.
analyzed every line and the consequences of every line as it appears to the rest of the
I've
township?
gone through every line, and I'm comfortable making a decision, one
Okay.
way or another.
But I'll
I
argue
think-
the
I think
Planning
Jim
Commission's role is to do
accurate
that.
we have looked at this for 2 years, and this might be a terrible idea, then let's vote it down. But it's not getting any better. It's just spinning.
No,
and
it's
coming in
getting a
different
lot
form.
better. It's getting
Well-
far better
Yeah.
than what it was. And the Planning Commission needs to review the code. And to expect them to do it in one meeting, I think that's what we're saying here, one meeting?
John, they have, Their meeting is December 3rd, I think.
Correct, and I misspoke. December 2nd, it could not, because your meeting in December is
Okay.
before the planning commission, so it would be December 16th.
Okay.
Would be your
But
second
John, they
meeting.
don't have to wait till December 2nd to do the code. There's 9 of them. They can assign duties outside of the hearing and get it done ahead of time. And-
Well, and I appreciate that, and I hope that's what they do, but I still don't understand, under the municipal planning code, there is no time clock on zoning code revision. If an applicant comes with a plan, you have a certain number of days to act, or the applicant gets it by right. But under zoning code revision, there is no time clock. And it's not my fault and none of our faults if an applicant comes here and presents a piece of code that has been described as, in some ways, asking for it all, and then it takes us a year and a half to say no. I said no the first time. You know, I was pretty straight with it.
Right.
I
So-
told the applicant I wouldn't support it.
That's just my sense of what has to happen. This has to come for an up-down vote. It's been 2 years. One way or another, we have to decide.
But you know, at our last meeting, before the Friends to Protect Radnor asserted their planner, their certified planners' comments, we thought what we were looking at was in its final form. Now, staff has looked at this code in that context of that information and changed it. So if we had voted for this 1 month ago, would we be voting on the right code? So I'm not saying delay it. I don't want to delay it. I want to make sure we do it right. I want to make sure that the Planning Commission has additional resources that they can lean on to get this done. I would love it to come back in a month, but I don't have faith that they have enough resource time. Again, $1 billion of development is going on in this township right now. $1 billion worth of saldo, $1 billion worth of code is in front of us right now. So we're expecting the Planning Commission to complete this code review of this new piece, this entirely new document. Entirely new.
John. They've gone over and over and over.
No,
this.
they
know this
haven't.
better than
Bill,
anyone.
if you watch the meeting, you'll see that they haven't. They haven't had time. They've admitted that their meetings are running just as late as ours because they have too much on their plate without additional resources. So I'll support it going to the Planning Commission. I'm going to vote to send it to Planning. But I want to make sure that we send resources with it. I want to make sure that we direct staff to give them money to have a planner, additional planning resources in place to work with the Planning Commission. This is in addition to Kevin's work that he's already done, because honestly, I said it before, when the plan came in, when this concept plan came in, we hired 4 engineers. 4. We hired a whole firm. We had traffic engineer and drainage engineer. We had all these engineers running around reviewing just an idea. We didn't even have a sketch plan at this point. But when this came in, the Friends that Protect Radnor spent $20,000 on a planner to review the code because we didn't. And that is shameful to me. I feel bad about that. Our job is to do that. It's not that the residents shouldn't have to hire a planner to review code. We should have done that. We had an applicant that's going to bring in a $300 million development, and we don't want to spend $20,000 to get it right? I mean, I'm sorry, Don, we disagree. You will always say what you say, and I always say what I say, but the point is, my neighbors are aggrieved, yours may not be. So in my
Right.
case, I'm fighting for my neighbors.
All right, I'd like to vote on the introduction of this now. I want to ask this
I want to
question.
make a motion to apply, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to allocate funding to hire an AICP certified planner to work with the Planning Commission, along with staff, to make sure that this gets done in that one. If we're only going to give them one meeting, let's not stack the deck against them. Let's not pressure them to just pass it on because they don't have time to do it right. Let's give them the resource they need. As my motion is to direct staff to give $20,000 of resource money to hire a certified AICP certified planner to work with the Planning Commission.
I'm somewhat.
Is there a second to the motion?
Yeah, I'll second that for a minute. I'm somewhat sympathetic to the argument that, you know, I personally don't have a problem with this plan, but I'm sympathetic to the argument that, you know, a bad plan that comes in and takes a long time to evolve doesn't give the applicant the right to say, oh, gee, it's taken a long time. That's kind of silly, and it's kind of a negotiating strategy that I would, reject outright. So I'm somewhat sympathetic to that argument, and I don't believe there's any magic. I mean, I know you guys want to move it along, but whether it happens the first meeting in December, the first meeting in January, I think it's more important to get it right within a reasonable period of time.
You said bad plan from the beginning. I mean, badness is in the eye of the beholder.
If it was a good plan, it would have been resolved a long time ago.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
All right, there's been moved and seconded to have the township authorize or allocate $20,000 to hire a independent planner with AICP credentials and to work with the proposed ordinance and work with our planning commission to come up with findings for relative to this plan. So that's the motion as I hear it, and we're ready to vote. All those in favor?
Public comment on that motion?
Okay. But again, I have to ask you, make it quick, make it short. We're running out of time tonight.
That's my plan.
So, but point of order, we don't have public comment on every motion. We have public comment, and then we make motions. That's been how we've done this in the
But
past.
this wasn't even on the table, so how could we not?
All right, well, we're deviating from our traditional order of things.
No, but I think we're required to have public comment
Let's not spend a
on
half hour
the...
discussing this. Go ahead, go on, let's go.
Patty Barker, Rosemont. I just wanted to remind everybody, John alluded to this earlier, but for the Garrett Hill zoning district process, the township hired a planner, Garrett Hill, Villanova. I'm speechless that you wouldn't consider this as a way to help the planning commission. And if you watch those meetings, they have so much on their plate. Skip Kunda specifically requested of Kevin at last week's meeting that they only give planning one project per meeting. They can't do it. They need help. Please give them the help. Please give us the residents of Ward 7 who live the closest to Villanova, and we support Villanova. We acknowledge that they have every right to develop. Just please continue a collaborative process and give the Planning Commission and the staff the help that they so richly deserve. The staff has done an exemplary job on this, and we do appreciate what they've done. So please, please approve this expenditure. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. I've recited what I think it is. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Nay. It appears to have failed by a vote of 4-2.
With Elaine Schaefer recusing.
Yes, with Elaine. All right, I would like now to have the vote on the underlying motion, which is to send the ordinance as revised to our planning commission. I think we've had all debate on that. Is all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
It succeeds by a vote of 5-1, with Ms. Schaefer not voting. The next item I will turn over to the chair. Elaine.
Okay, this next item, again, is for an introduction of the must ordinance as drafted by our staff. We have actually already seen the text of this new must ordinance, but we did not send it down formally to Planning Commission. As I explained at the opening of this meeting, the Planning Commission has already begun discussion about this must ordinance. However, it was not clear exactly what they were looking at because we did not formally send it. They are in the middle of analyzing it. They have it scheduled to analyze again at the end of this month or beginning of next month, where they will get, I believe, information on traffic, which is one of the things they've been awaiting. And it's scheduled to go in front of county 21st, right? 21st of November. So again, we do not need protracted debate about this at this point. Our debate and analysis of this will be much more productive after we have Planning Commission's analysis and county's analysis.
I'll
So,
move the introduction of ordinance 2013-20.
thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
So a couple of things. I understood it differently than that. I thought this was similar to the CICD. This reflects changes that you made, Kevin, that incorporate things you heard us say, and the reason it's being reintroduced is so that planning looks at the document that you believe best reflects what this board wants.
Sort of.
Okay.
This document this ordinance was never introduced after the September 9th zoning petition. I believe that was primarily because of the extent of concerns that this board had, and the direction that you gave to staff was to deal with the densities, deal with the transportation demand management study in there, and put some more teeth into the regulations. We had done that, provided and circulated that to you previously, as well as the Planning Commission for their October meeting. At that meeting, Planning Commission had some additional comments. We did incorporate those comments into it for their review at their November meeting, hoping just to go over the changes between the October and November. We seemed to get stuck in the mud with those discussions, and it was somewhat late, probably about this time for them, and they didn't want to get into any detailed discussions of that ordinance, so they did table any further consideration of that ordinance. I'm happy to go through the detailed changes. They're very substantial from when you saw this back beginning of September. First and foremost, we got rid of the transportation management that had a lot of fluffy language with not a whole lot of teeth in it. Brought down the base densities way down from what the applicant had initially proposed, and then implemented a series of density bonus provisions that would require an applicant to do a minimum of 15 alternatives if they were to get all 3 density bonuses. Those alternatives come in 2 different categories. Category 1's minimum of 1 would be required, primarily transportation related, and then 4 from Category 1 or Category 2, which deal with transportation, reduction of impervious coverages, green roofs, LEED certifications, and general greening of the PLO area, as well as then we looked at reducing what properties were applicable for the density bonuses. You had to be a certain distance from the transportation train stations to further limit, and I can go through a detailed build-out analysis. I did share that with you previously. There was one minor change in there that to reflect the build-out by right analysis that we performed for 145 King of Prussia Road. I didn't have both of those numbers in the same column, so there was just a minor change on that. Didn't change any of the analysis. But ultimately, when you look at the 2 highest traffic generating uses in here, office and retail, under this ordinance with the density bonuses fully engaged, the amount of office and retail under the must ordinance would be, I believe, don't want to misquote. Jim, if you could pull up the right now, under the existing square footage, which could be all office, you have 1.88 million square feet. That could be all office. Under this ordinance, would be 1.87 million square feet. So the 2 highest generators of traffic would be, you would see a net reduction, and that's if every site was built out at 100%, which would mean every site would have to tear down the buildings and rebuild and go through this process. Likelihood of that happening for every property in the district, I think, is minimal. I think you'll see some properties that are redeveloped at 100%, and as you have other established office complexes, they'll take advantage of this, but not at 100%. I'd be more than happy to go through the detailed numbers. We analyzed building coverage, reductions of what the applicant had proposed, reduction from what the current ordinance allows. We figured if we were going to allow densities and height increases, that we were going to make that up in a reduction in impervious coverage on the site as well as a reduction of the building coverage. So we're allowing an applicant to go up, but they're also shrinking in terms of impervious coverage and building coverage.
Okay, so fair enough to say that you addressed the intensity concern that some of us had, that some of us saw the first version of this significantly increasing the intensity of development on the site.
Absolutely, and I think that the build-out analysis that I previously provided to you but haven't had the opportunity to go into detail kind of analyzes that, and I'd be more than happy to spend 5 minutes to go through this if that's something that you feel is appropriate to address that specific concern.
And that may be. Now, my sense is that, that this is consistent with what John said, with the last project, that this should wait until after Ardrossan and after Villanova. That, in my opinion, we need to prioritize what we're sending them. If this is a higher priority, then so be it. But I do think that we're sending too much to Planning Commission, too much for the public. So I don't know, is there anybody else who supports that? That essentially, we could refer this to planning, but in a serial nature, that they don't take this up until after those other two items are addressed.
I'm fully supportive of that. I think this, again, my opinion on this is it's still very misguided between the intensity, the lack of the traffic concerns, and the fact that it's zoned what it is zoned. And if they want to change the zoning to facilitate development, I'm not necessarily against that, but then you get bonuses for doing things that you should be doing already by positioning it as a transportation-friendly district and then not doing that. And then, Kevin, I still think you have a lot of fluff in here. Encourage, promote, encourage. None of that says require. But, I think it needs the input of the experts. But, you sit here and you look what happens to us, you look what happens to the Planning Commission. We don't get this stuff right because we overwhelm them. And I think this has to get done, and it has to get done right.
Well, the specifics of those would be up to the applicant to explain during the conditional use process. And one of the changes that we did add in here is that the applicant is then obligated on an annual basis to then document how those alternatives that they promised that they would be implementing during the conditional use process are being fulfilled.
I come down to the fundamental premise of the way you encourage people to take mass transit is you don't give them parking. It's the easiest way in the world to encourage them to take mass transit. There's nothing in here, after rewriting an ordinance, a zoning code, all over the place, there's nothing in here that says maximum parking, anything else. It's all developer friendly. It's not resident friendly. And if you go down that road in the morning to try to make a left turn onto Lancaster Avenue, 3 cars get through the light. Why do 3 cars get through the light? Because you want to let everybody off the blue route. It's, again, we have to have a balancing act here.
Well, we did implement a cap on the amount of parking. So we not only allow for a conditional reduction, but we also have a maximum cap on the amount of parking the developer could put in there.
What is that cap? I didn't see that.
I believe it's 105% of what would be required.
That's not a cap to me. A cap is 105 spaces, 1,000 spaces, whatever the number is.
Every site is going to be different with the mixes of uses. You couldn't cap it at a certain number. You would have to it would be capped at a percentage of what would be required under the code.
You can cap it at the number of spaces they have today. I mean, I don't want to beat the dead horse here all night.
And we did look at, we did send this to the county. We worked with the county transportation manager, Tom Schaefer, who was very supportive of this ordinance. He's going to be incorporating his comments to the County Planning Commission. We also reached out to a transportation planner to implement the traffic alternatives as part of the density bonus. And we reached out to SEPTA, and SEPTA was very supportive of this and sees that this type of use is very appropriate in the area that we have with the infrastructure, with the rail lines, with the interchange, that this is an appropriate ordinance and will drive up ridership. To look at the traffic as a district as a whole, I believe that the applicants' representatives have analyzed that. I did the build-out analysis from a structured standpoint, how much impervious coverage, how much floor area. They took it, and I have not seen the final version, but they've taken that analysis and turned that into a trip generation analysis for the entire district. And again, I think assuming that every site is scraped and rebuilt into the maximum capacity. And I know that they were prepared to present that at the Planning Commission meeting. It got too late. I do see that their traffic engineers here. We did have a preliminary meeting with them to go over concepts from what assumptions should be taken into consideration. I can let Amy address her feelings on that. They're transportation related, but I'm sure that that will help alleviate some of the concerns from a transportation standpoint when you look at the analysis and the build out of what, if this ordinance was implemented at 100% on all 7 parcels, what that would achieve in terms of trips. And that's assuming no infrastructure improvements. Noted that you would have
All right.
15 per site over the 7 parcels.
So what's the sense of the board? I see this as requiring a significant amount of work and is going to consume too much of our resources in the context of our Ardrossan and Villanova. My sense is that it should be delayed until after the new year. Does anybody else see it similarly?
No, I don't agree with that. I mean, Planning Commission is in the middle of examining this.
They haven't, no, they tabled it before they did any substantive analysis.
They discussed it for about an hour, and they took comment. And I totally agree, they cannot do 2 of these items in a night. They suggested at their meeting, let's schedule another meeting in addition to the December 3rd meeting.
They're actually meeting next Wednesday afternoon,
So they've
or
scheduled.
before Thanksgiving, I'm sorry.
So the night
The Wednesday before
Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving, in the afternoon, they're
Wow.
going to meet.
That's dedication.
I believe it's 2 o'clock. But also too, Madam Chairman, if I may, it's interesting that, especially Don and Kevin, when you look at the arguments that you make, we move Ardrossan, we move Villanova, we have one that is economic development, an economic generator. But we decide to put that back, and always what I've heard is no tax increases, no tax increases, no tax increases.
You've never heard that from me once, Bob.
I have, Don.
No, you've never heard that from me.
However, what I look at is the issues of traffic and that you have current development that's there that is not nowhere near transportation friendly or transportation oriented. And I've actually even heard that there was actually a bus that Brandywine had that nobody's utilizing. Here is you're making a radical shift and a change to actually encourage this transportation to be utilized, public transportation to be utilized. I've ridden through that intersection constantly over the last couple of years since I've been here. For the few hiccups and the few delays, traffic moves very well. I think the looking out further, which we have proposed, and which I believe Biomet has agreed to fund half of the study to look at the traffic, which I know we're still waiting on Brandywine. I'm not sure if they have an answer tonight, if they'd be willing to commit to the other 50,000 yet for the study that looks at a bigger, broader scale to this. But to me, this is a project, if you pick the 3, this would be, in my perspective, the top priority for the township to work on, because this has the biggest, longest term impact upon the community.
It has a revenue impact, I don't disagree with you, but it has an adverse impact on the quality of life if it's not done right.
But that's true, but I think that's where Amy has gone through this and has gone through the traffic counts as well to show the minimal impact that is there.
Okay, I'm
to that,
sorry to
so-
interrupt,
Oh,
but
sure.
I am going to submit once again, as I did at the beginning of this discussion, that we await the conclusion of Planning Commission's dissection of this. They are going to hear from the traffic, which seems to be one of the drivers in everyone's concerns. And we will have a much more productive conversation about this once we have heard County and Planning Commission and what their assessment is of the traffic analysis and the changes that have been put in.
Are we setting a deadline for the Planning Commission on this item?
No, we're going to let this process go and see what how they handle it. I hope that they can get through it and bring it back to us for our discussion, but, you know. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and, is there any other staff comment that, okay. I'm going to go ahead and invite some very brief public comment as the hour is 12:30.
We are now on our 5th police officer tonight. So we have to make sure they have to get up very early tomorrow morning. We don't want to go through any more police officers, so please try to make it quick.
Excuse me, Mr. Higgins, I'm sorry, but I don't understand what that's got to do with me.
It has to do with the late
I
hour.
could refer that if you
and-
like, how that ties to you.
I'm sorry, Bob?
No, let's go. Let's go.
No, we've had police in the back, so it's the fifth one to have a turn. Anyway, proceed with your comments, please.
Mr. Schaefer, that's been the problem with each time that we, Brandywine, I represent, as you know, Brandywine, has had to respond to this. It's always at a late hour after everybody else has gotten an opportunity to speak. And I ask, I don't know how many of you watched the Planning Commission meeting from whatever it was, 2 weeks ago. We did nothing with regard to this ordinance. There was no hour discussion. We got to a late time. This ordinance has not been vetted even a little bit. We're really at the beginning. And I'd like to make some comments. Quite frankly, I am not sure why we're back here. Mr. Higgins, I heard you spell out the procedure that this has to be, and the Villanova has to be reintroduced so it can go back to the Planning Commission. Did I hear that correctly? Is that?
It wasn't just what I said, it's what we did as a board.
Okay, well, just so we're clear, maybe you'll disagree, but if you go to the municipality's planning code for the adoption of ordinances and the adoption of amendments to ordinances, there's a procedure laid out. And the procedure is for a new ordinance that has got to be prepared and vetted by the Planning Commission. When you go to the amendment provision, it says that procedure is optional, that you can send it to the Planning Commission for them to prepare the ordinance. Or you could have staff prepare the ordinance. But what you did on September the 9th was you sent it back to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has not prepared this ordinance that we have here tonight. So I don't want to get hyper-technical about it, but I don't understand the procedure.
Mark, let me explain it to you.
John, I would...
Here's the procedure.
May I?
Well, you're confused. I'm going to explain it to you.
I would appreciate it if you would let me finish my presentation, John.
It's public comment. It's not a presentation. It's public comment. So get on with it.
I'd like to address the board. I'd like to address the board. So I've prepared some comments. The Planning Commission is in the process of reviewing staff's version of the must ordinance. At the last Planning Commission, the Planning Commission continued to express the concerns that Mr. Higgins talked about. The density. I'm sorry, Mr. Curley, the density has not been addressed at all, and I'll get into that in a minute. The density hasn't been addressed. There's been no information produced other than what we have with regard to the impact of traffic. We heard Kevin say, and we heard him say it again tonight, that he's had meetings with Biomed about the traffic study, the density, the trip generation calculations. At the end, and if you go to the tape, you'll see, we were promised that we would get a copy of that. Have you seen it? I haven't seen it. We're not getting any of the information. We, Brandywine, are concerned about both the substance of the proposed ordinance and with regard to the process of the township's review. We share the Planning Commission's concern about the huge increase in density that would be permitted by the must ordinance. And what you've got to understand, and if you look at Kevin's chart, you'll see that Kevin's analysis is that there's 1,700,000 square feet existing. His analysis, if it's the same one that he put up on the board, says that under the existing ordinance, you can build 2 million more square feet. 2 million square feet more than is there. And what Kevin's ordinance does, and you can do that, as Mr. Higgins said, without doing that, Mr. Higgins, Kevin Higgins, I'm sorry, can do it without any traffic improvements whatsoever. What this ordinance then does is it allows a density bonus of approximately another 10%. So what numbers are we talking about? On just the Biomed site, under the existing ordinance or under the base ordinance that Kevin has prepared, 570,000 square feet of office. There's 225 or 230,000 square feet of office there now, and another 200,000 of lab. Lab gets parked at one car per 1,000 square feet. So in my mind, what could be built there under the existing buildings is somewhere south of 300,000 square feet of office space. So the base density allowed by either the existing ordinance or Kevin's base ordinance is almost double that, 580,000 square feet. No traffic improvements. No traffic improvements. That's our big concern. We think that this property should be redeveloped, as we've said before, for mixed use. But once you say mixed use, you've got to do it somehow based on traffic. So on the 9th of September, this Mr. Higgins, Kevin, said to us, do you have comments? Would you give us your comments? I don't know whether you remember that. Well, what did we do? We prepared an ordinance. Like Biomed prepared an ordinance, we've prepared an ordinance. Because we've got much more ground that's affected by this than Biomed. And what did we do? The ordinance that we submitted said, yes, you can do mixed use, but how much you can do is dependent upon the traffic you're going to generate. And we used as the base the existing or the by right amount of space. That's pretty easy to calculate. And we said that was our ordinance. We submitted that. Did you review it? I know I sent it to everybody. Did anybody review it? Did anybody comment on it? Do we get any feedback from Kevin? None.
Madam President, if I may, did you submit an application, formal application for that to be reviewed like Biomed did?
Is that what you want?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just asking you.
Just let me
I'm just
answer your question.
I'm just asking the question.
Do you want just one piece of paper that says petition? What we did, Bob, was we did exactly what the commissioners told us to do. Submit something, make your comments. So we submitted something, we got no comments. We then got another
Excuse me a
version.
second. Getting no comments doesn't mean that no one read it, okay?
Well,
So
Mr. Curley, we've been ignored in this process. We are the
Right.
biggest taxpayer in the township, I believe. We own 1,800,000
All right,
square feet.
But I'll stick to the point that you submitted something, and that, I know that I read it, and I'm assuming that others did too.
Well,
So your
let me tell
statement
you-
that no one read it is not accurate.
Okay, I am so glad, I really am, because we spent a lot of time. I am glad that you read it. So let me tell you what happened. So we submit that, and then we get another ordinance from Kevin. So what did we do? We commented on that ordinance. We took that ordinance, and we made changes to it, and we resubmitted it. What did we get back? We got back Kevin's comments at the Planning Commission. I looked at it, I made the appropriate changes, and he gave it to the Planning Commission a couple of nights before the last meeting. Did he make any changes of any substance? He did not address what our concern is. And our concern is that as a condition of going to mixed use, you've got to analyze the traffic that's there, and you shouldn't be able to create more traffic than you're permitted under the base ordinance or what's there without making traffic improvements. So what is the answer that we've repeatedly heard? You heard it a couple of times here tonight. Well, it's a conditional use, and everybody has to do an impact statement. Mr. Higgins, you said the right thing. The lady, I don't know her name, from the Delaware River Keepers. Well, she said it. She said that lawyers will tell you that these fluff ordinances that have been put, or fluff provisions, where you have to study this and you have to study that and you have to study all these things, and there are no hard and fast requirements, are meaningless. They're meaningless. She said it very well. You get a very nice study about the economic impact of this, the effect on the schools, and the effect on the traffic for the schools. So what? So what? That's, if you don't like it, you can't turn it down unless it violates specific provisions. And that's not what you're getting here. At the Planning Commission, either Mrs. Stern or I think her name is Rebecca, specifically asked, and you can go back and look at the tape yourself, specifically asked, Kevin, well, if we get these studies and we don't like what we see, can we turn down the plan? And his answer was yes. And that's just not accurate. That's just not accurate. The law in Pennsylvania on conditional use is very, very clear. If you comply with the objective requirements, setback, side yards, height, you're entitled to your approval, and it can't be turned down for traffic reasons. In fact, there's a specific provision in the municipality's planning code that authorizes conditional uses, and it authorizes conditions to be imposed on the approvals. But it said you can't impose any condition that would require off-site improvements. So take the biomed site. The biomed site that, and the drawing that was shown to you, you're going to have 5 lanes or 6 lanes in front of the biomed site. And what happens to the intersection of King of Prussia Road and Route 30? And what happens to the intersection of King of Prussia and Radnor Chester? Nothing. Nothing. Because your ordinance doesn't require it, and your ordinance and the law says you can't impose an obligation to fix off-site improvements. So we're developers. I do this all the time, and I would love to be able to get this kind of density bonuses for my clients. But in this situation, your biggest taxpayer, who's increased the density in the use of this property by over 50% in the last 6 or 7 years, is screaming out to you, allow mixed use here, but control the traffic. And it's not being done.
Could you submit an amendment, just
I
like
did.
Biomed, and we could have multiple choice amendments instead of?
I've given you an entire ordinance. We then took
Yes,
Kevin.
but you didn't submit a zoning amendment, correct?
Pardon me?
You did not submit a zoning amendment, correct?
Did I submit a petition? No, we did not submit a petition.
Mark, your ordinance has an overlay zone, right?
Our ordinance.
An overlay district that would
Our
include,
ordinance has,
that would include part of the PB district and the PLO district, right?
that can be taken out. We think that if you're going, in fact, the comment was made by Mr. Cooper, sitting where Jim Higgins is sitting, about what properties should be included in this redevelopment district. Now, we own the corporate center. It sits back on Matson's Ford Road under the bridge that it's an impossible situation. Where should mixed use be? Maybe the corporate, maybe the financial center in 555 should be included. That's what we said. Now, that's not the most important parts of our ordinance, John.
Well, wait a minute.
The most important parts of our ordinance.
Is it most of the Brandywine property would be eligible under this? I mean,
Well,
we did review the ordinance that you submitted, even though it wasn't formally submitted.
And I didn't get a comment, not a comment,
Well,
not a comment.
Well, you have comments
we
now.
have no obligation to give you a comment.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Kaplan, we are now in 25 minutes of comment here, and it's 1:15. And I want to commend you. You have done an excellent job of advocacy. I know you feel frustrated and that you are, I think you called yourself unrepresented, but you have done an excellent job representing your client. We have received all of your written communications. We have received your ordinance. We have received your comments. You're doing a great job at all of these hearings. On Wednesday, the 26th, you will be able to present this case to the Planning Commission at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so it won't be late at night. We will have the traffic studies at that point.
Well, can we get it before then? I know that Kevin's seen it.
We have not
Nick,
seen it
can
either.
I have it? Can I have
I
your
can't answer
study
that
tomorrow?
because we don't have it either.
What? But you've already.
Anyway, so
I've
let me finish my
already
comment.
shared it with the staff.
We have not seen it,
We
okay?
shared it, we shared the, if you go on, I'm sorry, Elaine, excuse me.
Point of order, Madam President.
Excuse me. If you go on the tape and you listen to the tape.
I heard the tape.
We,
but- We have not seen it. It is not available right now. You will get it as soon as it's available.
why isn't it available?
I'm not the one producing it. Anyway, my point was that it's 1:15.
I
We're not
agree.
going to resolve all of these issues tonight. It is time to wrap it up.
Okay.
And we will continue this conversation in front of the Planning Commission on the 26th, and then it will come back in front of us when we have all of this information and the input, and we'll be able to have a more informed discussion.
I'd like to just make 2 quick points, 1 point and 1 question. Mr. Curley, I'd like to come back to what you asked me a minute ago so that we're clear. What we have submitted was a new ordinance using our format. We also submitted a totally black line marked up version of Kevin's ordinance, where we inserted traffic provisions that we thought would help on just the base level zoning. We submitted that. It was, in fact, in my view, ignored, and it hasn't been discussed because the Planning Commission hadn't had a chance to discuss it.
Mr.
Now, I'm
Kaplan,
gonna-
I have one question for you from one of my colleagues, and that this will be the end of our discussion for now.
Can I just ask you this? What I am being told is that because we're not the applicant, we can just participate in public comment. The ordinance that Biomed submitted was rejected. What we now have is the staff's version. We want an equal seat at the table. We want the information. And what we want to do is, we would like an independent planner to be appointed, not to work through Kevin, but with the Planning Commission. And we'll pay for it. And you pick them, and we'll pay for it. But we want it to be where it serves the Planning Commission.
Madam President,
Okay, I
if
have a question for you from one of my colleagues. What is it?
Sure. One thing is, it's interesting, Mr. Kaplan makes the point. Brandywine did submit 2 plans. One was backdated October 1st, 2012. From your planner, Brandywine submitted in the similar fashion.
No, we didn't.
Point of order, I have the floor.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but
I have the
that's
floor.
not true.
Madam President, I have the floor. Just like you wanted the floor. So 2012, they submitted this, which matches almost everything which is current. However, because now we don't like that and we have a counter proposal that is competitive in nature to Brandywine. Now we create another
Bob,
plan
we really
of that
don't
way.
need to go
Well,
into that
but-
tonight.
But still,
Okay.
they want to stand here, and also I do want to be able to say that the township will not tolerate intimidation or threatening of staff coming from your firm or from Brandywine. I just want to make that clear. It is not going to be tolerated anymore.
Okay, we're
what's
going to
the
end this
threat?
discussion, and I'm going to give the floor to my colleague, John Fisher, who's going to ask you a
have a lot of
question, and then we
pressure
will be
now not to
done
make
in
this
this,
worse.
with this conversation.
Just three questions. The site in question that would be affected by the zoning presently is PLO, which has different parking standards, right? So I assume it has different parking standards than your site, because you're not laboratory space, or you are?
Which,
Well, I'm going to talk generally.
well,
For
wait a minute,
commercial-
just so you know what
Yes.
we own. Biomed, then Mr. Goodman's property, then
Right.
our property.
Right, your property
Our
is.
property, and that's got the same,
What are the just so
I think it's 4 per thousand.
Yes, okay, that's what I thought it was.
For office,
Right,
and 1 per thousand for lab.
okay.
Now,
And the
John, we
existing-
also own the corporate center, which
I
is
understand.
PLO also.
Okay. So this change we're talking about would essentially increase the number of vehicles that are required for the space. If you use the same.
Number, I'm
No.
sorry, I didn't
So,
understand that.
let me say it a different way. If we allowed the existing site to be be used as commercial office space, they would be required to
They're
have-
allowed to be used as commercial office space
Well,
now.
But the parking requirements, because it's PLO, I believe it's one car for 1,000 square feet?
No.
Commissioner, the parking requirements do not change per district. It's based off of the use, and if the use is permitted in both
Well,
districts, it's the same
let's
parking.
say
I agree
use.
with that.
I'll stay with use then. So if it's a laboratory space, it's one car per 1,000 square feet. If it's office use, it's one car for 250 square feet, or you could say 4 cars for the
Right,
same.
correct.
So if this site changes from, say, lab use to office use, we could expect 4 times as many cars. Is that right?
For the lab.
Or we would
part-
require, for
for-
the use, we would require.
For the lab
For the
part of
lab
it,
area.
that's
And the
right.
lab area right now is about half of the site in
The
question.
biomed
The
site.
biomed site.
Yes.
Okay. So we would see 4 times as many vehicles for 250,000 square feet.
We'd
Yeah,
see
so
a lot
that's 1,000 more
than-
cars.
A lot
Yeah.
more, and a lot more traffic.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand it, because I've been reading all these documents, I get confused.
Well, and John, you can tune in on Wednesday,
Yeah.
the 26th, at 2 o'clock and get a
And just-
professional assessment of exactly
Right.
what cars will be
So I'll
involved.
just make one final comment. I routinely commute to Lansdale, and I return from Lansdale at rush hour. And I drive, I think it's 17 miles or 20 miles, all the way from Lansdale down. It takes me more time to get from that exit at Radnor to my house than it does to drive from Lansdale to that exit.
You know,
Okay, so it is now almost 1 o'clock, and we're going to allow the applicant to come in and,
I'm just going to ask procedurally where
Okay.
we're going.
Wait.
My understanding was this is on for introduction.
Right.
To refer to the planning commission at their meeting whenever.
which
the
it's
day
already
before
in front of
Thanksgiving.
them, but yes,
Okay.
that is what we're doing tonight.
Thank you. Can I have the mic, please? Thank you. Thank you. I would just like to note that of the 3 properties that were discussed tonight, the Planning Commission's comments has been that our ordinance is the most ready for them to bless. They didn't
Yes,
say they were going to bless it, but I'm saying compared to Villanova and Ardrossan, they said, this is so close and ready to go. That's why they offered to have this special meeting, okay? Because we have spent so much time, so much effort balancing everyone's concerns, questions, complaints about this ordinance, and it has been documented, and Kevin has done a good job to show it's 7 parcels. Brandywine only owns 2 of those parcels. So it's not that they're affected by 2 parcels. They may have a lot of square footage, but there's more constituents. Lloyd is for this ordinance. All the other neighbors are for the ordinance, except Brandywine. Okay,
Okay.
the density, one more comment. The density has been brought down immensely from our first petition of 967,000 square feet. Okay? Our ordinance, Kevin did a good job. The goals that you asked us set out for us to do from the very beginning don't affect the schools. Reduce or minimize traffic impact, stormwater management, green, LEED certified, all those things are in this ordinance, okay? And I'm saying to you, out of all the ordinance before you tonight, we are last, but this one's the best and ready to go. And I'm saying to you as a board that whatever you have to do procedurally, I understand. We will go in front of the Planning Commission, who I know is very favorable of the ordinance because of all the work that's been done by Kevin and our team with Brandywine's input based on their first letter that Bob just referred to, that letter completely describes the ordinance that we discuss and is before you today. Okay? So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to end debate on this and discussion, and we're going to call the vote. I just want to remind who moved this and who seconded it? Or did that happen? Would somebody like to move it?
I seconded.
You seconded it. Did
Jim, you must have done.
Jim? All right, Jim Higgins moved it. And
Well,
Bill
let him move it.
Spingler.
Go move it, Jim.
Go ahead and move it.
All right, I will move the introduction of ordinance 2013-20, amending chapter 2, Radnor Township zoning code by establishing.
Your mic's not on.
I will
Nobody's
move
watching,
the
it doesn't
introduction
matter.
of ordinance 2013-20.
Second.
John Haynes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of introducing this as revised by staff, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 6-1. And for anybody who's watching this on replay, it will be back in front of our Planning Commission on Wednesday, November 26th at 2 p.m.
I believe that's the 27th.
27th at 2 p.m. And they will continue their analysis of the must ordinance.
Madam President, I'll make a motion that we postpone the remainder of the agenda until next Monday's meeting.
I'll second that.
Second.
Well, I believe we have our engineers here from Ohio.
Livestock.
That's correct.
Well, you know, so
I would prefer to see, well, let's go ahead.
I
and-
predicted the meeting go till 2 a.m. on Friday. I'm just going to say it. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. We
However
can't
this agenda
function this
got
way.
put together
Bob,
was insane.
Bob and Elaine, please do me a favor. Moving forward, you work together, making these agendas end by midnight.
I have
Because
to-
I'm not going to stand
I
it.
have to say, we're our own worst enemy. We have turned these meetings upside down. We have an hour and a half of preliminary comment before we even get to our agenda. We need to fix that problem. We either put a 60-second limit on everybody that speaks at the head of the agenda, or we make them wait while the people's business is done first, and let them wait till the end. If we had done it that way, we would have been out of here by midnight.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to, what did you say, postpone the rest of the meeting? I don't support it. We have our engineers here from Ohio, and all of the items that are coming are related, and we can get through them in sort of one discussion. So let's go ahead. Well, is there any public comment on this? Okay, I'm going to call the vote on the motion to postpone the rest of the meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. 4. Okay, it passes. All those opposed say...
Wait a minute. We have, Mr. Bruno's been waiting since 7 o'clock. We have Mr. Cummins from Cleveland here and his assistant. Why do you want to do, this won't take more than 10 minutes, I guarantee it.
No. Well, first of all, it passed.
Yeah, just like the
meeting
Shimoni
is-
sidewalk passed.
What?
No, the motion passed, so it's a done motion. But here, Jim, look, I feel bad about this, but we're going to do we're going to decide on a stormwater project at 1 a.m. on it for $1 million? I'm not doing it.
All right, listen, it is what it is. The motion passed, so we will skip through the items in the Public Works and Engineering, Parks and Rec, Library and Public Health. Is there any old business or new business? Any public participation?
Yep, public participation. 2 things. Planning Commission meeting should not be at 2 o'clock. I object to that as a constituent. Most of us have to go to work. We have to work, have to make a living, right? So let's have it in the evening, so that people can attend these things. Also, I would like to ask the board to refrain and have a secession from any further work on the Shimoni sidewalk. Those constituents in the second ward do not want the sidewalk. I've sent you guys emails on this, and the people are very concerned. You're damaging the property, and they want this to stop. So I'm asking for that that sidewalk to be stopped.
You haven't even been certified by the Board of Elections. Who are you representing?
I'm not representing
And
anybody.
by the way, the constituents in the second ward do want the sidewalk.
They don't
There's
want
three people that don't want it.
Okay,
The neighbors don't want it, Jim.
Thank you
And
very
know
much
what? You
for your
don't-
comments.
You don't stop the people's business by stopping the people from talking.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anybody else? All right, can I have a motion to adjourn?
We adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.